Drama. The Oxford Dictionary describes it as exciting, emotional, or unexpected events and circumstances. Then you have Laguna Seca, a classic road course which winds its way around the hillside of Salinas County on the Monterey Peninsula and has long been considered one of America's best. And of course, you have the Corkscrew, probably one of the most, if not the most, recognisable corner in the whole of motorsport, dropping an incredible 10 stories between turns 8 and 9. Well, hello and welcome to round 5 of the Sim 3D GT series by FTR Events, live and exclusive here on Total Sim Sports, live from Laguna Seca in the USA, or, well, to give it by its proper name for marketing reasons, the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm Tim Cox. Later in the show, we'll be joined by Chris Rowlands, but of course we have, as always, Sean Cranley-Swash working his magic away in the production booth. But right now, I'm joined to provide his insight, knowledge, and wisdom, Paul Walsh. Paul, welcome along. And if you're new to the Sim 3D GT series, or maybe someone who's watched it since its very inception 3 seasons ago, this is a league that has more drama, excitement, twists and turns to the story than every pot line that you've ever seen in a Hollywood blockbuster, crammed down into one race and then just turn up the dial a few more notches for good measure.
Oh, indeed, Tim. Thank you and welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 5 of the Sim 3D GT series here today at Laguna Seca. And, well, as Tim was saying there, it is the case that the racing in this series has the drama amplified to the max. In this case, it's turned up to the 11 for the simple reason that with 3 classes of car taken to each and every circuit, the battles come thick, they come fast. And there's not just battles between drivers, but battles between classes in where the classes need to work their way around one another. The teams are on edge, multiple drivers per team, and everything is on the line, race in, race out. We saw that in the double-header last month at the Nürburgring in Germany, both at the Grand Prix circuit and also when we made our way onto the Nordschleife section of the circuit was the case. The battles went on for the full duration, for the full 2.5 hours of each race, and today we've got 4 hours of racing action lined up at Laguna Seca. And my goodness, if you want a circuit where you're going to see that action hit a crescendo straight from the start, this is the circuit. It is narrow, it is tight, and that means that overtaking is difficult. It's possible, but it's difficult. And when you throw in multi-class here, in this case, the drivers will be tripping up over one another. And also, on top of that, we've got to factor in the Californian sun, Tim. It is bearing down on the circuit, and it's only going to get hotter as the day goes on.
It's currently a relatively mild 19 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature, but that temperature is currently at 34 degrees and only due to get hotter. We're currently 20 to 11 here local time in the morning at Laguna Seca. And just to run you down through the order, first off, we've got touring cars. They are heading out onto the track, well, currently out there at the moment in qualifying. They've got 15 minutes to set the best possible times. They're all out there. There's no lone qualifying in this series. We've got 7-car grid, packed full of course, the Hyundai Elantra, but a lone Audi RS3 of the Sim Party racing team. Jonathan Carty currently undertaking qualifying for them. There they are. Bit of a shame, really, because the Audi's truly massive party piece is the way that he can get off the line like none of the other touring cars. However, rolling starts here today, but going for the classic touring car, the first one that was available. If you don't include the Kia Optima, that is, of course, within iRacing. Then we will be having GT4. They will take to the track for their 15 minutes of qualifying. Well, we round things out with GT3 Pro and Am all out on track at the same time, trying to get in their best possible times and clinch that pole position. And Brandon eSports just heading to the top of the timing sheets there with 130.1 in CR. That's Harold Stadler currently at the helm for them. They've got RD Sim Sports 3 and then FTR in the top 3. And tight times, especially, well, even our top 4 as well. Only 0.08 of a second separating FTR and Orbit in 4th place. Just seeing Sim Party head up 6 in the Audi RS3. And then we've got Daniel Martin of RD Simsport just rounding out the TCR field there. A little bit off the pace, having the best of opening laps. And, of course, the harder you push around here, Paul, just talking about those track temperatures, the more heat you generate into the track, into the tyre even, the track is getting hotter. We've already jumped up 2 degrees, and we've only been out in qualifying for some 4 minutes now. Just what sort of implications does that give to the drivers with these high track temperatures?
So, to break it down, in terms of when that track temperature goes up, it's the case that the tyres begin to degrade faster. So we talk about it as degradation. It's the case as a driver goes around on the circuit, does multiple laps, the tyre wears down, loses its overall thickness, if you will. So when that track temperature is high, that rate of wear is higher as well. But on top of that, there's some additional constraints, which is when you get it wrong, when you push a tyre beyond its limit, you take extra life out of the tyre. But in these temperatures, if you get it wrong, say if you outbrake yourself into the opening corner, Andretti hairpin, turn 2 officially on the circuit map, it is the case that loads the tyre even more, and as the temperature goes up on the tyre, it causes even more wear to occur. So what it means is the ideal driver here today will know about those temperatures from the outset and will be driving the car delicately. They will in qualifying be pushing, which is only natural because in qualifying it's all about that 1 lap pace and delivering. But in the race, I feel the winner is going to be the driver, or the set of drivers I should say, the team, who are able to drive the car at about 90% consistently all the way through the race. They'll respect the track temperature and they won't push the tyres too hard. We may see their pace be a bit slower than what we expect from qualifying or the rest of the field, but you'll see they maintain their lap times more consistently compared to the rest of their peers, and that's going to be so critical in the TCR cars in particular, because these cars, front engine, front wheel drive, it means those front tyres have to do so much work. They have to deliver the power, they have to do the cornering, they have to do everything, whereas those rear tyres, they have to do very little. And that's why you'll see a lot of these TCR cars when they're braking into, say, the corkscrew, much like we saw there Neil Ferrier in the RD Supersport 3 machine, it's the case you'll see those rear brake discs lighting up like the 4th of July. And 4th of July, of course, only 2 days away, Independence Day. And the simple reason for that is they're trying to load the rear tyres or the rear brakes as much as possible to do a little bit of extra work and take some of that strain off of the front of the car. So a big conundrum here, but don't forget the GT4s and the GT3s as well. Most, if not all those cars being rear-wheel drive, it will be the case that they will be putting a lot of power down on those rear tyres, and if those temperatures get those tyres too soon, it may be the case we see some rear ends start to become very loose early on in the race.
Wow, we're just seeing RD Simsport there on camera, and the first team to break into the 129s with a 129.997 just eked in, but bragging rights there for Neil Ferrier. Ever so close, as always in TCR, under 1 second, covering our top 6 out of 8 runners and riders we have here today in the TCR class. And there is the Sim Party Racing Audi RS3, Jonathan Carty, currently on board for them, currently 7th at the moment in qualifying, roughly about halfway through the TCR qualification allotted time. Looking to improve and move up through the field. Just having a bit of a look through the timing sheets. Sadler of Brabham eSports on a good lap, setting purple in sector 3. Likewise, Chevalier of FTR Esports. So these two currently 2nd and 3rd right now in class on absolutely blistering laps and narrow margins. Well, Chevalier must have been a mistake in the final sector because he has aborted his lap for FTR in the Hyundai Elantra. So having a bit of a look, there's been greens as well for Stadler in sectors 4, and are we going to see an improvement as he comes across the line? Well, no, goes nearly 2 tenths slower than his last best time of 130.02 for him. So he remains 2nd, and on that front row of the grid, let's see a few more teams electing to pop back in. As you mentioned earlier, Paul, those front tyres really working overtime here due to these cars being front wheel drive, doing the cornering and the acceleration and deceleration, and electing to pop back in, put on a brand new set of boots and just go again.
Oh, indeed. And as the time wears down in this qualifying session now for our TCR drivers, less than 5 minutes on the clock, unless I'm mistaken, is the case now. They will have really settled into that rhythm after spending the opening 10 minutes. It'll be a bit more rubber down the circuit. Track temperature's gone up another degree, 35 degrees centigrade now. Now's the time to deliver, and I think it'll be the case, particularly for those who are in the bottom half of the TCR provisional standings right now, including Hayden and Robinette from Driveline Simsport. Now they have to deliver, because as they wear that time down, of course, now the track is in its that's optimum for the session they will have, and well, they'll want to take that life out of the tyres as best as possible. But if they push the tyres too hard, they'll probably only get 1 or 2 laps on them before they start to fall off, and that is the balance again in this qualifying session. And qualifying, something we haven't really talked about so far, Tim. Qualifying is so important here with that difficulty of overtaking. You want to be at the front of your class for the start of that race.
As we have not alluded to yet, but regular viewers to the series will be fully aware of. The series does run their own bespoke software that they've come up with at FTR called Race Director, which is a complex algorithm that looks at when a driver goes off track or makes contact with another car or the wall, and reviews how quickly have they got going again. Are there other cars involved? Are they still stuck there? And we'll take all of that into account and decide if a safety car should be thrown to emulate real life. Now, we've seen in the past these really shape things up, as they do in real life. They change outcomes. Teams have to adjust the strategy on the fly, and it's like no other series, is it, Paul? I know it was your first outing in the series, last time out for the double header at the, well, I say the Nürburgring. Obviously, both circuits, the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix, was made up of formerly the Südschleife, the southern part of the circuit, and it just flips things on its head. I know from speaking to some of the drivers as well about it, they say that in endurance racing you can go away after your stint is over, sit the kettle on, grab something to eat, catch up on what's been happening, and then come back when it's your second sit in the car and off you hop in again. It's all relatively calm, whereas this series, it's just relentless from start to finish.
Well, indeed, and with that race director feature that you're talking about there, Tim, it is the case that all of our teams have to plan for those scenarios where the safety car may come out at any given point. It could be early on in the race, it could be at the midpoint, it could be right towards the end, and it means that for our teams, they cannot let their guard down at any moment, because they may execute the perfect strategy for 90% of the race, and they may be leading by a comfortable 20-second margin, and then suddenly that safety car comes out, and that 20-second margin, it's gone. And that is the thing that our teams will be worried about. It'll be the fact that all the way through, it's that level of unknown. I can imagine the team spotters will be furiously at work today, not just looking out for their drivers in terms of saying whether they've got an opportunity to push a little bit hard or whether somebody's come off and going back onto the circuit, but also for when there is a major incident which could potentially trigger the safety car, they will be calling that back to teams immediately and getting ready for those alternate strategies. They may have a plan A today, but there's going to be plan B through to Z, if you will, on the sidelines.
Just race control have just been on to the drivers, giving them a 2-minute warning to the end of qualifying. GT4s will see their perennial car park at the end of the pit lane, and they're all queuing up, looking to get out on track first, jockeying around for some track position. A little bit easier for the TCRs and the GT4s due to them not having so many runners compared to when we see GT3 Pro and AM, both classes taking to the track at the end of qualifying. And we see the Prismatic team there, so we haven't spoken about. Yeah, they've got Light Excite undertaking qualifying for them. They should be on for a good result here, looking for one home race. Of course, up against fellow Americans, Hayden Robinette of Driveline and also Ryan Chevalier at FTR. Those two teams are currently 6th and 4th in class respectively. It's looking like qualifying may be done, and just to say that Stadler's for Brabham eSports has just gone ever so slightly quicker again, dipping a little bit further inside that 129s with a 129.3, so some 600ths of a second quicker than his previous best, but fine margins once again. And qualifying looking like things are done and dusted. The drivers have almost reached their peak halfway through qualifying, Paul, and do you think that's down to the increasing track temperature?
Oh, most definitely. I think with the heat building on the circuit now is the case, it's becoming harder and harder to deliver those multiple consistent qualifying laps, and it really is, you've got to give it all in one lap and just hope your best is enough and you don't make a mistake, and that's exactly what Harold Stadler's gone for. He's delivered an improved lap, and it's just put everybody else out of reach as he makes his way now back to what will be the pit lane, I presume. In fact, no, he's going to go to the timeline here. I think he feels he's on an even fast lap, and he has been improving, but as he comes on around right now on his final lap here, we'll see as he runs a little bit wide, coming out of the final corner of turn 11. He comes to that timing line, and what will it be as he comes on through? It's an improvement. A 9,360 improves by 1,000th. Well, that 1,000th won't mean too much in terms of qualifying on pole. He had that anyway, but I think he'll be very pleased with that, and that's the turn of the GT4s.
Being led away by backmarker Racing Orange. They've got Martin Pearson undertaking qualifying for them. Returning in the Porsche Cayman, this team. They ran it, of course, last season. As all the teams did, it was the lone choice in GT4. Had some absolutely brilliant battles with Paul Busby last season, who, there he is, tried to change the team, so he was driving for Total Sports and then across to FTR Esports, and well, I know he's definitely been dicing during the week with trying to get some practice in and trying to find improvements out there. He was one of the drivers I spoke to and touched on some of the other ones that I managed to have a catch up with earlier in the week, and saying that traffic management is so crucial. It's a little bit reminiscent of the first round at Brands Hatch. Two very similar style circuits in some ways, aren't they, Paul? It's its track width and the length of the straights on them.
Oh, indeed. I must admit, Tim, Brands Hatch being my favourite circuit. I live very close to Brands Hatch, and I always think of Laguna Seca as the American equivalent of Brands Hatch. It may not be in the Garden of America, although it's in the wonderful fields of Monterey County, but it is the case around here. You can overtake, but it's so difficult and it's so tight around here that you really do need to follow closely behind the driver in front of you. You need to be within a couple attempts at most in order to be able to affect the pass, and you've got to be brave on the brakes, and therefore in these GT4s it will be the case that for, in particular, Martin Pearson, the backmarker Racing Orange car, that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, it's not quite the fast car on the straights compared to those Aston Martins, but he will have the advantage through the corners. And will Pearson be able to use that here in qualifying to get himself ahead, or will it be the case that he then has to contend with trying to use strategy to outwit the Aston Martins, which are the faster cars on the straight? And we see Daniel Murphy in particular for Deutsche Payment Def Omen making his way towards the end of a lap. He's going through turn number 10 right now and heading towards the final corner. This is looking a very fast opening lap from the Deutsche Payment driver as he rolls his way on through, and now only the final straight separates him from putting a time on the board. And what will it be as he comes to line here, all guns blazing with that V8 Vantage? He makes his way across, and it's going to be for our first GT4 lap. It'll be a 1:27.844, and quite interestingly there, Tim, not too much faster compared to a TCR lap here, only by 1.5 seconds.
It's something we experienced last season, a little bit, where we had obviously Porsche Cup and GT4, and where there was at times a little, not a massive amount of a gap between the pair of them. However, with the GT4s, they tend to be, compared to the TCRs, GT4s are quicker in a straight line, whereas the TCRs are quicker in the corners. Overall, across the lap, as you're seeing from the lap times, GT4s are quicker, but does make things a little bit treacherous when it comes to lapping traffic, and I'm sure we're going to experience that as we delve deeply into the 4 hours of racing that we have for you here today. And who is going to come out on pole in GT4? That is what we're looking towards right now. Let's move, as you said, making waves. However, I mean, pole taken away from him by his fellow countryman. That's Sven Dummel of Hugh Jass. In the other Aston Martin, we have got, just looking up through the list, it's all Aston's, bar the back marker Racing Orange, just a lone Porsche within the class. Of course, the Aston, new to iRacing, not quite the newest of the GT4s since we've had the Mercedes AMG GT. However, both cars have exactly the same engine, don't they, Paul? Both powered by Mercedes V8 grunt and rumble, and that lovely 50 cal soundtrack that they provide.
Well, indeed, it's an absolute pleasure when you're driving one of these things. It just rumbles. That V8 really takes the words right out your mouth as you're driving along there. And of course, saying that not everybody may know the fact it is a Mercedes power plant under the hood there rather than Aston Martin powered up power plant. But as they roll on through right now, drivers will be enjoying the rhythm and the sound of the engine, but also focusing on delivering, as we do see there Yannis Ulbert from Brabham Esports Blue making his way through Rainy and into turn 10. Very smooth run there through those two corners, and now coming up towards turn 11 and nailing that braking zone for the final hairpin smoothly, but taking a huge chunk out of the apex curve. They're not unsettling the car this time as he comes to timeline, and will it be? He's currently P7 in the class. We'll get an updated timing shortly. Doesn't look as though he's actually been able to improve there, as we do see Daniel Taylor here for Orbit Motorsport Venus coming towards the end of a lap right now. Currently down in P9, quite a way off the pace, but he's on an out lap, to be fair, and he'll be going on to another flying lap very shortly, and not long left in this qualifying section for our GT4s. They're just about the halfway point now, so now they've got to deliver as track temperature continues to climb. But looking at the timings right now, it does look as though our top three are in a little bit of their own. So it's Move, Boosby and Demel, all there separated by only 2 tenths of a second. It's looking very close to pole position.
Got qualifying well underway, and just keeping an eye on that track temperature, creeping up again, 36 degrees Celsius. A real fight at the top of GT4 between Deutsche Payment, Effect and Hujas. There's Hujas just displace Effect there to head up onto the front row of the grid. Incredibly close at times between only 4 tenths of a second separating the three of them, and 200ths of a second. That's right, that's the amount of measurement we're working with here in GT4. 200ths of a second separating our top two, Deutsche Payment and Hujas, in that fight for pole position. And who is going to come out on top? Well, not too long left to find out, just approaching halfway through GT4 qualifying. Still plenty of chance for us drivers to improve, as RD, they're coming around to complete a lap, as there we see that marker Racing Orange heading through that notorious corner. There is the corkscrew, as mentioned earlier, dropping from the turning point all the way down to where he is now, some 10 stories in such a short space of track. Just in fact, between the two apexes to the left, right, the initial part of the corkscrew, you drop 5.5 stories just in that part, and that's not going to be an improvement. That's definitely a unique way to enter the pits there, Paul. I don't think I've seen that one. I've seen many things, but not that one.
Oh, most definitely. That is not the way I think you want to be doing it in the race, but still, it's good to experiment with different approaches when you've got the qualifying session underway. But I do think that Marker Racing may not want to do that again, because that was definitely near the mark. But again, that might be just a sign of how much they're having to push at the moment. Indeed, how much all of our drivers out there are having to push in this qualifying session, because again, qualifying being so critical to race success here at Laguna Seca. They'll want to squeeze every little bit they can out of it, but of course that leaves our drivers prone to going beyond the limits and sometimes getting it very wrong, as we see there parking into the pits. That is the Effect eSports car that's jumped back to the pit and now making their way out of the final corner. We do have the number 249 car rolling on through here, as driven by Munoz, who's coming to the end, although taking a lot of runoff area there. And now with only moments to go, with just 5 minutes, we can see we do have coming roaring on down the RD SimSport machine, looking very menacing here in the 258 car, but currently only P5 for Brandt.
Across the line, as we're going to see any improvement from that. Definitely it's going to be much from them, and a few drivers electing to soar in TCR, pop into the pits and go again for fresh tyres and have another bite at the apple. There's an improvement there from Taylor. It's improving on time, not changing positions for Orbit Motorsport Venus of the Aston Martin teams. That's littering GT4, you could say. They now stand some 4 tenths off the car in front of them, which is D-Line. Tyler Landberg, who of course we saw last season in Porsche Cup. There's the 49 Motorsports Magenta machine. Munoz currently on board for them. Probably 4th in qualifying. 4 tenths behind Effect eSports ahead of them on the timing sheets, but they will be sharing the second row as things stand at the moment, looking to expand time-wise over the cars behind them, which is incredibly close between RD and Vulcan. To British teams. Just coming through the final corner, just hoping to hook it all up, launch the car out, keep it on as straight a line as possible. Now we're going to see an improvement on time. Let's take a little look as the timing sheets update. No, goes slower by 0.06 of a second, so no improvement there for 49 Motorsport. And we're starting to see a bit of a recurring theme here, as we do often see this championship, where we saw quite the earlier parts of the day, and wow, just caught an eye on that track temperature up again. I mean, we started the session qualifying at 32 degrees Celsius, already up to 37 degrees, as the heat and from the sun bearing down here in Monterey.
Oh, indeed, Tim. And as we see here is the case, Brandon Blakesley making his way on through for Vulcan Sim Racing. It is the case where our drivers are continuing to improve here, but you can just see the cars now getting a little bit more loose through the corners. That's why drivers are pushing, but the tyres are not providing as much grip as perhaps they would like anymore. With those temperatures becoming so high, the tyre starts to slide into the corners, and we can see there Daniel Munoz for 49 Motorsports rolling away on through in the corkscrew and now down through Rainy Curve and right on the limit. But of course, when the car's like this, when it's sliding about on the circuit, it's not sliding as if it's on ice. It's just the case those tyres not sticking as much as the driver would like, and some drivers do prefer that. They prefer a loose car, and particularly Aston Martin, which typically is a bit of a car known for understeer, the engine being in the front, the power being delivered at the rear, so that weight is towards the front of the car, but that rear end just coming around a little bit more aggressively can help a driver on their lap time. As we see, Munoz improves to a 27.560, putting him now just shy of a tenth off of Busby in P3 there. And well, meanwhile, the battle for pole position between the two German drivers of Daniel Muth and Sven Demmel is continuing, but it is the case that right now the Deutsche Payment Def Omen driver here of Muth is currently 1.5 tenths faster, but that advantage could disappear at any moment, and they've still got just 3 minutes of their qualifying session to go in the GT4 class. I think it will be the case that Deutsche Payment will feel as though they've got the job done here, in the fact they're not improving at the moment, and Demmel's not improving either. As we do see the huge Jazz driver making their way out of the final corner, getting it very wrong, in fact, coming out the final corner. They're taking a bit too much curb and lifting the rear left wheel in particular, but they're going on to another lap now. But what do you reckon, Tim? Do you think it will be Deutsche Payment on pole, or will it be huge ass on pole in the GT4 class?
Well, looking at it, Paul, if history's taught us anything within this league, and where teams don't historically tend to improve their lap time to the last stage of qualifying, I think we're going to see this remain pretty much as it is. However, you never know in this league, and that is why we love it. Fans, drivers alike, and even the commentary team as well. We absolutely love this league here at Total Sim Sports. As wow, full commitment there from Pearson of Backmarker Racing Orange in the Porsche. So slim and dainty compared to the chunky wideness that is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And onto the brakes into turn 11. And there is the 2-minute warning from race control to the drivers. That is all the left of GT4 qualifying. And last chance here to try and haul your car up a place or two on the starting grid. So he comes down to race into turn 2, as Paul mentioned earlier. Officially turn 2 due to the kink just before it being classed as turn 1. That's due to the motorbikes that visit here, but they have to take it as a corner. It's a similar story at Red Bull Ring on the run up to the Remus, the tight right-hander, which goes uphill a bit, where you have the kink on the left-hand side. That's actually classified as turn 2. Again, these are the motorbikes. They have to take it as a corner, as Pearson lifting out there, just trying to back out of this one and trying to find himself with a bit of space out on track to really go full committal. He will get one more lap in after this one, and just trying to cool off those tyres. As there goes RD Simsport across the line. Any improvement from them? No, they go fractionally slower. I say fractionally, some 7 tenths slower for Brandt, who's currently at the helm for them. And just having a bit of a look around. Hugh Jazz have had a good sector 3 improvement for them. Looking up everywhere else, I don't think there's too many major improvements going wrong as the Hugh Jazz head down through the corkscrew. It's almost a little bit clumsy from that camera angle, because sure, it really isn't. The car flicks right and then left, launches across the curbs. As we head through turn 10, plenty of camber to hook the car around, and then down into 11, which comes at you so quickly. It's going to be harder to judge into racing conditions when we've got plenty of traffic coming through. Car's going to be on the left and the right side of the track, as no improvement from Deutsche Payment. Drivers have to the end of this lap, and that'll be qualifying done and dusted for GT4. You see RD Simsport, they're running out their lap. Not sure if there's going to be an improvement for them. It's going to take a big final sector from Brandt. As we see in the background there's another one of the GT4s. Didn't quite catch who that was. And what can Brandt do for RD? I don't think this is going to be an improvement. Oh, it is. I tell a lie. What a final sector to move up into 5th and displace Vulcan down to 6th. Great final last lap there for Callum Brandt. And now we've got the GT3s. They are out. Pro-Am. And this is going to be a bit more of a trickier affair. Many more cars out on track here, Paul, and trying to find that gap in traffic to get your lap in.
Oh, indeed. And the thing is, with the GT3 lap in particular, so we talked about earlier the fact the TCR and the GT4 lap only really separate. You can see there on the left-hand side, separated by at most about 2.8 seconds. Now you're going to see these GT3 laps will be coming in closer to 1 minute 20, and the lap will be much faster, particularly in the run between corners, such as we watch here. It's the case that James Armstrong from Brabham eSports making his way up towards the final corner and rolling on in it. It'd be great if we could get the onboard of this lap, because it's going to be very fast in that BMW M4 as he comes charging out the final corner. But it's all about now getting yourself the space on circuit and giving yourself at least about 2 seconds as we ride on board the nose as he charges through the Kinker 1 and down to the Andretti hairpin of 2, braking there at the 3 marker, effectively 150 meters and rolling the car through, taking a bit of a V shape there to get that second apex before charging up towards turn 3. We stay with him all the way through here. Nice late apex. Understeer's a little bit wider. In fact, those tyres not up to temperature, interestingly enough. Now into 4. Just a lift off the throttle there. Dab of the brake if he needs it to rotate the car before charging up towards turn 5. Getting ready for the first of one of the hard camber corners here as he brakes just after the free ball, braking about 120 meters, rolling the car through left-hander and getting on that throttle nice and early, using it to spit the car out and charging up towards turn 6. Dab of the brake here at the 2 board, 100 meters, and then chucking the car into the dip in the depression in the road. We're now heading up the Rahul straight towards the corkscrew here, through the Kinker 7, and then braking at that freeboard 150 meters from the blind summit that is the corkscrew, and straight lining down the hill before coming in towards Rainy Curve here. Turn number 9, you want to go as late as possible, dab the brakes to lift the rear up, and as he does, perfectly done there by Armstrong. Now bringing the car to left into turn number 10. Got to be on the brakes once again, that 2 board, the 100 meter board, and now braking into the final corner, braking at 125 meters, coming all the way down the gearbox to first gear for some cars, second gear there, and now charging to the timing line. A very fast lap for James Armstrong, and as he comes to the line, it'll be the first lap. It wasn't perfect, a bit of understeer in turn number 3, but he sets a marker of a 1:19.936, and well, how will it be matched by everyone? We'll have to wait and see. For that BMW M4 looking very hooked up here, but I do wonder whether we could see the Lamborghinis come on quite strong as well, and the Porsches, given this is a handling circuit, not a straight line speed circuit, and all the Porsches in particular do very well at handling circuits. We see Brabham eSports off there, and now we're riding on board with Harry Foster here. But what a fast lap, wouldn't you agree, Tim? Literally on edge all the way through.
It is, and that's what it takes around here. It's full commitment and bags of it from Armstrong as with Atlantic Motorsports on the Lamborghinis. It's the only of the GT3s that we've got out here with the V10. The rest are made up of predominantly V8s from the BMWs and the Ferraris, and then of course the iconic flat 6 that is in the Porsche 911. Real mixture of GT3s that we've got, all the 4 available options to the drivers being utilised, and comes around the final corner. Foster, long run down to turn 1, trying to aim for that little bit of the wall there, shortest line possible. But there you go, that's good enough for second place there. Reckon lap of 1:20.01. It's just over a tenth, so just under a tenth even. Slower than the current pole time set by Armstrong and Brabham eSports as Boscher Williams, the back marker racing yellow, goes third. Cracking lap for him. I was chatting to Seb early in the week and telling me how he's been really struggling with COVID, and as much as he loves this league, and there you go, bit of snap oversteer as he came onto the brakes there, Paul, and set careering into the barriers.
Oh, indeed, and that just shows you how much on the limit he was expecting the car to work there under braking, and that stuff oversteer just coming in at an unfortunate time. And that's the thing with these GT3 cars, with the amount of aero they do have on them, you do want to push them as much as possible. As we see there, it's the case Blake Townend from RD Simsport out braking himself into the corkscrew and having to back off completely. And well, that was almost into the tyre barrier. They caught the car very well, but he's having to drive on such an edge here. And that opening provisional pole lap by Bradman Esports is James Armstrong, that 119.936, that's a phenomenal lap. And keep in mind, he got it wrong at turn 3. It's only a minor mistake, a tiny bit of understeer, but that's at least at 1.5 tenths still on the lap. I wonder if anybody else in the class is going to hit a 119 at this rate, because track temperature keeps on going up, and that right out the box, out the gate to set a 190, that is a ferocious lap as he charges on through.
Do have to wonder, don't you? However, I know Armstrong, he's on a quicker lap again. There's new purple sectors popping in left, right, and centre. Sectors 1, 2, 3. Sector 4, only a personal best on there. And let's see how. Be interesting to see how he gets on. Out the final corner, a little bit of a bump across the curve there. Now the race to the start-finish line. What is he going to do? Surely this is going to be an improvement here. And there you go. Wow, what an improvement. By 7/10 of a second. I mean, Paul, you were saying the track temperature going up. Surely we're not going to see anyone go quicker than a 119.9. And all of a sudden, Armstrong just pops that one in to completely disprove your theory wrong there in spectacular style.
Oh, indeed, Tim. I'm having to gather my jaw up off the floor. That was an absolutely fantastic lap. And I mean, he must have had a bit less fuel in the car, perhaps, compared to the first lap he set. But at the same time, to put that in, and well, and the fact he didn't go purple in subsector 4 either shows there's even more time out. And I'm just looking down the board here. What is the fastest time in subsector 4? I think there's at least another 10th out there. Could we even see a 118.9 at this rate?
I believe it was Backmarker Racing Yellow in the Lamborghini who managed to set the purple sector in sector 4. And yeah, this, like you say, based on that, there is still time. It's currently on board with said team. Or maybe based on their driver name, that should be Seb team. There's Bosch and Williams trying to get onto the front row. You can hear the gearbox just cracking away there. Bit of pops and bangs from the exhaust on the overrun. You hear these cars in real life, you can really hear the banging as the cars flat shift up and so gracefully compared to Armstrong in the BMW of Brabham. It's at the final corner. We're going to see an improvement. Well, it's an improvement in time, but not good enough to move up a row. Only 0.05 of a second separating Atlantic and marker. As Alpine Stars having a best of qualifying that they probably would have hoped for. Well, I say that. So again, it's clearly trying to be disproving the commentators. They just casually pop it into third. That's Michael there, the American. Another of Americans in the field, hoping for a great race. His home venue. And heading through now. This is going to be potentially an even faster time once again. Standing down into AM. I mean, the top of the AM runners, they're denoted by blue. You'll see them currently in 7th, 13th, 14th, 16th and 17th, and headed up by Track Limit Racing Simon Ball. Leading the way for them in the 911. Board with Stage 1 Racing Green, and another of the Porsches in AM. Popular car. 13th for now. They did go quicker, but their time was deleted. I mean, it is easy around here, isn't it, Paul? Just to pick up an off track, just to dip a wheel off the race, off the other side of the white lines, which incurs a time deletion.
Oh, indeed it is, Tim, because the thing is, around a number of these corners here, and ladies and gentlemen, for context, when you see those red markers on the inside of the corners, on those apexes, those are what we refer to as sausage curbs normally. You hit one of those for a time, it will launch the car as we see that. Oh, goodness me. It's the case that Max Werder, they're getting it a bit wrong, coming through turn number 6 into the wall, just missing his apex by the smallest of margins, coming through the corner and having to jump back to the pit. But the point being, if you miss an apex or hit one of those sausage curbs, it's going to launch the car and send the car beyond the limits. Alternatively, when you're trying to push, you need to use those exit curves on the outside of the circuit to widen the exit of the corner to get that 1 to 2 mile an hour extra exit speed, but go beyond those too much, you end up invalidating the lap through track limits as well. So it all adds up, and as they come charging on around right now, that'll be on the minds of our drivers as well. It's always as if in the end you get afraid of running around this circuit for the simple reason you dip a toe in the wrong place and you end up invalidating a lap. But of course, being on the limit is where the lap time is, as we now ride on board with Sakani Endurance Motorsports. Simone Garou, as the Italian driver here makes his way through turn 10 and up towards 11, and as they do, it is the case that right now they're charging on through here in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, currently the slowest of our GT3 drivers in the overall, plus also the AM class here. But what is quite interesting in all of this is the majority of our AMs are actually towards the back of the GT3 qualifying field, which we typically expect, and then it's the case that Track Limit Racing's Simon Bull in the Porsche GT3 911 just seems to be bucking the trend there up in P7, but it does look as though Turvey van der Broek, the Stage 1 Racing Green, is also trying to buck the trend in P11 there, P2 in the class. And I do have to ask you, Tim, when you're running that GT3 AM class, when you've got only a limited number of AMs and there's a lot of pros here, putting as many pros between yourself and the next driver behind is the goal, surely?
Most certainly is. You need track position, but it's incredibly close times there right now. I mean, it's only some, 8 tenths of a second that separates Van der Broek of Stage 1 Green and Track Limit Racing, top 2 currently in AM. Third place at the moment is a Gibson of Prismatic. Maybe expecting a bit more from Gibson. She might be a bit disappointed with 14th overall in GT3 right now, but it is good enough for third in class. Currently just on board with Sakanya. They'll be looking to move themselves up. Currently sitting bottom of the pile in GT3. As they come across the line, what sort of lap time can they set? Previous best was 121.5. Go 3 tenths quicker. Up into 13th overall in GT3. Lamborghini, the Italian team. Of course, they had to run Italian machinery, and I know they're a fan of the Lamborghini. That's why they're running it here at Laguna Seca and have done all season. Great lap from them as Alpine Stars. They've just popped in a quicker lap. They've moved up into second, displacing Atlantic from the front row of the grid. BMW lockout on the first row. Lamborghini lockout on the second row. And of course, BMW and Lamborghini, they're sharing the third row. And the highest Porsche is, well, it's the AM driver in 7th. Track Limit Racing, the highest Ferrari. We've only got 2 of them. One of them pro team, 1 AM team. That's JD Sim Racing. They're currently halfway round there. 8th lap in qualifying in Track Limit Racing. The other of the Ferraris in the field. In AM, currently 17th right now. It's Contos. Had a great season last time as Stage 1 Senior just get themselves up into 9th there, but Contos had a cracking season last time for GD in GT4. I must say, gripping battles with both Busby and Pearson, who've remained in GT4. It's traded up into GT3, so he allows one of the, there we go, it's the Alpine Stars who are on a flying lap. Michael coming careering through there. As he takes as much of the curb on the exit as he dares. Let's see what sort of lap time this is going to be. Hunting down the 119.2, and there's no improvement. Still holding that onto that. He is into the pits, and having a look at the clock, we are nearly done and dusted here, Paul. Not too sure where the time's gone, and I'm not sure about you. I can't see really any improvements going on out there.
No, I would agree with you, Tim. It is the case that right now I think a lot of drivers are putting together very strong individual sectors, but I don't think anybody's been able to nail what James Armstrong has, which is to put it all together over a single lap. And that's the thing with Laguna Seca as well in qualifying. It's such a difficult lap to put together. I mean, they always say in qualifying the fastest lap will be the one with the best combined sectors. That's an obvious and a given, but it really is the case here. You need to fit the puzzle of those 5 subsectors together, and if you can do so, it's just a huge difference in the lap time there. Because you can see the battle for P2 overall in the GT3 class is separated by only what is less than 0.04 of a second between Peacock and Townsend. But meanwhile, it's the case that pole position is just out there by 7 tenths, and that is the delta and the margins. And look how close it is from P2 all the way down to what is P12 there. We've got 11 drivers separated by a second, if that, and that shows you how much anyone is trying to go after that fast lap as the checker flag is out, and now we'll have to wait and see if anybody is able to put in those last minute improvements, but I'm not seeing anybody light up the timing screens right now, as we do see that Stereo Contos from JD Sim Racing 76 coming across the line. He does improve to a 21.246 in the end, putting in P16, but not an improvement in position overall in the class. And as they roll their way on through right now, we're now on board with Patrick Gannon from RPM Racing. He's coming into the pits. He's decided he's had enough and he's not going to improve anymore. Very tight pit entry there as well. And now we've got, where's Garrett De Alessandro here from FTR Esports GT3 coming on in to the end of his lap. And what's he able to achieve here as he comes roaring across the line? It's going to be for the BMW M4 driver. What looks to be not an improvement lap in the end, as we've got somebody off here. I think this is Roxy Gibson from Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. And I don't think anybody else improving, Tim.
Atlantic heading through the corkscrew. Nice little lift off there, just trying to get the car turn in. Turn 10. So turn 9 even. There's turn 10, here comes 11. And Foster has gone green in sectors 1, 2 and 3. No improvement in sector 4. You can see them move up a position or even a row. In the Lamborghini, BMW locking out the front row while they were. There's Atlantic Motorsports sticking on the front row at the depth of qualifying. A cracking lap from Foster there to split up the trio of BMWs that are locked out of the top 3 positions. But wow, what was a reversal? BMW were looking out the top row initially. Then it was Lamborghini on the second row with the 2 manufacturers sharing the third row. That's flipped around. We've got them sharing the first row, BMW on the second row, Lamborghini on the third. Of course, you're still your top Porsche. Here's the GT3 AM team of Track Limit Racing. They still remain in 7th. An astounding qualifying for them. Almost as good as Road Atlanta last season when we had a GT3 AM on the front row of the grid. That was the 11 Temps team in the Porsche 911. Nice qualifying done and dusted. And now we get ready for what is going to be 4 hours of excitement, drama, and unknown. As here is your grid here for the 4 hours of Laguna Seca and the Sim 3D GC Trophy by FTR Events. Armstrong taking the pole for Jack Brabham Esports with Atlantic Motorsport right at the depth there. The final lap, getting the Lamborghini onto the front row. Then we've got Alpine Stars and RD Simsport sharing the second row for BMW. The third row is Marco Racing Yellow and RPM in the Lamborghinis. We've got the first of the GT3 AMs. It is Track Limit Racing. They've got FTR Esports for company with them on the 6th row of the grid. Sorry, the 4th row of the grid even. Rally top 10 is Prismatic. Another one of the AM teams. Cracking lap there from Gibson. They've got their sister team of Prismatic, Athena, joining them on the 5th row of the grid. Stage 1 Senior, they've got 49 Motorsports with them on the 6th row. And then it's Stage 1 Racing with Sakanya on the 7th row. Let's round out GT3 is Stage 1 Green and JD Sim Racing. Stage 1 locking out on these last 3 rows, the left-hand side of the grid there. And then it's down into GT4s, where's Deutsche Payment. They're sharing the front row with Huge Ass. The 2 German teams there locking out that one. Effect Esports, they are sharing with 49 Motorsports in the second row of GC4. Then it's RD Simsport and Vulcan Sim Racing on the 3rd row of the grid. Then it's our lone Porsche Cayman in GC4. Backmarker Racing Orange, they've got Brabham Esports alongside them for company. So, watching their road down as our D-line. They are in 26 with Brabham and Orbit Motorsports. Then with FTR on the last row of the grid in GC4. Let's move down into TCRs. Well, you've got Brabham Esports. They're on the front row with RD Sim Sports. And then we've got the sister RD Sim Sports team, RD Sim Sport 2, just behind them. Third on the grid on the second row. There alongside FTR Esports. Chevalier hoping to make improvements in his home race here today. Orbit Motorsport Mars, they've got Driveline SimSport with them on the 3rd row in TCR. Before we round things out with Sim Party Racing and Prismatic Academy running out, not only the TCR field, but also the whole grid now. We'll start to see the drivers that are moving away. You might have caught that one in the background there, leaving a gap between each of the car classes, so they don't start tripping up over one another as we race down to turn, well, what would normally be turn 1, but turn 2 officially here at Laguna Seca for the first time, the Andretti hairpin. And then that is where the fun, the drama, and excitement begins in its absolute droves. Not for one, Paul. I can't wait for this one to begin.
Oh, me neither, Tim. It's going to be the case. It's going to be fast and furious, and we're only minutes away, if that, from going racing. And that run down to the Andretti hairpin on the opening lap, I'm sure we are going to see a few bumpers scrape against one another and a few doors also go door-to-door action. But it will be the case that then we'll have to see whether our drivers settle down early or whether more battles occur over the opening few corners. But it's going to be an interesting one, as now our drivers are making their way out of the corkscrew. At least the GT3s are, as the GT4s coming through, and we are only waiting about 2 more corners to go before our GT3s take us racing.
Here we go through the final corner, side by side of Brabham and Atlantic share in the front row. Let's get ready to go racing at Laguna Seca as we are green, green, green for 4 hours of racing, and everyone just orderly down to turn 1 as we see one of the BMWs having a little jump to the inside there. That was RD Simsport. It's having to back it out of it there. There's backmarker Racing Yellow, Lamborghini just holding on to that one. They've already made their way past them as RD weren't able to displace them and nick that place back, as we've got GT4 getting away. The rumble of thunder from those V8s in the Aston Martins, and then the zing of that Porsche Cayman just in the midfield there. As everyone just, wow, what a move right around the outside, runs it in incredibly deep there from Effect. That's Busby's going to lose a bit of a place as they all compact up behind as the TCRs get away. And wow, we normally get to expect from touring car racing, a bit of argy-bargy, rubbing door panels, but none of that here. They know they've got an endurance race to ensue. As at the sharp end, Brabham lead the way here, and already 1 lap nearly completed out of what is going to be hundreds here. As Foster of Atlantic still remains in second, Alpine Star still third, backmarker Yellow, they've managed to get up to 4th, RD dropping down to 5th, and RPM and FTR, they're up a place into 7th, with the AM team of Track Limit Racing just dropping 1 place. Prismatic still remaining as they were, likewise the other Prismatic team, Athena. And then we've got Stage 1, so 49 Motorsports and Stage 1 Senior GT swapping places over 11th. That's them further down the field. And then the rest of AM remaining as well. Apologies, no, Stage 1 Green. They have dropped 2 places over the lap to JD Sim Racing and Track Limit in the AM team. The 2 Ferraris getting past the Porsche. So there is the Prismatic Maneuver team. You see the Athena team, sister car just behind them. Different, the AM team leading the pros here in these early stages. As Maneuver look to get ahead and chase down the leader in AM, which is Track Limit as well. Down into GT4, and some more gaps starting to emerge here, Paul. Deutsche Payment getting away. They've already got a second advantage over second place Hughes House, who've got a second advantage themselves over Effect. And that then begins a bit of a trend, including Vulcan. So 49 Motorsport, Vulcan, RD Simsport all involved. That 4-way battle for third currently.
Oh, indeed, and boy, it has been an absolutely cracking start to this race, Tim, and you've said it, well, regardless of classes, we get a replay here of the GT4s that starts. They made their way into turn number 3, and it was against the backmarker Racing orange driver there, having to slam on the brakes of the wayward Aston Martin, but being given a knock on the rear there by one of the drivers coming up behind, and that's the unfortunate thing with regards to the open lap, given how tight our drivers are. But the backmarker Racing orange team seriously inconvenienced there, and now they are right bunched up within the TCR GTR class, we return to live pictures and going on to this battle really for P3 in the GT4 class. This shows you how close our GT4s are met with one another with regards to their pace, although with the fact that our leader in the class, the Deutsche Payment Def Omen driver Daniel Muth, and also Sven Demel from Hujas in P2, they can just start to focus on their strategies for the time being, as meanwhile we look back to the GT3 class here, particularly Harry Foster of Atlantic Motorsport, and it is a similar situation here where he's really right now leading the rest of the pack as they've already fallen 3.7 seconds behind Armstrong, but you can see behind here people looking very close, or sorry, Michael I should say, as they make their way out to turn 10 and up towards 11, and I do wonder whether the BMW driver here is feeling an itch to remove. He's looking very aggressive as he comes out the final corner, and you can see as they come charged on through. In fact, our time screen's updated there. The gap between the leader and P2 is 1.6, not 3.6 seconds, as they roar over the crest and down towards turn 2 once again. Behind Boscher, Williams, also Townsend, they're all bunching up together in this long run, and Foster going a little bit deep under braking into the Andretti hairpin, really struggling at this early point in the race, and I think just trying to settle into a rhythm here, and that rhythm is so important in terms of nailing that lap time. Runs wide again out of turn 3, and it's a move here for Boscher, Williams almost into turn number 4, but he doesn't quite pull it off in the end, but he makes a look for the move, but he'll lose some momentum now as they make their way out towards turn 5, and it's the case we do have going up the inside here, the RD Sim Sport machine going for the move, and it's the case the BMW driver there, Altana coming on through to take that P4, seizing on the opportunity and getting it wrong at one corner here costs you so much time, and that's the case. Can the RD Simsport driver of Blake Townend make his way all the way up into P3? He's chasing after what is Evan Peichel there, and it does look as though the Alpine Stars geodesic racing driver caught between a rock and a hard place, doesn't seem to be able to find a way past Foster, but at the same time has to be wary of the fact that he does have that Lamborghini growing close behind him as they come up behind some GT4 traffic already, Tim.
It's where it gets interesting now, Paul, because it's a short circuit. They're going to encourage traffic a lot here today, and as they're already up onto the GT4, so they've already cleared the TCRs. And interestingly, just watching them as you were talking us through those last laps, the way that drivers are having almost tunnel vision, all running wide as the first driver runs wide. Oh, replay here. So we've got Orbit coming through. Wow, so caught the gravel on the inside, and just wow. Get your cigarette papers out, people, because that was incredibly close there. Almost tagging. I didn't quite catch who was coming through. I think it might have been RD Simspot. As a see effect, they've dropped a couple of places as well in GT4. They were currently in third, but they've dropped behind 49 and Vulcan. They would have been hoping for, but there they are. You can see them being harassed and harried by RD Simsport right behind them. I don't know about you, Paul, I can't see any obvious damage on... Actually, no, look at the front left corner. A little bit deceptive from the paintwork there, but there's damage, and that's clearly... They've come into contact. Zoomed in camera angle really showing it off there. So they've had a bit of an incident somewhere out on track with another car, and... Oh, as Spusby slams the door fully shut and has to run in a little bit deep in doing so, but he's going to have the inside line now for the next couple of corners, affecting a whole world of pain. Feeling the pressure right now from RD Simsport, and all while these two are battling, it's not helping either of their causes, because Vulcan ahead of them and 49 Motorsport are both scampering away up the track. And this gap is growing ever further. And in terms of damage, Paul, just how much is that going to be affecting the car? I mean, it only looks like cosmetic. It's all... Come back to that in a second. Let's just see. Oh, second and third, sorry, fourth and fifth place cars. RD Simsport on back marker yellow, just trying to dive their way through the traffic here. That's what we can do first many a times, and that is some of the TCRs that are going past there. Just trying to catch where they are on track. There's another one of them, and you need to be really, really clinical in these types of situations, don't you, Paul, with how you move the car around and how you get past these back markers.
Oh, indeed. And the problem is, so the expectation, to clarify for those of you tuning at home, who has the right of way in the racing here? Well, the answer is both classes a driver do. Whether you're a TCR or a GT3, you have the right to the road as much as the other driver. As we see the battle here down into the hairpin, where it's the GDC racing car. They're having to go very defensive versus the RD Simsport car, and they have to do that because they've got two TCRs in front. But the nice thing here is the TCRs on the outside, on the left-hand side of the road, the camera pans around, so now they're on the right-hand side. It really creates a single lane for the GT3s to come through, and that's what GDC are really relying on here. They're using the traffic to give them that defensive posture. But coming back to the point from earlier, when you're in the faster car, the responsibility is on you to find your way past the slower class of car. So the TCR cars will be told just race sensibly, don't do anything sudden or unexpected, and the GT3s and indeed the GT4s eventually will have to work their way around you, and that's what makes it a bigger challenge when you're in the faster class, in the fact that you've got to be smart, sensible, but you've also got to be quick in passing that traffic, because otherwise you find yourself in a position much like Evan Peichel right now, where you're caught in a lot of traffic. As meanwhile we return to that GT4 battle from earlier, and it's RD Simsport who find their way out the inside of Effect Esports here as they roll through the corkscrew. That a very nice pass from Callum Brandt right out the inside, going into the corkscrew drop, and as they roll the way through Rainy Curve and down towards turn 10, we can see here Paul Busby right on the rear of his rival with that damage to the car which you were talking about earlier, Tim. I'm getting the feeling that Effect Esports right now, particularly Busby, is experiencing some crabbing on the front suspension, and what we mean by that is where the car is not able to point straight under its own momentum. The drivers are actually having to pull the steering wheel slightly at an angle to keep the car pointed, because that front left tyre from the driver's perspective is not quite aligned to the rest of the suspension at the front, and that has caused it hard, and he's losing so much speed on the straights. Through the corners it's not as bad, but down the straights it's really struggling. You can see now as they exit out the Andretti hairpin just how quickly Callum Brandt is able to put a couple of attempts distance here. And the thing is, you may be asking, why isn't it the case that Busby just doesn't come into the pits? Why does he not go for an early pit stop? Well, when you've got 4 hours of racing, and on top of that a pit lane where you lose a huge amount of time in excess of 30 seconds, even with some fast repairs which I think are available, you can't afford to take excess pit stops. If they can get that car to go a little bit deeper into the race before they pit, it'll be to their advantage, or at least that's what Effect Esports reckon. As meanwhile we can see here it is the case. We do have two of our GT4s who are involved in that instant, the corkscrew earlier on, including Yanis Albert from Brammer Esports Blue. They're rolling their way through the Andretti hairpin into turn 3, and they're battling with Daniel Taylor for Orbit Motorsport Venus, and as they come on through, got a Porsche off there by the looks of things. That's why the Prismatic Machines, as they roll their way out of 4, it's going to be a move here for Albert as he makes his way to the inside for the run to turn 5. It's going to be about on the brakes, and it's going to be a straightforward run up the inside, but he's got to make sure he settles the car on apex. He won't want to overextend, and a nice move there, moving him up to P31 overall, P8 in class of the GT4s. But we've got action kicking off left, right and centre already.
Damage there from right, so you could say the damage that Effect are currently having is having maybe a bigger effect than what we first thought. Don't worry, you'll have plenty more of those later, Paul. The lovely dad jokes creeping in there already, and we're only some 15 minutes into 4 hours of racing, but really still hot as the track temperatures, which has creeped up since qualifying. We're now at 42 degrees Celsius track temperature. Ambient still remains. That's only really just crept up a couple of degrees Celsius to 20 from 18 when we first started qualifying, so not affecting too much. Won't affect the power, but the grip available, as mentioned earlier, it's like driving on ice with these hotter track temperatures. And just having a bit of a look as trying to utilize the back markers to get a jump on cars around you, just try and position them in between you into a braking zone to try to extend the gap over the car behind you. But having said that as well, Vulcan, it's one of the GT3s, that was Geodesic, Alpine Stars yesterday, apologies, just sneaking up the inside. BMW GT3 incredibly good over the curbs, so it's really strong point. It's just trying to thread the eye of the needle right now as there comes another one of the Lamborghinis. That is back marker Bosch and Williams at the helm, chasing down Townsend in RD Simsport. See a flash of lights in the background there from another Lamborghinis. That's RPM. Patrick Gannon currently in the car for them, first stint. And oh, that's contact there, Bosch and Williams, and he's gone spinning. Turned in when there's a GT4 there, and it all ends in tears down at the Andretti hairpin. And all that hard work in qualifying and that great race start in the blink of an eyeball is all undone.
Oh, indeed, Tim. And as we take a look back here on the replay, you'll see it's the case of GT4 on the inside, running that inside line, and Bosher Williams then just turns in, expecting that GT4 to have broken more than it would normally to not be there on the corner apex. And I think it's a bit of an assumption too far, and that's going to be something now that will really hurt the back marker Racing Yellow team. But to be fair, it's not that that car's had to be retired or towed to the pits. It's still running, but it may have a bit of damage on it, and now the job has been made harder. As we look here to one of our GT4s, that's number 290 car of Yannis Albert from Brabham eSports Blue, with a bit of damage on the front of the car and just having to scythe their way through a TCR car of what is Hayden Robinette from Driveline Simsport. And this is one of a number of GT4s that's been in the wars already, and well, some drivers having some difficulty, others have been able to keep it clean so far. But just coming back to your point there, Tim, with regards to the weather from earlier, oh goodness me, I'll cut away from that a minute. That's I believe that's one of our Primera eSports drivers who's just had a spin there coming at turn 6. We're trying to see who that was. I think that was the Porsche GT3 going off, and we're taking a look back.
It is. It was the team who'd had a cracking start, Minerva. But just caught the gravel on the outside, and that's what rotated the car around out of control into the... Well, just a light bump there. I think... Oh, no, they've lost a lot of time and track position because of it, but I think they might have got away with that one there, Paul.
Oh, indeed. I think just a brief bump to the wall, and well, that's going to be a shock to the senses. And when you make a mistake like that at turn number 6, that turn 6 corner is an absolute nightmare corner for the simple reason you get it wrong, and then every time you go through there afterwards, you're just fearful of the fact, well, if you get it wrong another time, I can say that from my own personal experience, it is not a nice corner, turn 6, when you don't manage to hook it up once. And now you can imagine there for Roxy Gibson, in all the case that Roxy's got to go through there for at least another 30 minutes, if not more, before a potential driver change, and every time Gibson's going to be reminded of making that mistake.
So that incident we saw couple of laps ago down at turn 2, the Andretti hairpin between the Lamborghini and back marker Racing Yellow and the Aston Martin GT4 49 Motorsport, that is under investigation by the stewards. The first incident under investigation. I mean, amazing really. We've got nearly 20 minutes of racing. We've only had one. It's just a great start we've had and getaway we've had here at Laguna Seca. One being played out. The drivers have plenty of experience of driving around their compatriots. As we see there, track limit racing in the Ferrari. I was going to say the Lamborghini then. Wrong country, wrong manufacturer. And, well, both of the manufacturers will be heavily disappointed and angry by getting those two mixed up after the historic war of words between Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Lamborghini, where Ferrari called him just a tractor driver, as Lamborghini only used to make tractors back in the day, where Mr. Lamborghini said that he could build a better supercar, unhappy with the finish that Ferraris were currently having, as well, Stage 1 Senior GT just splitting either side round the Aston Martin there in GT4. Well, Clarence left me, jokes to the right, and there they are, a GT4 right in the middle of them. Sicania popping through in the background there, but this is hotting up, and Stage 1 Senior all under pressure from, well, what is the sister team of Stage 1 Racing? There's the Kanya, lovely little move up the inside into the corkscrew. That is brave, bold, ambitious, and it works, Paul.
Oh, indeed, a brilliant move there from Simona Aguru from Zacania Endurance Motorsport. Oh, goodness me, there's contact between them and the number 77 car of Stage 1 Racing Senior GT as they came through turn number 10. And we just take a look back here. I believe we'll be taking a look back at the contact between them as they made the way down. And, well, it was the case. Went for the lunge, saw the space on the inside, but turn 10, lunging from that far back, he's saying you just don't do it, Laguna Seca in the GT3, because it's a camber corner. There's only one line through that unless you're already alongside into the braking zone. And what was looking to be a brilliant charge for Sicania now has been undone by a slight incident, which I think may see the stewards frown upon that one if it is reported. But coming back to the pass up into the corkscrew, I was wondering, Tim, as they made their way through turn number 5 initially, when we saw the two Stage 1 teams going toe-to-toe, who would come out on top with the GT4 between them? It was the senior team, and just how much damage that would do to the rhythm of the Stage 1 racing team, as piloted by the Belgian of David Van Broek. Well, in the end, the damage was done because the pass was made up into the corkscrew by what was the Italian Simon Gru in the Sicania Endurance Motorsport car. But what a brilliant sequence of moves, undone in the end by a bit of contact.
Plus, we haven't really, such as the action be going on between GT4 and GT3. down in TCR as well, there's not been any shortage of action down here. Still pretty much running as they are, but Brabham leading the way. RD Simsport 3 still in second, but for 22 minutes of racing already, still on top of one another, quarter of a second is all that separates the pair of them. As we head up the hill towards the notorious corkscrew. Bit of a tricky one. This is the front-wheel drive nature of the cars. Just wants to push out wide, really unsells them as they launch the car through, especially that long wheelbase that the Hyundai Elantra has, compared to certainly the Audi RS3, just slightly longer. It's down towards the final corner, 10, 11. You see one of the GT4s and also GT3s starting to come through. And this is where it gets tricky for you, Paul, doesn't it? Where you've got the faster traffic coming through in multi-class. You're locked into a battle over the lead in your class. And then all of a sudden, hold tight, here we go, up the inside. And there's going to be, no, they avoid contact. Well, coming flying through was our leader in Brabham eSports. Actually, we've got the three Brabham eSports cars all line astern, GT3, GT4 and TCR. Now we're going to see a bit of team orders and aiding and betting one another to help this pass facilitate. No, we're not. We can't reclaim it. But Ferrier, great move there into the Andretti hairpin on the brakes, saw the gap, said thank you very much, I'll have that, took it with two hands, and now takes control of things here in TCR, Paul.
Oh, indeed, it was a brilliant move, and as they make their way up towards turn 6 now, very interested to see the dynamic of the driving from Neil Ferrier, and the fact he's running very close behind what was Harold Stadler there as they made their way up, and I wonder whether now Stadler will be able to time his pace to the back of Ferrier for the next couple of laps. They were running so closely together, but we did just see an announcement there with regards to that stewarding verdict being reached, regards to the incident involving Backmarker Racing Yellow and 49 Motorsports Magenta. It is the case of drive-through penalty has been given to Backmarker Racing Yellow, so we will be seeing Sebastian Botta Williams come into the pit soon to serve that. Now it's that contact down the Andretti hairpin between the drivers of the two different car classes. But as we now focus on Callum Brown from RD Simsport here, it is the case of the number 258 driver. Well, he still has behind him Effect Esports' Paul Busby. Whilst he may have got ahead of Busby in the wounded Aston Martin, Busby's not giving up here, Tim. He's staying right there in the battle for P4. I think he's finally found a way to get past the issue with the damage.
Funnily enough, you said about this one, Paul. I was just having a bit of a look at them to see what was happened. Obviously, we saw that damage earlier on and how it was hampering him, but definitely finding a way to drive around it. And since getting passed by RD, what looked like relatively easily, hasn't managed to drop off and RD get away like you would have probably expected to, especially if we saw early on. There's a bit of a lunge up the inside there for the RD Simsport BMW GT3 on the FTR touring car as they're trying to get past and get their way onto the podium past RD Simsport 2, who've one of the few TCRs that remained where they started. Flying through there, and one of the cleaner looking cars out there. I'll tell you what, the Brabham eSports Blue GT4, that's been in the wars, hasn't it? I can't spot a pattern. Actually, I think the rear left corner is about the only one that doesn't seem to have some sort of battle damage on it. Side, front, back. Well, actually, maybe even the roof, Paul. I think that's one of the few, but that would be some good hard going to try and get that scraped without retiring the car.
Oh, indeed. I'll agree with you there, Tim. And I think when that car does come into the pits for its first scheduled pit stop, the mechanics are going to be hard at work with hammers trying to buff out all the damage that has been done to the panels on that car. Because as you say, it has been in the wars and then some. And I think for the remainder of this stint behind the wheel of that car, yes, Aubert will just want to avoid any major moments and just keep it clean. As meanwhile, we do jump back to our P9 driver overall, currently running P2 in the GT3 AM class, Simone Garou, as we see this Scania Endurance Motorsport driver driver here, pressing on, makes his way past by the TCRs, and behind him is Bosher Williams to the back marker of Racing Yellow, the GT3 Pro driver, trying to make that recovery drive after the incident at the Andretti hairpin, which they've just passed through. You see a little bit further back there, we've also got Stage 1 Racing's driver there, of what is David Van Slambrook, as we do see one of the two Stage 1 driver outfits there making the way on around, but it is the case that right now Bosher Williams really trying to put pressure on here, and he needs to find his way past the AM driver in front of him as soon as possible. But at the same time, the Sakanya Motorsports have shown they are here to fight, whether it be with the AMs or the pros. They're going to go for it as they roll the way on through, but Bosher Williams getting very close there on the exit of turn 5. He's going to go to the inside here into turn 6. One of them's going to have to give in, and it's not going to be Bosher Williams in the end. Sakanya do back out, and the back marker Racing Yellow driver gains another overall position. His target is to go after Antti Tuominen, the Finnish driver for 49 Motorsports Maroon, who is right now the best part of 16.5 seconds up the road. It is, well, not 16.5, sorry, I'll recalculate, that's 13 seconds up the road. That's a lot of time to be gained, but to be fair, he's shown a lot of pace right now, Bosher Williams, and that last lap at 28.3, where it wasn't a heavily impeded lap, of course, it was the out lap for his drive-through, but still he is recovering fast as we look back to James Armstrong, who conversely, Tim, is having a bit of a quiet race right now, as we see the stewards are investigating that incident between Stage 1 Racing Senior GT and Sakanya Endurance from earlier.
Normally the sort of race that we see from Sean Campbell out of the front. We haven't got him, unfortunately, with us today. But the last time that I was within the championship, I know you picked up kindly from me last time out as a little bit of a excursion out to Le Mans for the 24-hour. If any of you watching at home have never been, fully recommend. Really, really, definitely well worth going, and you get to appreciate the noise that race cars make. It's nothing like what you get in the sim, unfortunately. But as you say, Armstrong, I mean, we've completed some, just coming up to half an hour of the race, an 8th, and he's already got a 13-second advantage in the lead, and this just, it starts to grow and grow from there and there, because he doesn't need to push around traffic where he's trying to clear back markers. He's got a big buffer. He can afford to take his time, be a bit more precise, and ultimately, Paul, that then normally means that that gap actually starts to grow even further, because he doesn't need to take unnecessary risks, I believe.
Oh, indeed. It gives him plenty of options. One of the things that Armstrong can now do, he can work with the team to discuss, right, do we want to extend our opening stint? Do we want to push it a bit more? Manage that gap, and that is the thing that he has the advantage of now. And one of the things that we've seen time and time again, whether it's in sim racing or 30 in real world motorsport, when you're the leader and you've got a sizable gap, you can start to play with it. You can use it to your advantage more and more, and it's something that Armstrong didn't have the opportunity to do last time out at the Nürburgring, particularly in the race on the Nordschleife loop, where it was the case. It was so close between himself and Campbell for so long. They were pushing one another all the way to the finish, whereas now it is the case that Armstrong has so much of a gap. He could hook that gap now to 13 seconds and say, right, we're not going to let it drop below 13 seconds, and decide to take, say, 2 or 3 tenths out of his pace to manage those tyres. It may give him even more longevity and give him more strategy options, and that is the power of being in the lead. Meanwhile, a bit further back there, Foster, who is in P2 by comparison, we see Timothy van der Broek, the Dutch driver, getting it very well at turn 6, but keeps out the wall there. Brilliant car control. That's a good catch. If he doesn't play cricket already, he might want to consider becoming a fielder, because he can definitely catch that car. But as he rolls his way onto the corkscrew here and loses some places, drivers who are in these battles in the midfield in their classes, they don't have that luxury. They've got to drive to a particular pace and push it all the way, and that could hurt their strategy.
As we've seen the prismatic Athena machine there, Brie Widner currently at the helm. Oh, that's a little bit close for comfort. It might have been the camera angle, make it seem even closer than what it really was, but under pressure from the stage 1 green car, which after its excursions off the track is having a bit almost in anger. Likewise, Athena have had their own issues to contend with. So the sister car in Prismatic in GT3, the Minerva machine, so had the best of times, and Prismatic having one that's this early stages that are hoping to improve as the race continues on. Still plenty of racing left. I mentioned only an 8th of the way through here at Laguna Seca. There's another driver that will be looking for a bit of redemption as the race goes on. Effect, who obviously not only remaining on the back of RD and now right onto the back of Vulcan. This is really starting to high up. I mean, just looking at the lap times of the three of them last time around, it was Effect who were the quickest of the three of them. The slowest was Vulcan, hence why that gap has closed right up. Effect 4/10 quicker than Vulcan, and just maybe coming down to where they're catching the traffic. When you're in a pair, GT3s tend to be a little bit more reluctant to push their way through, because when you're following this closely, there's no gap to really zip into like you would do.
Indeed, Tim, and that's the thing that Paul Busby's been doing very well here. He's literally hooked himself to the back of the driver in front of Callum Brandt from RD Simsport and pretty much said wherever Callum goes, he follows through. And the gap has not opened up more than half a second over the course of laps. So that's going to open up a bit there as we see the geodesic racing machine just dives to the inside into Rayleigh Curve. That's very brave, I must say, but they found a way through as Evan Pikel as they make the way up towards turn 11. But again, it all balances out, and now Busby can really close back up to the RD Simsport machine. But coming on to your point there with regards to Brandon Blakesley for Vulcan Sim Racing, those lap times have been dropping away, and I wonder if that's the first sign for our GT4 driver there of the tyres starting to feel the pinch, because that track temperature continues to rise. It's now 44 degrees centigrade with an ambient of only 20 degrees here, and as we look across to Daniel Martin, who is right now in P3 in the TCR class and chasing after Harold Stadler, the Bram eSports hissing Sid driver has dropped away from the leader of Ferrier. That gap has opened up to 1.6 seconds, and Will Martin has putting on the pressure, as is Chevalier behind in P4. Here's the case, we've got a freeway battle for P2 here. I wonder, Tim, whether some drivers are really starting to feel the pain of tyre wear.
Could well be the case, isn't it? I mean, we've got that track temperature up at 44 degrees Celsius. And it's definitely going to only get hotter as we're nearly at midday here. Another hour of the sun being its highest point. It's just running wide there. That was the RD Simsport 2 TCR. Daniel Martin currently at the helm for them. As we're seeing, wow, two drivers that will not leave each other alone. It's battle for fourth, RD Simsport and Effect. They have a lot dropped a bit of time. After we mentioned about Vulcan, how you were saying, Paul, you were just watching those times drop away. They have just banged in all of a sudden a 128.78, which is only 3/10 slower than their fastest. As what's the replay here of Prismatic in the TCR running wide and keeping hold of it, and off they go again. Not too much time lost there, Paul.
No, just taking a bit too much of the apex at turn 11, just launching the car off the circuit. But to be fair, those TCRs very heavy on that front end, so when the car is chucked wide by one of those sausage curves, it's quite easy to get it back under control, just a little bit of brake management. And to be fair, Lilac there not losing too much as we now look back 20 moments ago, and this was the huge-ass machine being, oh, goodness me, getting it wrong there in the run into turn number 3, just taking a bit too much of the entry curve there, and the rear left tyre in particular going out onto the sand, and then having to reverse off circuit. I think trying to find the reverse gear in a bit of a panic there with everybody coming on through, and that is a painful experience where you get it wrong at turn 3, you've got to wait for so many cars to come through because you can see that line, but in the end, well, Huge Ass have lost out massively, and Sven Demel there will be absolutely kicking himself after what was a good run of pace, now losing out and dropping down to P5 in the class from P2.
Not what they would have hoped for. She mentioned, as you say, it's promoted obviously Vulcan and RD Simsport up on to the podium, but not if Effect can do anything about it. They are desperate. They can sense a chance. They have for so long, and the gap ebbing and flowing between RD and Effect and Vulcan is close right up again. Ooh, there's Vulcan. They saw him pull right across to the left, and they got a slowdown potentially. They're trying to let the GT3 through, but all of a sudden, this has opened the door to RD and Effect, who are going to take it with both hands, slot it up around the outside, and they slowed right down. And something has got to have happened to Vulcan there, Paul, because it's got to be a slowdown, surely, because they pulled right across to the left. I know they got their sister team in the GT3 coming through, but it was like they threw out the brakes, threw out the anchor, sorry.
Indeed, I really think it's the case. As you say, it must have been some sort of slowdown there. But on top of that as well, what's the surprise is the way they sort of brought themselves back up to speed. It's almost like they couldn't figure out where they were going to fit in. And to be fair, when they had 4 cars around them on the start finish straight, 2 of them being GT3s and 2 of them being their competitors, I think they wanted to go racing, but they couldn't quite. But the outcome of all of this is that RD Simsport in the hands of Callum Brandt right now up to P2 in the class. They are the best part of 17 seconds down on our leader of Daniel Muth, and the Deutsche Payment Def Omen driver has just driven off into the distance. But to be fair, we've got a lot of races still to go. But right now, Brandt really showing that it's just working out as they make the way on around. And we flick over here to Daniel Martin from RD Simsport 2, who right now is continuing to chase after Harold Stadler. And the Paramount Esports Hissing Sid driver has broken open that gap a little bit more, as we see one of our GT3s just popping in there ahead of Ryan Chevalier, the FTR Esports TCR driver, just being very patient there and letting the Lamborghini roll on through. And now it's for Daniel Martin to try and close back up to that P2 pursuit, as Stadler has found a little bit of the pace that he lost out earlier on. And well, I do wonder now whether Martin's going to be looking at his rearview mirror a little bit more than he will be looking forward, given that Chevalier has started to close that gap down and is doing so rather dramatically. But it does seem to be all kicking off in both the GT4 and the TCR classes right now. Our GT3's a little bit quieter by comparison, but then again, I don't think we're going to complain at that, Tim.
No, I don't think we are at all. It's just running you through the order. Brabham Esports leading the way overall, and of course in GT3 Pro, the gap nearly 16 seconds. We haven't even reached the 1 hour mark. That is an epic amount of time for so early on. Armstrong clearly one with man and machine right now in that BMW M4 GT3. Atlantic and Alpine Stars, they're going to round out the podium for Lamborghini and BMW respectively, and overall then we've got RD Simsport, RPM Racing, and then the FTR Esports GT3 BMW in 6th. Before the 7th, we reach the first of the AM drivers, and well, they've been in a class of their own realistically in the AM category all race long. And in qualifying is Track Limit Racing. The hands of Simon Ball, the Brit, is absolutely flying in that Porsche, and the highest Porsche runner as well in GT3. Take us up to 10th place. We've got a bit of smoke there. So I looked across.
That's Daniel Muth. That's our leader in the GT4 class who's got it wrong at the Andretti hairpin. And, well, that's a mistake he won't want to repeat very soon, Tim, because that's cost him a huge amount of time in that lead.
Well, here we go. There's the replay. Is this going to be contact here? Oh, there we go. It was the TCR losing it under braking and catching not only Muth, but also that was the Porsche, the Backmarker Racing Orange GT4. Wow. You see it again here, look. He caught them, which then, I think it was the pendulum effect, the rear end of the Aston Martin, the Deutsche Payment, that just clattered the Backmarker Racing Porsche and sent them off too. What a crazy set of circumstances there, and to shake things up. I mean, Deutsche Payment, they're still leading the way. They're absolutely flying despite that incident. But to take you through the rest of the Standing 49 Motorsport, they are 8th, with Backmarker Racing being hampered by that penalty and that contact down at 10-2. Andretti hairpin. They're 9th, down 4 places. Stage 1 Racing going to round out your top 10 in the Porsche 911. And then it's the highest of the prize, JD Sim Racing 76. They're at 5 places so far today, into 11th overall. And 10th in class, then it is Prismatic Athena, Stage 1 Racing Senior. Going to round out your field in GT3 Pro, and you get to 13th place overall. Then it is GT3 AM to round out the podium, Stage 1 Green and Track Limit Racing. They are some 35 seconds behind the leader. Before Armstrong's leader for Brabham Esports was impressive at the sharp end. Wow, this is even bigger in Track Limit Racing. They are 15th and 13th in a class in the Ferrari, then followed by the Scania and Prismatic Minerva. Prismatic haven't had the best of starts they would have hoped for. A couple of excursions, not exactly helping them, and a few grazes there to the rear three-quarter panels. Then let's take it down in GT4. Well, despite that contact and spin that we've just seen for Deutsche Payments, they're still leading the way by 7.5 seconds. Can you believe it? And we've got RD Sim Sports. They've been promoted to second. And Effect up into third after, well, hold on. This Vulcan we saw, they moved across to the side, which allowed those two up onto the podium. Vulcan into fourth. Huge Ass, they are down into fifth in class. They are there for their own issues. 49 Motorsports are sixth in class with GT4 of the drivers on the main gaggle, as it were. We've got D-Line and Brabham taking you up to 8th place. And then 9th in class, excuse me, is Orbit. Backmarker Racing Yellow, obviously they had their issues and had to take to the pits on lap 1 after that contact. They are running 32nd overall, 10th in class. And FTR Esports GT4 unfortunately did not make the grid. So they are out and currently, well, you could say are only retiree, but they didn't make the start. Then let's head down into TCR. Well, what a move it was for RD SimSport 3 on Brabham to take control of things. Gap still only a second, though, between those two cars. RD SimSport 2 remain in third to round out your podium in TCR. Then we've got FTR Esports. Valier still in fourth place in class. And then it's Orbit Motorsport Mars. They are fifth and sixth is Driveline SimSport. Seventh is a Prismatic. On the field being rounded out by our lone Audi in TCR is the Sim Party Racing machine. Jordan Hoyle currently at the helm for them. And still everything to play for, Paul. Still, it's amazing, really. We've been racing for coming up to 45 minutes and we've still got gaps for places that are being separated by well under a second.
Oh, indeed, Tim, it is the case, and particularly in the TCR class right now, we've got that battle for the lead, also that battle for P3, but we take a look back here at one of our Porsches getting it a bit wrong through turn 4, hitting the apex curb there and just dipping that rear left tyre onto the sand, and it's Stage 1 Racing Greens 2 van der Broek from the Netherlands there, getting it wrong and into that wall, and well, I do hope for them it's a case that they won't have to come to the pit sooner than planned, although that knock may have just upset their rhythm a little bit, but it's so punishing around here when you put one wheel beyond the track limits, beyond the curbs and on to the sand, onto the gravel, the car just steps away. But we return to those live pictures, and coming back to your point, Tim, it is the case that Daniel Martin right now from RD SimSport 2, he cannot put his feet up right now and rest for the simple reason he has got FTR Esports, his TCR's Ryan Chevalier right behind, and as they make their way down to the final corner here, it's these battles where the drivers are only separated by a second after over 30 minutes of racing as we head towards the end of the first hour of racing here at Laguna Seca, which just keeps things on the ball, and it really plays against the strategy here. A lot of drivers who have got those gaps will now be settling into a rhythm. They'll be able to nurse the car, protect the car, but when you're in these nip and tuck battles, particularly when you're the leader, you have that little bit of extra pressure on the back of your mind, and therefore you start to take a bit more out of the car than you normally plan. Now, the thing with Chevalier here is the fact the American driver, staying this close, has the opportunity to run in the toe of the driver in front on the straights, albeit we don't have that many long straights here, but can perhaps short shift a little bit occasionally, but also on top of that as well, can target matching their pace to the driver in front if that's who they're targeting to beat at this time. They don't have to worry as much. They can be the one to try and put the pressure on to force a mistake, as we like to refer to it, and that is what now really starts to upset the strategies, if you will, whereas if you've got a driver such as Armstrong, who's right at the head of the GT3 Pro class, as we see there, Chevalier have really taken a huge amount of sausage curve at turn number 6 on the apex and keeping it together. These TCRs, of course, can really abuse those sausage curves as they roll their way through 7 and up into the corkscrew at turn 8. In this case, if you're all alone at the head of the pack, as we see Neil Ferrier here, who has got a gap of only 6/10 of a second, so he's not by himself. When you're alone, you can start to think more about strategy and not worry. But right now, RD SimSport 3's driver, much like the RD SimSport 2 driver, they've both got to worry about the drivers behind them and trying to hold on to that track position if that is the plan. It may be the case they decide to give up track position temporarily and simply run behind the driver they're battling with. That's all to be seen. But normally, it's better here at Laguna Seca to be the driver who's ahead. You you can control the pace, and it's hard to overtake here. You can make those TCRs wide, indeed those GT3s, you can make them even wider, and the GT4s somewhere in between, as we follow the leader of the TCR class rolling his way through the Andretti hairpin for what for him is the 28th time of asking, now heading up towards turn number 3, but we're not seeing any of the scheduled stops yet. I do suspect we're going to be well into an hour, if not a bit more racing, before we start to see those opening pit stops. Wouldn't you say so, Tim, or do you think it's the case we might see them a bit sooner?
Well, it's a tough one, this Paul, isn't it? Because I think you're going to see the drivers just grin and bear this one out, and they'll run as deep as they can. Because what they, unlike other series, we spoke about it before, because you have that threat of safety cars looming, you don't want to get caught out of pitting early, obviously losing that time in that track's position. It's, oh, we've got a replay here. So here's Vulcan. Oh, they've caught the Graveler. They've managed to style it out. Ooh, just about getting the car held. Luckily on the inside of the track there, that they didn't get caught by anyone else coming through, but that goes from bad to worse for them. This is Orbit. Oh, that's contact with JD there in the GT3. Number one, the Aston GT4s being caught up in a bit of drama.
So we've got even more drama here as they made their way up into the corkscrew again, and with that's the look from the Ferrari's perspective.
Who do you think that's on more so there, Paul? Because it's a tough one, this, because you've got, obviously, the closing speed between the GT3 and the GT4 are dramatically different, but, and obviously the grip availability in the GT3s compared to the GT4s, but it seemed a little bit to me like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it just leans a little bit more on the Ferrari. They're turning in a bit prematurely. The corkscrew going into that apex at turn number 8. It's always going to be a one car wide apex unless both drivers are really going slow and giving one other space. I think it may be the case just as they rolled in there, the Ferrari's just come across a little bit too soon and they expected the TCR to perhaps back out a little bit earlier than normal. But as you say, it is a very close call then. I'm very grateful that I'm not in the steward's box right now, Tim, I can tell you, because they are having to work absolutely frantically in order to deal with the incidents we've seen today. To be fair, we haven't seen that many incidents, but it is the case, the incidents that we have seen, they're having to really dissect with a fine-tooth comb as we ride on board here with Stage 1 Racing Greens Van der Broek as he makes his way there past by GT4s, and he's got to get a move on because he does have a Lamborghini behind him, albeit I think that Lamborghini is actually trying to put a lap on him as they roll the way through, and we've got a 10-second time penalty for Orbit Motorsport Mars in the TCR class.
I think we probably saw that one maybe coming, didn't we, after that contact that was made, and, well, it's got another replay here. So this is the JD Ferrari again, so they're compromised on exit, and they, oh, is this not going to be a collision with the wall on the entrance to the pit? Ooh, not the best of pit entries, and that's the trouble. Despite them looking, I mean, it's very easy for us to sit up here from the helicopter view, looking down to see, oh, you could have gone around that round there easily. There was tons of room. When you're in the car, those walls look a lot more closer than what they actually are.
Oh, indeed. It's almost if you're going to the local supermarket car park and essentially saying, oh, go on, you can get into that space, you can give it a bit more lock, there's enough space. But as a driver, when you see those tyre bags, you think to yourself, I don't want to even come near to gracing those. And I think their caution was the best thing to go for our driver in terms of not hitting those tyres, although he could have perhaps just scraped on through. But as you say, it's very easy for us to comment on it when we're in the commentary box. It's another thing when you're a driver out there and you don't want to take off the front bumper of what is a very expensive GT3 machine. As we see some of the pit stops now kicking off, including Armstrong into the pit lane.
I was just about to say, Paul, our leader is in there heading on pit. It's currently stationary, apologies for their on pit exit there. We've got Atlantic, RD, RPM are in. Alpine Stars, they've carried on going. They are going to take the lead of the race for now, but they haven't stopped. Bat Marker, Stage 1 and Prismatic all yet to stop. We've also got FTR, Stage 1 Senior 49 there in the pits. Likewise, Sicania and Track Limit. So two of our AM teams in there. We've had our leader in AM. He's been in and out again as Simon Ball of Track Limit Racing. Come out ninth in class. Actually, looking at it and where the cars are in front of him could even potentially be due to climb a couple of more places. Once there's cars in front of him, which are Stage 1 Racing and Prismatic Athena, who are yet to start. Once they come in, it's looking incredibly healthy for them at the top of GC3 AM. And interestingly, a lockout by sole manufacturers in each of the podiums, in each of the classes. Well, based on how things are right now, pit stops due to balance themselves out a little bit in GT3 Pro, but Porsche looking good in GT3 AM to lock that one out. As Bosch and Williams of Backmarker Racing Yellow heading into the pits. They're really suffering, Seb Bosch and Williams, with COVID, and well, was desperate to take part, but knew it would be a real challenge, and definitely been a challenging race for them as side by side. From Alpine Stars, well, I say side by side, that is to lap there the Porsche of stage 1. So we see Atlantic straight out the pit, straight into action with RD. And this has been a change of positions during the round of pit stops. Atlantic are going to be desperate to try and get the jump on the BMW as quick as they possibly can, because not what they would have hoped for. Just looking at how long they were stationary for. So they're stationary for only 0.6 of a second more than RD, but their transit time, Paul, was so much longer, nearly 4 seconds. That is a big, big difference.
Oh, most definitely, and that difference really tells the story why the two drivers, the two teams have swapped places out of the circuit. And that's the thing about these pit stops, you need to nail them with regards to getting into that pit box, having that stop time itself, and then the pit exit. And well, it's a tricky pit exit around here, as well as a very tricky and difficult pit entry. Laguna Seca does not hold any punches whatsoever with regards to pit stops here, and that is why Harry Foster now finds himself for Atlantic Motorsport in P4 in the GT3 Pro class instead of in P3 behind Blake Townsend from RD Simsport. But the thing for them is they've got a lot of traffic ahead of them, and this is an opportunity, should he be able to find it, for Foster to be able to get nice and close to the back of Townsend and make amends for what was a difficult pit stop as they roll their way up towards turn 6 here, just ahead of them right now. It is the case they do have another car that is a lap down unless I'm very much mistaken, and then they've got a long way to go before they find Armstrong with Evan Peichel into the pits from the lead, and Armstrong retakes the lead of the class off camera. But right now, as they come roaring on through here, it definitely is the case where RD Simsport are having to flash the lights early to try and get the signal through that they're going racing, and they do not want to be held up here, because every moment they're held up is going to cost them very dearly and cost them potentially that position they've gained through the pit stop strategy as they roll their way through the hairpin and to the end of another lap as they come charging across that timing line. But meanwhile, pit stops are still ongoing. We've got Langenberg and also Albert into the pits from the GT4 class, and here we focus on Evan Peichel coming out of the pit. You see in the rear of the camera there, that's the RD Simsport machine of Blake Townsend. So Peichel through the pit window has come on out back into P2 in the GT3 Pro class. They've nailed this pit stop very well, and also he's got a lot of clear track. Meanwhile, it's the case Townsend versus Foster, and they are bunched together here, and they're still finding their way through the traffic, Tim. This is horrendous if your name is Townsend right now, because look at this. He's literally having to create the space for Foster every corner.
He is the proverbial battering ram right now, trying to carve his way and scythe and slalom through the traffic, as well as absorb the pressure from Atlantic, and this could be the move up the inside, catches them unawares, and off they go with a clean track ahead of them, no traffic, and Foster now pedal to the metal to open up that gap to Townsend, who did all the hard work for Foster of Atlantic, but ends up coming up the worst. You've got a feel for him there, but he's still got plenty of racing. That is not going to be done and dusted as GT4s, GT3s all being held up by the TCR there. That is the 353 of Driveline. They head to the inside, allow all the traffic to move right around the outside. Comes away relatively unscathed. As it could have, well, it was looking like it could end up a little bit messy there, Paul, with those GT3s trying to come through.
Oh, Indeed, I think our TCR driver there did the right thing, which was just to stay to the inside and let the GT3s come on through. And I can only imagine what's going through the mind of the driveline driver's cockpit right now with regards to having all these GT3s coming up very quickly, all being munched together. And you're just thinking to yourself, can you please just get out of my way and let me focus on my race, let alone your own races? And of course, the GT3s are more than happy to oblige if they're given the space to do so. But here we focus on track limit racing. Max Voida, as he makes his way out of turn at number 5 and up towards 6. The German driver here currently running P3 in the GT3 AM class. Behind him is a lot of pressure from Prismatic Motorsports Maverna's Roxy Gibson, who is closing up. And as they make their way up the hill, you can see there Gibson having to put the brakes on really early before we even get through the Kinker 7 up the Rahul straight. This is how close they are. And look, goodness me, there's more contact between the GT4 Porsche and also the Minerva GT3 as they make their way through the corkscrew. And I think the track limit racing Ferrari has been given a lifeline.
Wow, how that was not more messy than it was as we see the replay looking down from the helicopter. Oh, wow. What can we say?
I think Sakani are going to be going to the stewards room again about that one, because that seems to be a tap.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, Paul. And Prismatic then left pointing the wall, and it's the worst possible place because you need to back the car out, but you know full well you've got cars coming hurtling towards you on the approach to the corkscrew, turning in blind, especially for drivers who may be on a single monitor. And then you need to try and get the car turned around without desperately trying to lose too much time hitting the wall, and it just ends up really, really harming your race. And we just saw that from Prismatic as it's getting tight again. GT4s and TCRs being separated by the two GT3s here. They try and pick their way through and into the course. Wow, Atlantic there just a little bit sloppy, catching the curb there. That's going to allow RD to come right back at them now. Oh, Paul, I tell you what, we've just been joined by Chris Rowlands, who's jumping in for a bit of a chat and that, well, to take over from myself. I can't wait to sit down and have a cup of tea after this one because it has been absolutely crazy, this racing.
Oh, it has indeed. And as Chris joins us right now, Chris, I mean, big shoes to fill with regards to Tim when he heads out and has a cup of tea shortly. But of all the incidents happening right now, I mean, surely we had to expect it at Laguna Seca, particularly as the race goes on. It's only the case that everything gets tight and those classes overlap and everybody wants that track space.
Well, very much the case. Good evening, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. It's been a pretty hectic race to keep track of, and that's just as a viewer. But I've been, I've got the benefit of having live timing on my second screen, and yeah, it's I wouldn't want to have to make any predictions as to what's going to happen for the next 3 hours. As you can see there, Effect eSports just been given a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact earlier in the race. As you're saying, I suspect Sakania are going to join them for the contact on Roxy Gibson into the corkscrew just a few minutes ago. But yes, it's been a hectic race. This is quite a short circuit, so similar to what we saw in round 1 at Brands Hatch. It requires so much awareness from every single driver. And like Tim was saying, it's easy for us to criticise, sat up here, but it's a circuit that only really has one fast line, which leads to some very easy incidents to sort of happen as well. I mean, I thought Driveline Sim Sport a few laps ago were very kind coming into the final corner to give the outside line and compromise their own race. But sometimes you need to do that just to ensure your survival, because that is the nature of multi-class racing.
Indeed, and as we see here, it's got a bit wrong for the number 77 car there. That's Roy Mass from Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, as we do have yellow flags in force here. I wonder if we've got a safety car being deployed at this rate, because it seems our race director's in action.
Yeah, we'll have to wait a few seconds just to see what happens, although normally when that yellow flag is flown, that does mean we're due for a safety car, and you can see certainly we've got a couple of cars. So Roy Mars has certainly slowed down for it. Let's hope every other driver has. Of course, they will get punished if they do not. It's obviously Tim leaving is obviously a danger thing for the stewards. They've clearly had to fly the yellow flag. We'll try and find out for you why this yellow flag has been flown. This is potentially a huge disadvantage for someone like James Armstrong in the Brabham eSports GT3, because he had built up a good 30-second lead, and if we've got a safety car, that's just gone. Evan Pickle in the Alpenstars geodesic car in second. Yes, they'll have plenty of traffic in between, but I think you'd rather have 5 to 10 slower cars with you than actually. I think Roy Master sped up, so I think this yellow flag may well be in air. I don't know. You can see there's a head there. I think there's some cars slowing down. It's difficult to tell, really. But yeah, this is a yellow flag, and it certainly is there. You see the safety car with its lights going, and James Armstrong has picked it up. We'll have to see how many cars will be between James Armstrong in the Brabham and Evan Pickle in the Alpine Stars geodesic car. Because if Pickle's got his overtaking hat on, he could, that 30-second advantage completely gone. And when the pit lane opens, it will be interesting to see. I think more for the TCRs than anyone else. It'll be interesting to see who decides this is a good time to pit. Now, the GT3's only pitted about 6-7 laps ago was their pit window. So it'd be interesting. I doubt we'll see any of them going for a pit stop, but the TCRs were just about due, and this is a good chance for a free pit stop for them.
Oh, indeed. And as everybody catches up behind the safety car right now, keeping in mind, of course, for our GT3s and our GT4s, we've really just finished the first of the pit stop windows here. So I doubt we're going to be seeing any of them dive to the pits unless they're really out of sequence with some of our drivers and teams being involved in some bumps and scrapes early on. And coming to your point there in particular, Chris, with regards to James Armstrong, depending on how many cars he has between him and Evan Pikel, in fact, it looks like he's only got two, one TCR and one GT4 by the looks of things, although I may be mistaken there. It does mean he's got a little bit of a safety net. We'll give him about 2 seconds head start when we do restart the racing. We won't be at the end of this lap because we can see the safety car's gone into the final corner, but he will be able to use that to his advantage in the fact that it's going to be the run down towards turn number 2 at the Andretti hairpin. And whilst Pikel will clear the traffic cars, if you will, quite rapidly, he's not going to clear them that quickly. He's not going to potentially lose some time unless he really nails that restart. But right now, I think some drivers, particularly those who were involved in instance earlier on, may be celebrating as we're starting to see it's pit stop season for our lead TCR drivers. We've got RD Sim Sport 3 and Bram eSports hitting sit-in. We've also got RD Sim Sport 2. And I think as per what you're saying, Chris, we're going to be seeing all the TCR family coming in very shortly.
Yep, and that actually is an advantage for geodesic because that means that's one less class in the way. Roxy Gibson also going to the pits, wondering if perhaps she's got some damage from that earlier contact. Now, if you're James Armstrong and you've read the rulebook, you'll have seen they're not allowed to overtake before the start-finish line. So if I'm in that Brabham eSports car, and I'm not because it's in the lead, then you are going at the very second that safety car pulls in because the gap you can pull, because obviously that GT4 in the way, that Aston Martin, that can't be overtaken until the start-finish line. Now, you would expect Pikel to be able to get past those GT4s, as you say, into the Andretti hairpin. But by then, Armstrong will be gone, and he'll have plenty of clean air to demonstrate the supreme pace that he's been showing all afternoon so far.
Oh, indeed. And I think that's the thing for Armstrong. Once he's ahead and he's got some space, he just goes for it, disappears off into the distance, and that'll be what we'll be looking to do again. Of course, he may be upset in his rhythm a little bit at the moment, given the fact that he's had to really rein in the pace, and whether that increase in track temperature may upset him a little bit, although I doubt it, because he really has just been shown that he's pretty much absolutely bulletproof in terms of his pace and the technique he's bringing here. But we can wait and see, of course. That safety car may just upset something in his mind, you never know. But looking a bit further down the field, it is the case that the track limit race in a GT3 at 911 in P6 in the hands of Simon Bull, he'll be happy with that as well. And the fact, whilst this has neutralised the race a little bit, he's still got the best part of 5 GT3 pros between himself and in second place driving the GT3 AM class of Timothy van der Broek, as we see even more drivers coming into the pits, including the number 42 GT3 there, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. In fact, that's the 49. That's Anthony Tuaminen from 49 Motorsports Maroon coming in.
Yeah, so I wonder which cars have maybe thought about the end of the race. There's, we've seen in previous rounds, we saw last time out at the GT Nürburgring round, so technically 2 rounds ago, quite a few drivers actually benefited from doing their splash and dash in the middle of the race when, say, for example, with this safety car, because you may well see, depending on fuel calculations, some of these cars needing to do that splash and dash, and perhaps this is just a chance, if you feel you're slightly out of position in terms of your track position, it's maybe worth trying an alternative strategy just to see if you can get a bit of clean air, a bit of spare lap time, and not having to make that pit stop under full racing conditions later on in the race may well come back to benefit. In fact, we saw a similar thing for Deutsche Payment Death Omen in the GT4s in the previous round in the Nordschleife, where they had that huge crash about midway through the race, were able to get back to the pit lane, take their fast repair, and they were back out, and they ended up winning the race despite that incident. So again, let's not assume that an early pit stop now is, you know, necessarily a bad decision strategy wise. It may well pay off later into the race.
Well, indeed, that's a very good callback there with regards to what happened at the Nordschleife for Deutsche opponent eSports, where he went on to take that win in emphatic style. And you can see here the fact that James Armstrong really trying to encourage the safety car to get a move on, and the fact he wants to try and retain as much pace of the car as possible, go racing again. But indeed, those strategies and some drives taking that early follow-up stop sooner rather than later, it may play out to advantage, but we'll have to wait and see. But right now, it's going to be a field that, whilst it's bunched together, it's also a case that all of our drivers in the different classes have to sort themselves out. And speaking of sorting themselves out right now, we're seeing that on our time screens that Lilac Zier from Prismatic Motorsports Academy has yet to come into the pits in the TCR class, so it might be the case Zier going for a little bit different.
Possibly. I mean, I feel like the TCRs, they can generally go just over an hour with their fuel, but perhaps Lilac's just been able to fuel save a bit more, maybe thinking there's, you know, we have seen before in previous rounds, one safety car often leads to two because you bunch the field up as we go for another lap. Now, we will know when the safety car comes in because the yellow flashing lights on the top of the car will switch off. So we will get to see, and this is why they've not gone. And there goes the advantage because the stewards have decided to operate a wave around for that GT4, which I think will have been, well, you can see quite a few of them going through. Callum Brandt, Sven Demmel and James Hall have all come round, and this is certainly good for the competitiveness of the GT4 field, because otherwise Ben Kelly McCauley for Deutsche Payment Death Omen would have had an entire lap on the entire field. Now, it is, of course, in some ways a similar story in GT4, where you have that one supremely quick driver out in front of what is actually a very quick field. Like, Paul Busby for Effect Esports, we know is a very quick driver. They've sort of been languishing in the mid pack of GT4 today, which really shows you how good the entire field is. So this is good for the GT4s. It's good for Evan Pickle. It's less good for James Armstrong, but as you say, he's really dominated today, so he's going to have to trust in his own ability to keep safe, as you see there, as the field are supposed to keep left to allow the wave rounds through. Easier said than done on some circuits, and I think Laguna Seca, as we've been saying, is one of those trickier circuits to go too wide round.
Oh, most definitely. I can imagine James Armstrong right now might be uttering a few obscenities underneath that cockpit visor, given the fact that he's had to essentially see that advantage of having a couple of GT4s between himself and his main rival go away, but at the same time, only giving more motivation to push when we do get the restart. And, well, we are still waiting for that with that wave round in progress at the moment, but I do agree with the fact that it does give a bit more competitive integrity to our GT4 class, where the Deutsche Payment Death Omens drivers will have that worry about the other GT4 class cars being on the same lap as them now, albeit it will cost us a little bit more time of the race. And of course, the strategists for each of the teams right now will need to factor that into their calculations, because we are losing race time, as we do see there our sole Porsche 718 in the GT4 class, piloted by Martin Pearson from Backmarker Racing Orange, coming on through. So I suspect we're going to lose at least 1 or 2 more laps before we go racing, but once we do go racing again, it will be very close in the rundown towards the Andretti hairpin. It's almost as if we're getting a repeat rolling start, except it will be single file rather than double file.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's probably worth us having an extra lap or two behind the safety car and making sure these classes aren't tripping up over each other than it would be to go, if we'd have gone racing a lap or two ago, we would now probably start seeing the kind of incidents that we've seen, well, for the first hour of the race under normal racing conditions. And it's certainly not a criticism of the field. This is a really strong field with, broadly speaking, very good awareness on the track. But it is difficult to get these hulking beasts of machinery round a track as narrow as Laguna Seca, and as precarious as Laguna Seca actually is. It's difficult to do that without the occasional incident. And even a 35 car field, which is reasonably small by FTR standards, but it's still a lot of cars to get round this circuit. So I would say, broadly speaking, we've done well to make it this far until we got a safety car.
I'd have to agree with you there, Chris. 100%. It is the case our drivers have been shown a lot of respect for racing, and the incidents that have occurred, it is a case where you're always going to get racing incidents when drivers are pushing to their utmost. It's only part of the nature of the beast that is motorsport, whether it's simulated or real. Incidents will happen when everyone's giving it 100%. One of the interesting things about this course, our drivers are not running at full pace right now. That track temperature, whilst it's still going up, it's now stagnated a little bit at 47 degrees centigrade. I suspect it will build a bit more once we do do go to green flag racing conditions once again, but some drivers might be grateful for that. It just avoids the track evolving a bit more aggressively compared to what they may have expected.
Oh yeah, I think so. But I do wonder, they will have done a lot of practice over this week and they would have had varying track temperatures. I think also Laguna Seca is a kind of track if you're driving there regularly, you're going to be used to the higher temperatures. If we were getting 47-degree track temperatures at Brands Hatch, we'd probably be worried a bit more. But it's perhaps part of the nature of this track and the conditions it's in. But you can see, as you said a few laps ago, James Armstrong looks absolutely desperate to get restarted. But I'll be interested to see how we get on with the cars. So let's say 3, 4 or 5 places back. So Harry Foster in the Atlantic Motorsport car, Blake Townend in the RD Simsport car, Patrick Gannon in the RPM, and even Simon Ball in the Track Limit Racing GT3, which is leading the GT3 AMS, but is 6th place overall in GT3. And obviously the amateurs get points in the overall GT standings as well. So it's not as though he's not racing RPM or backmarker racing behind them. Just how aggressive are some of these cars going to be on the restart? And let's not forget that it's only the top 7 GT3s currently on the lead lap. Everyone else is technically a lap down. So we'll have to see how cooperative everyone's going to be as the lights have gone off on the safety car. And we are about to get going at the end of this lap.
Indeed, and as we wait for this lap to come to an end and we go racing once again, it'll be to James Armstrong from Brabham eSports to decide when we go racing. And I think I'm going to agree with your prediction, Chris. As soon as that safety car is clear, he's going to go and try and pull as much of a gap on the Alpine Stars GD6 racing machine piloted by Evan Peichel. So that way he's got the run to turn 2 and able to hold on. But it is the case with so many of our GT3 drivers a lap down on the lead GT3 drivers. It'll be very interesting to see how they battle and how things settle down after 1 or 2 laps, if they do settle down, of course. But it is a case here, you can see where it is a case patience really went down on Armstrong right now. Let's be careful about that one. But meanwhile, behind there, I think Peichel will be worried about Foster behind in terms of what Foster's able to do when we do recommence racing. But we'll have to wait and see. And conversely, of course, in the GT4 class, Ben Kelly McCauley from Deutsche Payment Def Omens will have that worry about Callum Brandt being only inches away, and how will they go battling down into the opening corner. It's going to be a fantastic restart, and we're only moments away.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what happens here. I do wonder if James Armstrong has thought about the fact, is he going to go early because now he's got that jeopardy of go before the final turn, or I feel like he's almost worth making it look like he's going to go slowly through the final turn, compromise Peichel's. I know he's got the traffic in front of him, but try and compromise as much as possible the entry. But we'll get going now. We'll see when he'll go. I think so. Yep, you can see the safety car has pulled in there. James Armstrong leads us away. Pretty conventional restart. Everyone's around the final corner good so far. We'll have to see how good Peichel is at getting back round some of these traffic, but also how gracious these cars are under traffic. So he's not been able to clear the first of those 2 GT3s coming through the Andretti hairpin. And you can already see the gap that James Armstrong is pulling ahead of his rival behind him. And I actually think, if anything, Evan Peichel has got Harry Foster to worry about more so. So it's going to be interesting to see. I believe that's the FTR Esports GT3 of Garrett D'Alessandro just behind. And then that will be Bree Widner in the Prismatic Athena car. Now, we know both those drivers are pretty quick in their own right. So just have to see just how gracious they are with the blue flags. It's really going to have to depend on how well all these drivers do. And actually, yeah, I think as we say, Harry Foster is right on the tail of Evan Peichel here. Let's hope he's not going to be aggressive enough to go for a move into the corkscrew. And nope, they're all going through one at a time so far, mercifully. But this is the thing, it is a difficult circuit to overtake on. But I think the fact that Peichel's got Foster to think about, it's actually how, that he's not exactly pushing to get past Bree Widner, which is probably good for everyone. As we go to a replay, what has happened here? As we're coming through the corkscrew, this is Jens de Roy in Stage 1 Racing. That's actually through the kink, taking some curb. Is he able to re-enter the track safely? He has got alongside parallel, but he's being very cautious, which is what we do like to see. Certainly, you'd rather lose a few places through cautiousness, and then I think everyone's rejoined nice and safely there.
indeed, and that was a near miss in turn 6, proving to be a very nasty corner for our drivers to navigate today. But as we come back to live pictures here, Harry Foster continuing to hang on to the back of Evan Pikel as they make the way through turn number 4 and up towards 5. And as we can see, the prismatic machine ahead and staying to the right here, as it is the case. Pikel comes up through, and Foster takes a look to the inside there and generates the space. I think it's the case in the end as they roll the way on through. There was no way the Porsche 911 there, what was that, Brie Widner, was going to close the door there with them all coming on through. Meanwhile, we look back here to backmarker racing yellow Sebastian Boscher-Williams, who is putting the pressure right now on Simon Bull. This is a position in the GT3 class overall, but that Porsche 911 they're blinking in and out of existence due to latency, and that's not going to be comfortable for Boscher-Williams. The fact he's got to try and guess where that Porsche is going to reappear, and that may be playing on his mind right now, preventing him from making further progress after Patrick Gannon, the RPM Racing driver, who's only one place ahead after this.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I think Seb Boscher-Williams and Backmarker Racing Yellow, one of the teams to be big beneficiaries of that safety car, because of course they had that penalty near the start of the race after the incident into the Andretti hairpin. I think that was only about 10 minutes into the race, but the fact that they've managed to make the cut-off to stay on the lead lap means he doesn't have to worry a huge amount about traffic behind him. He can focus mostly on attacking, and I believe Foster has actually got past Pikel. And yeah, Pikel's running slowly there, and I think Blake Townend is now having a look. But Harry Foster's managed to get the move done. And as I say that, no, I thought Backmarker Racing on into the pit lane, but I think it was just a quick disconnect for Boscher-Williams, who is now back. Let's hope that's all it was. Let's have a replay then of the overtake, I believe this is. Or actually, no, that's Boscher-Williams, so that will be why it looked like he'd gone off. I think he had to take to the pit lane to recover onto the track, and obviously the timing systems are going to think, yep, that's someone coming out the pit lane. So they may well have been beneficiaries of the safety car, but not beneficiaries of the Andretti hairpin in this situation. So can Harry Foster try and build that gap over Geodesic, and what's his pace like compared to James Armstrong? At the moment, this is actually quite an exciting three-way battle for the second two steps on the podium.
Oh, most definitely. And as we follow here, Harry Foster making his way up towards the final corner under braking. Here's where the situations were at the moment. He has got a little bit of traffic in front of him. I do believe that is where the BMW M4s is a lap down. Not 100% sure who that is at the moment, but as they come charging across that timeline, I think it'll be very shortly a case he'll be looking for the move up the inside. And as they come down towards the Andretti hairpin, there he goes into the inside there. The space is given, but you can see the Geodesic Racing machine trying to come through as well, just doing a little bit of a tag to the inside there and coming on through. And Pikel not wanting to be left behind here, knowing there's an opportunity to go hunting after P2, and Townsend not too far back either, only 7 tenths further behind these two. So it is a case of three-way battle for P2 and P3 on what is the podium of the GT3 Pro class. And right now Townsend really has been a bit of the silent danger behind. He's just been lurking in the distance throughout this race. He's not quite been up there grabbing the headlines necessarily, but the RD Simsport driver really showing that pace right now and staying with the two drivers in front of him. But it is the case, he's got to be wary of RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon, who right now is actually lapping quite a bit faster. That last lap he took 8 tenths out of Townsend. And I think it might be the case as this race is going on, Chris, we are starting to see some drivers who are reveling in these higher track temperatures and also just in that rhythm of the race, whereas others are not. As we cut over to what is the battle here for P6 of the GT4 class, this is Tim Darracott from FTR Esports, bit of chasing after Tyler Langenberg from D-Line Racing.
Yep, and they've got James Hall not too far ahead. And of course, as you say, with the track temperatures, it's also going to reward those teams who've been a little bit kinder on their tyres. Because, of course, it is a lot of time to change your tyres. We are probably expecting at least one tyre change for every car in this race, I would imagine. Now, just for those of our viewers who aren't maybe used to multi-class blue flag rules in iRacing, it's not like in F1 as we see the curb there for, I reckon that's Yannis Albert behind in the Brabham eSports. Yeah, that is. He's very brave with how much of that inside line he's taking to get past the TCR, I believe that would have been. And probably worth doing then, because you're not going to do it into the corkscrew. Unless I say that, one of the other TCRs behind has it done to them there. But yes, the blue flag rules in iRacing, you have to facilitate the pass. You don't have to go as far as you would in Formula 1, for example. You're not fully getting out of the way. Of course, Galit de Sandro is running his own race. He's entitled to not be too permissive. And he's, got Brie Widner right behind him as well, so you don't want to give too many advantages. As we see a recovering TCR, I think that was, or perhaps just getting out of the way realising those machines are just a little bit too quick for them through the corkscrew. So you saw that Gallet D'Alessandro was squeezing through the Andretti hairpin. I don't think he wanted to let two GT3s through because of the amount that would have compromised on their on their lap time. And this is what's happened to Jason Fryer. So that's another. Oh, that was maybe a touch of curb on the inside. But that's how dangerous this sand is, because you see all the grip gone. And unless you're running completely parallel, and that's a little bit of bonnet damage as well, then this is so easy to do. It's kind of similar in a sense to what we saw in the Nürburgring Nordschleife last time out, because you don't have to go a huge amount wrong, and you get punished so severely for it. And while we've been watching that replay, I say another safety car has been called. So that half a tenth Garrett D'Alessandro had pulled no longer means anything. And James Armstrong's gap building, again, no longer means anything. But this is the jeopardy of multi-class racing. So let's hope we can get a replay of the incident that has caused this safety car. But let's have a look at why this happened. And actually, while we've been doing that, we have had a steward's inquiry into an incident between Effect Esports and RD Simsport, the number 58 GT3. In fact, this may well be this. This is what's caused the safety car, a bit of a concertina. So that Effect Esports car really been in the wars today, but they haven't had any action taken on incident number 8, which I don't believe we've seen, because it was deemed to be a netcode caused accident. So that will be a relief to the Effect Esports team, and they'll be hoping there's not too much damage to that car after that multi-class concertina crash that I think we've all seen happen before. It's quite a common feature to these multi-class races.
Oh, indeed. And, well, the GT4s and the TCRs been so close on the lap pace as well, only separated by an average of about 1.5 to 2 seconds, depending on the relative pace they're driving and the condition of the car. It was only going to be time before we saw something like that happen, and for it to happen at the Andretti hairpin, and a number of drivers to be turned. But here comes James Armstrong into the pit, and that is going to release his position as well to stand it as he makes his way on in. I think this is going to be a strategic call here, but how will it play out in practice? We'll have to wait to see. As now Harry Foster is the first driver, other than what is James Armstrong, to take the lead to this race, and this could be quite the gamble for James Armstrong, given the fact this safety car, it should be a relatively quick one, given we haven't had too many major incidents happen. Just that one at the Andretti hairpin, and most of our drivers have sorted themselves out. Plus, we've only just come away from our first safety car. But I wonder whether Armstrong's deciding, you know what, there's going to be at least another safety car out, then it's time to get that pit stop out of the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this will play out, and I think some of the other cars will see if they react. Are they going to pit on the next lap? Because of course they've got they're going to have a few laps probably under the safety car. We didn't have a huge amount of lapping going on, so I don't think that we'll have the same amount of wave arounds as we saw last time. Some of the GT4s have elected to pit, so our leader in the GT4s, Ben Kelly McCauley for Deutsche Payment Death Omen, have also pitted. This would be the time to take tyres. Indeed, I think that's what James Armstrong's done with a 43-second stop. So that was 10 seconds longer than the standard stop we're seeing. And of course, as we're not at the end of the GT3 stint, he's not had to refill the car fully. This is probably the time to take those tyres, because the amount of extra time that costs you, and actually that shows just how on the ball James Armstrong is, because really that's the play for everyone, you would think. You have to try and match that. Although perhaps some of these drivers aren't fully confident in doing 2 hours 40 on one set of tyres in these temperatures, especially as it's getting hotter.
Oh, indeed. And as that temperature continues to rise, those tyres only become more difficult to manage. And I think really in a 4-hour race, particularly when you're not fighting at necessarily the top end of your respective class, you have to play the more safe approach and the cautious approach to make sure you get those points on the board, because you don't want to be getting to those final 10-15 minutes of the race, the car's just falling apart around you in terms of those tyres aren't offering the grip, and then you make a mistake. Literally, if only say the last lap to go, you don't want to get it wrong, because you could lose out on a major result.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But again, we are only an hour and 20 minutes into this race. Plenty can still happen. So we'll have to see exactly how that works. But it'll be interesting to see, as I don't believe, none of the other GT3s at the front have elected to go. But that's because we are going again. Harry Foster inherits the lead for Atlantic Motorsport. That's probably not something we expected to happen just a few minutes ago. James Armstrong is only 14 seconds off the lead. It'll be interesting to see how quickly can he scythe through the field. I think the jeopardy for him is he's got pretty much the entirety of the GT3 field that's a lap down in between himself and the rest of the GT3 field. And perhaps for those leading GT3s we've got now, was that a consideration they made when they didn't pit? Maybe they're just deciding that track position is more important right now than making that, you know, that the time that James Armstrong has saved with his tyre change. Perhaps he's going to lose from trying to get back through the field. Although looking at it, I think he's ahead of most of the GT4 field and again most of the TCR field. So it's really just going to be just how quick are the rest of the GT3 field. Is he going to get held up by them? How nice are they going to be with the blue flags? And is he going to get any damage from trying to overtake them? Because I think some drivers might not be ready for the level of aggression that we can see from some of our fastest drivers. And you know, that aggression is why they're as quick as they are. I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing, but it can catch some of the less experienced drivers out.
Oh, most definitely. I would agree with you there, Chris. And I think for James Armstrong now, the thing that he's got to keep in mind as well is by making this gamble with regards to the pit stop, really, he's thrown the dice in. He knows he's got the pace as well, so he's just got to be cautious. But when you're at the top end of your class, I think that caution will come with a territory because you don't want to drop that result. And we've seen time and time again over the course of this season that Armstrong can be both fast and smart in equal measure. It's not as though he's going to be going through it like a battering ram, although the pace he may display would indicate he is charging through like a battering ram. But focusing back on Foster for a brief while and Evan Peichel as well. Foster really managed that restart well, coming out of the final corner, dropped Peichel by 7/10 of the run down towards the opening corner. And as they make their way up through at turn number 5 and towards 6, it is the case that Peichel's having to really go on the hot pursuit. And Townsend, meanwhile, has dropped back a little bit. Townsend having a bit of difficulty on the restart by comparison, just not able to get back in there. As we see a little bit further back here, our GT4s having to cut their way past what is one of the Prismatic eSports machines, the Prismatic TCR machine there, and in particular we are focusing on Yanis Albert from Brabham eSports Blue, who right now is chasing after Darracott, Tim Darracott, and the gap between them only half a second here. But it is the case they're having to manage pushing their way through TCR traffic, and the GT3's going through it, as that is our GT3 AM class leader, I do believe, of James Carr coming on through.
Yep, and you can see going too wide there, so coming up into the corkscrew. I'm so happy to be in the commentary booth and not in the car for this one. It's a very difficult track to manage in a single class. I think we really can't overstate just how well these drivers are doing to cooperate on this track today. But yeah, Yanis Albert there for Brabham eSports Blue. He's really keeping Tim Darracott honest, as we have the RD Sim Sport car there, just, you know, not making it too difficult, which is good to see. Does that mean that Yanis Albert can get a run or at least benefit from the draft along here? Maybe that's why RD Sim Sport was so generous there. That was the 3 car of Neil Ferrier. But of course, maybe it's worth being generous when you're in the lead of your class. Oh, so we have contact there, and that's going to be a spin. Oh dear, and then further contact as well. Just about, oh goodness me, are there going to be further? Oh, yeah, a little bit more contact, little love tap, but mercifully at one point there it looked like there was going to be a sort of a triple incident there, as we have the 317 of Jonathan Carty Sim Party Racing, and I believe that's triggered a safety car. He is stuck in the middle. He's managed to quite quickly get that out of the way, mercifully. But yes, not the most glorious looking of incidents, especially the afters there. But again, it's a very off-camber exit of the corkscrew. It's hard enough to control a car when you're fully under control of it. Just that little bit harder when you've received a momentum shifting tap. And has something happened here to Roxy Gibson, just losing on the outside? And is she going to get hit by someone else? Because that's right on the exit. Nope, looks like so far everyone's got around separately. I wonder if that safety car was triggered by having 2 incidents at pretty much the same time. But this is actually interesting. Are we going to now see some of the GT3 leaders have seen, hang on, James Armstrong did something funny there. Maybe it's my turn to do it.
Oh, I think it'd be a big gamble there, Chris, if they were to, because they'll be thinking about that track position. And the problem is, if they release track position to James Armstrong, then for them, it's effectively a case of giving James Armstrong what he wants at the end of the day, which is that clear track up front. I can see your point, and just keeping an eye and looking out the commentary box window right now to see if there is anybody who makes that dash to the pit. But coming back to that instant there involving 3 of our TCR cars, I think Jonathan Carty from Sim Party Racing on that inside line couldn't really go anywhere. I think the only thing he could have done is perhaps stop the car a bit more closer to the apex. But again, it's easier said than done. But an unfortunate incident there. And that Audi RS3 just not in a happy place today. It's been towards the back of the TCR class for the majority of the race. Didn't have the best result in qualifying either. It does seem as though the Audi really struggling here today, despite the fact it's perhaps one of the most aggressive cars in terms of straight line speed and acceleration, which would have done it quite well here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, it would have done. The stewards did announce this will be another quick safety car restart because there's, again, no real need to do wave rounds just yet. And the incident has cleared itself up. So we will get going soon enough. Let's have a look to see. The lights are still on that safety car. So as it stands, we'll be doing another lap in yellow flag conditions. But James Armstrong is in 6th. He's only 10, at the speeds we're doing now, it's deceptive. He's only 11 seconds behind the lead. And he's got, I think, about 5 GT3s between himself and the leaders. So, or at least rather the lead 5 cars. Interesting enough, that's Seb Boscher-Williams now up to 5th. So, again, really seeming to benefit from these as Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing has elected to pit. Antti Tuominen, 49 Motorsports Maroon as well. Roxy Gibson, Prismatic Minerva. And it looks like the bulk of the GT4 field. So let's see if that puts Deutsche Payment Dethoven back into the lead. You would imagine it would, as they were in 5th, but yep, they're going to be going past everyone. So they re-inherit the lead. They're also going to re-inherit a lot of track position. Hugh Jass, the other team, and 49 Motorsports Magenta, the other team in the GT4 field, electing to stay out. So they're all the ones that pitted 5 laps ago under the previous safety car. And actually, funny enough, the way that's worked out for them is that they've inherited all 3 podium spots under this safety car. So, yeah, I think we're going to see a huge benefit to those drivers who made the early aggressive decision to pit under the previous one. They've been quite lucky with this quick turnover into a second safety car. But again, that's what we often see. One safety car often leads to another safety car.
Oh, indeed, and that's why the unpredictable things. And now the strategists within the teams will be looking at this and thinking, okay, what is the strategy for the rest of the race? And of course, with the number of pit stops that have been made so far, drivers won't want to make any more visits to the pits if they can help it. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out in due time. But now Harry Foster, once again, after that brilliant restart where he was able to drop Evan Peichel by almost a second in the rundown towards the Andretti hairpin, he's going to have to do it again. The lights are off on the safety car in front. And as he makes his way out of turn 6 right now, Evan Peichel will be wary that Foster may try to give him the slip coming out of the final hairpin. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out in practice. We see Foster doing a little bit of weaving side to side just to get some sidewall tyre temperature now. But all of the GT3 field starting to bunch up behind as they roll their way through the corkscrew. We're hearing that we do have Gareth Mesham leaving the pit lane at the moment, and Mesham being a bit further down the field by comparison. So it is the case all of our pit stops that are underway are pretty much complete at this time. And now as our drivers roll their way through turn number 10 and up towards 11, we focus on Evan Peichel here, but it'll be Harry Foster who takes us away for the restart. And will he go early? Will he go late? Let's find out.
He's really bunching up the field here. Let's see. And now he goes. That's pretty much the best time he can go. What were the reactions of Peichel behind? Not too bad. And is the extra oomph of that BMW going to come into an advantage for him? One thing to look out for is the 49 Motorsports Maroon car in 16th had a very long pit stop repairing damage. They're only about 10-15 seconds up the road. That might come into play in the next few laps potentially. But so far, it looks like everyone's got away all right. Thomas Mocek getting squeezed by Backmarker racing behind. I think they'll be desperately trying to get past because they are not on the same lap. And that's James Armstrong right behind there as well. So he is caught straight up to Seb Boscher-Williams. You almost wonder, is it worth these two working together? Now, I don't think Seb will mind me saying that James Armstrong is probably a quicker driver than him. Almost worth letting him through and then just trying to follow him through. So we are looking like we're going 3 wide here with the GT4s. Ending all right. Hugh Jass currently in the lead with Deutsche Payment on the inside and Driveline Simsport in the middle. This is quite scary racing, but I think they've all managed to get through cleanly there. That's Hugh Jass goes slightly wide as we come through the kink up to the corkscrew. That is some top quality driving from Sven Demel there. I don't think we expected to see that. As we have a GT3 of the 147 coming through. That's Chase Small for Track Limit Racing. But yeah, Hugh Jass has managed to get it done. on an actual live race lap, not through pit strategy, got ahead of Ben Kelly-McCauley, actually seemingly caught him sleeping. That is incredibly good driving from the Huge Ass team there. But can they make that stick? Can they build a gap there? Because Daniel Munoz in the 49 Motorsports Magenta car is just behind Deutsche Payment. So it's not as though it's a two-way battle for the lead there currently.
Oh, indeed, Chris, and I must admit, I was absolutely stunned into silence for that sequence of events, but in the end, Sven Demel just finding a way to snipe his way around the outside of the TCR traffic, plus also Ben Kelly-McCauley from Deutsche Payment Defa Omen into turn number 5, and that was very brave, and I believe here as we take a look back, we're looking back here at what was the battle between Tyler Langenberg from D-Line Racing, and, oh, goodness me, well, Langenberg just going a bit wide there, and then behind, we had a GT3 coming on through, and behind him, at the time, that is, I believe that's the Effect eSports GT4 battling with him. But as we return to, well, in fact, we move forward a little bit here, and Langenberg going into turn 6 just gets it a bit wrong there in the dip, and the car getting hooked onto the gravel and a tap to the wall. And well, in the end, that's had to grind along the wall, but thankfully he's been able to get it back on circuit. But the D-Line Racing driver really struggling, it would seem, on this restart. But coming back, well, again, we continue Langenberg's story here, Chris, and he's not having a good day since the restart. As that was up the inside and then spins out of turn 10.
I almost wonder if there was some damage to that car that was just destabilising a little bit, and I believe it's now possibly stuck on track. It's not moving on the timing screen. It's 0.4. It's 0.04 of a lap away from the pit lane, so they're not far away. I almost wonder if perhaps there was some sort of hardware malfunction there for Tyler Langenberg. But yeah, I imagine Paul Busby's heart would have been in his mouth if he'd have seen what was happening there on the approach to the corkscrew, because that could so easily have collected him. And actually, Tyler Langenberg did a very good job of just ensuring that he didn't get anyone else tangled up in that incident. But Harry Foster at the very front of the GT3 is not really able to build a huge amount of a gap. Harold Stadler, though, stuck in here for the Brabham eSports Hissing Sid team, stuck between RD Simsport 2 and Orbit Motorsport Mars. He's done a very good job to be where he is so far, but it's quite a stressful time for these TCRs. The slowest cars on the grid almost at times feel like the little fish, but of course, as the marshals and stewards have made pains to make clear to all our drivers, all three classes have an equal entitlement to their own racing line. So it's not like these TCRs have to just assume everyone else will get past. He really wants that driveline car out of the way, though. It seems to be holding up at the moment, that Hyundai, and he's just giving Jason Frere the flash of the lights. Perhaps that's what he wanted to happen there, just to distract him. It seems to have worked. He's got through, but the Brabham car is now right on his tail. That is going to be a hugely stressful bit of defending he's got to do, as he takes plenty of curb into the corkscrew. Nice and tidy, but Neil Ferrier in the sister RD Simsport 3 car is now 5 seconds up the road. So Daniel Martin is not going to be too sad about that in terms of their overall team chances. But at some point, I'm sure he would like to have a slightly easier time of it and Harold Stadler to go away. But strong pace from him there, and he is getting his line compromised by a lapping car. That is the 258, which is... excuse me, that is Callum Brandt in the RD Simsport. So again, you wonder, is that some inter-class RD teamwork going on there? Because that has worked out very nicely for Daniel Martin, I would say.
Oh, indeed. And it is the case there, Daniel Martin being given that defence by his teammate in the GT4 class going into the final corner. I agree with you entirely there, Chris. It was the case in the end. Harold Stadler being so close and being right there on the back of the RD Simsport 2 machine, and Daniel Martin not having to worry, as in the end, Harold Stadler has lost out by over 1.5 seconds through all of this, and he continues to lose out as they make their way through. But we cut over now to Stage 1 racing to see the GT's Roy Mas from the Netherlands as the number 77 driver rolls his way through the hairpin here. And he, in the meantime, is chasing after what is P8 a little bit further up the road in the Vaughan Mojek, the Thomas Mojek from JD Sim Racing 76, who right now is a little bit off camera and further around on the circuit. But Roy Mas having a difficult day at the office. Indeed, the team having a difficult day. There's almost a tap to the rear there of what is James Carr, the track limit racing machine, who gets out the way. Then James Carr was a lap up. It seems as though the Canadian here being a little bit calm and deciding, you know what, if the GT3 Pro behind me wants wants to come on through. I'm not going to bother him because as you can see on the time screens, ladies and gentlemen, and there's no doubt about it, is the case that right now Carr is 1 minute and 13 seconds clear of P2 driving the GT3 AM class, and that's Timothy van der Brey, the Stage 1 Racing Green driver, so he's got a lot of time to play for. But meanwhile, speaking of a driver who doesn't have time to play for, it's Harry Foster from Atlantic Motorsport. He's opened up a 1 second gap in the lead of the GT3 Pro class ahead of Evan Peichel, and we have Townsend 2.2 seconds back by comparison as the three of them make their way through turn 10. But the problem is they will know that Armstrong is coming. You can't prevent the inevitable, and that is that Armstrong will be chasing down that podium, if not the win of the race. And we've still got a lot of time remaining here over the course of the 4 hours. We're not even 2 hours in, and as they make their way onto another lap here, it's the case I think Foster is opening up a small gap on Evan Peichel increment by increment as they come their way through the Andretti hairpin. And looking at those lap times, that last one from Harry Foster at 21.2, Peichel at 21.4, Townsend at 21.7, but meanwhile James Armstrong, Chris, a 21.2. He's matching the leader and gradually reeling them in.
Yeah, and he was on the previous lap about 4/10 quicker than them as well. So I think that strategy for him is going to have paid off, because don't forget, he's effectively a pit stop up on everyone as well. So it's not just that he's pretty much neutralised that track position issue. I think he's just got past Garrett Alessandro as well, who was, I believe, the last of the lapped cars that he had to get round. Something has happened here to Stage 1 Racing Green. They have just lost it on the exit of, I think that will have been turn 5, and recovered reasonably well. I don't believe anyone else has got involved in the incident. You can see all those cars going past. It's a lot of time it would have cost them. They're back down into 14th now overall in the GT3 field, and I think 4th for GT3 AM. So they're now off the podium, Chase Small inheriting that from them. But yeah, we'll have to see if Foster and Pickle and Townend, how easily is James Armstrong going to be able to get past them, because they are the closest in terms of pace on the grid to him. And of course, we've seen incredibly quick. Oh dear, that could have gone a lot worse there. I think Netcode may well have saved both Munoz and his rival there, because that looked like the amount of contact you needed just to spin the car around the 2-2-1 there of Martin Pearson for back marker Racing Orange. And Munoz not happy with him, because of course Pearson will have been getting the blue flags there. Munoz will be thinking, hang on, why are you making this any harder than it needs to be? Because actually, if you think about it objectively, that's probably cost Pearson more time than it would have done just letting him through. But maybe not around the kink. I'm not suggesting the kink is the place to be letting people through, but sometimes you have to, let these things happen. So we'll have to see, is Martin Pearson going to accommodate and overtake into the Andretti hairpin?
We'll have to wait and see as they make their way out the final corner. You can see Miller's really flashing his lights furiously here. And I remember an old story from a driver I used to race with saying, if you flash your lights too often, it's only going to make me less likely to let you on through. But Munoz here looks to the inside, and, well, it's the case. He's not being let through by Martin Pearson there. He will be very frustrated, as I think there's another little bit of netcode contact as they make their way through the hairpin. And I do think the 49 Motorsports Magenta team may be on the radio to the stewards already to say, look, we are having our race spoiled here as they make their way on through on this lap. And right now it is the case. Sven Demmel from Huge Arst is just being able to run away with this. The gap has already opened up, would you believe it, to 3 seconds. And when they were coming up to this corner last time around, the gap was 7/10, and again they go on in. But this time the space is given, but it has been a very difficult pass, not even for track position in the end. It has been simply to get past the driver who is coming to a lap down. But meanwhile, we come here to the battle for P2 in the TCR class, and Harold Stadler right now has got back up behind Daniel Martin, but he's been here before, and the last time he was here, it was the case he had a lot of GT4 and GT3 traffic coming on through, and this time it is the case that the GT3s make the way through just before turn 6, but we see there a little bit of runoff there by one of our GT3s as our race leader, Harry Foster, in the GT3 class comes on through, Evan Peichel as well, and Stadler's going to look to the outside here as they roll the way into the corkscrew, trying to outwit Martin, to outbrake himself into the corkscrew, but Martin playing it very smart, but they're going to have to be careful because they do have even more cars coming through, and and there is RD Simsports Blake Townsend coming through P3 in the GT3 Pro class. He charges up the inside there, and again providing a little bit of breathing room to his teammate of Martin running the touring car class, but this time James Armstrong now gets in the way and past a pair of them, and it's the case that we see that Martin just outbrakes himself slightly, but Stadler not able to capitalise and almost going into the back of him, and now as they make the way across that timeline, Stadler finds a GT4, gets in the way, gets between the two of them as they make the way down to Andretti. Chris, if you're Harold Stadler right now, surely you've got to be putting your hands on your face, well, once you're on a straight and going, how bad's my luck? But that's Martin's bad luck as the GT4 taps him on the rear there, and it looks like Stadler's fine. He had some good luck come as well, though a flash of lights there from Martin. He's not happy.
Yeah, I can understand that, but you think the coordination we saw between the RD Simsport 3 teams earlier, we didn't get any of that from the Brabham teams there, because that was the GT4 was Yanis Ulber in the Brabham eSports blue car, but not thinking about Stadler's race at all there. So let's have a look at what happened. Yeah, big pump. So actually, I guess you can say there is some teamwork there, but let's hope that's not deliberate, because that's not really what we want to see if that was a conscious choice from Yanis Ulber. I'm sure it wasn't. I wouldn't want to accuse anyone of anything, but it has worked out for his TCR teammate, and that is not what we're going to see there. Simone Garau, I wonder how much contact was involved in that, but it very much seems to have absolutely murdered someone.
Well, indeed, we seem to have had a TCR that has gone flying off into the barrier. That was Ethan Bass from Orbit Motorsport Mars, who was running at the time P4 in the TCR class and has now met the barrier. I think we're going to get a replay of the contact there. They'd had an off at turn 5, and as they rolled their way up towards turn 6, they came on in there, and, well, I'd argue Ethan Bass there just did not... We turned in, and I think found a face for the GT3 that was on that inside. I think he caught sleeping a little bit.
Yeah, Garau had that corner. Sicania have done nothing wrong. It's entirely predictable for a GT3 to want the inside line going past a slow-moving, slower class car. I really hope we don't see any punishment for them there, because that's just one of those unfortunate things. I'm sure we've all been there. After you've had an off track, the adrenaline's pumping. You don't necessarily make the best decisions, and just Ethan Bass turning in there, really not paid off. And let's hope that they've still got their fast repair to use, because they're not running too badly. They're in 4th for the TCRs. They are quite a way down off the podium at the moment, but you know, it's worth staying in 4th, because it might well be said, as James Armstrong gets past Blake Townend, not fighting that particularly hard, that there's still plenty of time to go. We're not even halfway into this race yet, remember, so anything could happen. James Armstrong, as much as he is our quickest driver, all it's going to take is one miscommunication and he could get killed on the track. His car, I mean, obviously, not himself. We really hope that doesn't happen. And that's his race over. But so far, he's very confidently dispatching everyone. And I do wonder, actually, Paul, is it a case of, if you've got that reputation of being a very quick driver, do other cars sort of give you more, you know, they just let you through because they know, well, I'm not racing you, I'll just let you through. And it compounds, because no one's actually giving James Armstrong any competition.
Oh, indeed. I would agree with you there, Chris. And I think what it is, they're respecting the fact that Armstrong has shown for so long in this race, before we had the first safety car, just how much pace was at his fingertips. And the fact that he's had that second stop, that was out of sequence, we thought at the time, but it was a strategic gamble that's worked out very well. Armstrong now really in a race of his own. I think they're respecting the fact that he's on a different strategy. He is in his own separate race, and therefore they're letting him go, albeit I can imagine that Pikel and Foster may have other words about that. They may put up a bit more of a defense, especially Pikel, who for so long has been chasing after Armstrong. As we see Evan Pikel, they're getting it very wrong, coming out to 6. He's going to have to stay to the right there as he makes his way up to speed and into the Kinker 7 before the corkscrew. But James Armstrong gains another place there, and that one, I think, just through fortune rather than Pikel wanting to let it go. And now it's only Foster between Armstrong and that return to the top of the GT3 Pro class with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. But as they roll the way on through, I would have to agree. And I think really now the big question is who it is going to be, assuming there's no incidents involving Armstrong in another class that potentially takes Armstrong out. Of course, we're not hoping for that, but the commentator's curse could apply now that I've said it. The question will be who is going to be finishing P2 in the GT3 Pro class, or will we see a sudden switch of strategy that completely upsets the apple cart?
It's interesting, and I think we've got plenty of time to still find out, but it does... Oh, that's a bit of an outbreak there from the Brabham, and is that going to compromise for Hugh Jass? They don't seem to be able to get around. Thankfully for Hugh Jass, he's not fighting anyone directly, as we see Roy Mars of the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT team coming in for a pit stop. I would imagine that is scheduled. Maybe they've got a little bit of damage and they just want to pit a bit early to get it looked at. I haven't haven't seen that, but they do seem to be a team that often gets involved. Whether or not it's their fault, it doesn't often seem to be, but they do seem to have their fair share of incidents. And I wonder if Simone Guerrero in the Scania Endurance Motorsport car as well, do they have any damage after that bit of contact with Ethan Bass a few laps ago? They are holding off Thomas Mocek of JD Sim Racing 76 currently, but they've gone very wide into the corner there. And oh dear, are we about to see 3 wide again? This is just, we've seen less death from this than I expected, but I think very sensibly Thomas Mocek thinking this is not the place to launch my car up the inside. Living to fight another day, but that will of course be frustrating for them, because they think actually this Scania car is really pushing hard. They're going to make another mistake, and I've not been able to capitalise on just yet. But yeah, going back to the lead of the GT3s, I think even back to Seb Boscher-Williams in 5th, we've got a pretty healthy competition for at least the 2nd and 3rd steps on the podium as it stands, I would say. There's any one of those 4 teams could take the other 2 spots. And like we say, let's not assume James Armstrong's won this race yet. There's still plenty of racing to go. And I suspect this isn't the case, but maybe fatigue could set in for him if he's soloing the race. Perhaps he'll make a mistake towards the end. So let's again not assume that his raw pace will translate into a result.
Indeed, I completely agree, Chris. It only takes one mistake here at Laguna Seca, and particularly in the latter half of the lap, those tyre barriers are so close to the circuit, whether it be at the corkscrew, rainy, or indeed through turns 10 and 11, and it can all go horribly wrong. And I do imagine here that Thomas Mocek from JD Sim Racing 76, as we focus on this battle for what is P9 overall in the GT3 class, ahead of him, of course, who is our focus, the cameraman's attention, Simone Guerrero from Scania Endurance Motorsport. We do know the Scania driver has been at the centre of a large number of incidents today. I'm not saying that is the case that they've been responsible for all of them, but I do wonder whether Mocek has just been very cautious right now about approaching the Lamborghini driver in front and thinking, you know, if I'm going to make the pass, I need to make it where the circuit is as wide as possible, and I need to make it as obvious as possible, because that Scania car has been in the wars, and as we ride on board the nose here, is the case now that Mocek getting very close, as in the cockpit here, we have got some GT4 traffic, and there's a tap to the rear of the Lamborghini as they come out of rainy curve and into turn 10. And well, Mocek now giving a little bit of tap there as we see that GT4 battle, where it is the case in the end. Guerrero comes into the pits, but right now the RD Simsport machine battling with what is there, the Porsche 718, and that is Martin Pearson. And once again, Martin Pearson proving to be very difficult for any GT4 on a lap ahead of him to come on through, as it looks as though Pearson's going to battle with him into the Andretti hairpin.
And in fact, that backmarker Racing Orange has received a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. That was decision number 10. That was actually as well. Sorry, that's another steward's decision. There was possibly. Oh no, sorry, that is for another car. It's they've mislabeled their decision numbers. We've had a few drivers potentially get punished for overtaking before the start-finish line from some of those safety car restarts we saw earlier. But yeah, I wonder if Martin Pearson's maybe driving a bit angry after being entangled up in a few incidents. And, you know, I think it's all well and good being obstinate about letting other people in your class lap you, because, you know, the blue flags aren't a surrender your position immediately and lose 5 seconds a lap order. But at the same time, you do wonder if some of these incidents, they've cost themselves more time than they've gained by not allowing some of these cars through. But I suppose if we're going to be flippant, he's still the lead Porsche in GT4, so that's got to count for something.
Oh, most definitely. He's trying to make a car which has not been the popular choice within the class work. And to be fair, he's shown these moments of brilliance over the course of the season, but it just seems as though the Aston Martin has that edge. But meanwhile, speaking of edges, we see here, there is a case, Harry Foster leading the GT3 Pro class, but now he has got a driver with a different pace edge behind him, and that is James Armstrong here chasing after him. It's almost as if he's in a GT3 class of his own, but as they make the way in towards turn 6, now Harry Foster will be put to the test. Does he battle as they make the way out of 6 and up the Rahul straight towards the corkscrew? Well, it's only going to be one wide here with the fact they do have one of the TCRs running there, but as they come up towards the corkscrew under braking, we can see the Prismatic eSports TCR getting well clear of the situation. Now Armstrong will have to think about making the move either into the hairpin or 30 in the run down towards Andretti as they roll their way through Rainy and down into turn number 10. But Armstrong has come on very quickly. That last lap, he took 1.2 seconds out, and immediately there we see the response of Harry Foster. He's into the pits. He knows he's going to to pit again, and therefore he's decided to get the pit stop out of the way and not lose time battling with Armstrong. I think he believes his fight is with Evan Peichel, who now takes that P2 position. As then we cut to Sven Demmel here from Huge Ass, who is chasing after race leader in the GT4 class of Kelly McCauley as they roll their way down to turn 10. And these two have come back together again, Chris, and it looks as though here's Sven Demmel on the hunt, and he's looking the faster of the two.
Yeah, we didn't see Ben Kelly McCauley get back past, as you say, but Demmel has been catching him quite well actually. He's doing a good job now. I don't think it's early enough to really decide GT4 or TCR pitch strategy, because they do run slightly different lengths, but the sort of standard GT3 pit stints around about 40 minutes, and of course we've had those two pit windows, so that's why even though we're an hour and 50 into the race, we are beginning to see that second stop. Oh, sorry, we are an hour. I can't do my time. But yeah, we are an hour and 50 into the race. So if you look at it the way around, they've got kind of 3 stints left in them now. So I don't think there's going to need to. There's no more safety cars. We shouldn't need to see any fuel saving even without them. If we have loads of safety cars, it would be slightly mad if they attempted it, but there is potential for some of these cars to maybe drop one whole stop. I think that would require some very crazy driving in the next 2 and a bit hours. But that's maybe one of the things that might not play to James Armstrong's advantage, is that the safety cars have just elongated the stints by enough time to negate the need for a splash and dash. But don't forget, of course, James Armstrong was able to take tyres in that pit stop over the safety car, so he saved himself a bit of time there. But yes, Sven Demmel at the moment, I think, looking very racy, but not trying to force the move just yet, because again, we've said in previous rounds, there is an advantage just hanging back, saving a bit of fuel in the draft of the car in front, and also just really analysing where they're strong, where they're weak, although these two teams know each other quite well at this point. They've spent a lot of time bumper to bumper over the last few months.
Oh, indeed, and we saw that in the double header last time out, where these two teams were really at the tip of the spear of the battling in the GT4 class. And as they roll their way through turn 3 right now, we'll wait to see where it's going to Sven Demmel just playing it safe here, doing some fuel saving like you say, Chris, and then playing to the strategic game with the fact we have just over 2 hours still on the clock and track temperature now up to 50 degrees centigrade. It is really building up here, and well, we've still got plenty of time to go. I can imagine it's only going to get hotter. And speaking of getting hot, it's the case of handing over a very hot car. Backmarker Racing Yellows, what was it, Seb Boscher Williams has handed over to Stephen Jones, who's just taken a pit stop. That's happened off camera, but some of our GT3s continue to take pit stops. We've also got P5 driver Steve Mello from RD Simsport going into the car now, and well, in fact, they're going to drop a position through the pit lane, but plenty going on down there in the pits as we continue to focus on the battle for the top of the GT4s here. And it seems as though right now our two GT4 class leaders, they've got a bit of space out there. They haven't got too many GT3s coming through in rapid succession, although as soon as I say that, it seems as though that Lamborghini behind wants to upset my words in the fact they're coming through quite quickly to make their way past the GT4s. But this just gives them a bit of an opportunity to focus more on their race now. They can settle into a bit more of a gradual rhythm.
Yeah, and it must be nice for them to have a bit of clear track for the first time in seemingly ages. But yeah, looking at the timing tower, they've not got a huge amount of TCRs in the near future for them, and they've not got a huge amount of GT3s that will be coming up behind them either. So this might be the time to look at having a bit of a battle. But equally, I don't think Huge Ass in particular will be too fussed about this, because they've got 2 hours to try and take that lead. And really, at the moment, that's very nearly the end of their battle for the lead. That was a quite good car control in the entrance of Sven Demmel. You saw a big puff of sand up in the air as they took just a little bit too much of the exit curb. And as you can see, that's cost them about half a second. But again, in the grand scheme of things, assuming they can catch back up to Ben Kelly McCauley, they can get away with it. But just a reminder that it takes one momentary lapse of concentration and your race is done. So let's not count our chickens before they've hatched.
Oh, indeed. And as we now focus here on Neil Ferrier, the RD SimSport 3 driver, who has opened up an advantage of 4.1 seconds over P2 driver of Stadler, Harold Stadler, the German. You can see just in the rear of the picture there, who has got Daniel Martin from RD SimSport 2 close behind him. It is the case that Ferrier has been given an opportunity to more focus on his own race in the lead of the TCR class now. Earlier on in this race, of course, he was battling for the lead, battling for the podium positions with the aforementioned individuals, but now able to really take that initiative, and thanks to a combination of strategy, overtakes, and also the safety car, he does seem to be in quite a comfortable rhythm right now, Chris. But at the same time as well, I think he might be worrying a little bit as well, just how much he pushes as he goes very wide there out of 6. And as you were saying, a momentary lapse of concentration could upset it all. I think he's got away with that, and he's used one of his 9 lives.
Yes, and we'll see how well, see just how aggressively he takes that corner on subsequent laps, because I suspect it's one of those calm yourself down a bit moments. Don't push quite so hard. And as you saw there on the screen, Sakanya have been given a 15-second stop and go penalty for causing a collision. That was an incident 59 minutes into the race between FTR Esports TCR Sakanya, of course, and Stage 1 Racing Senior GT. So that is pretty much taking him out of contention as it stands. They are now in 17th and last of the GT3 field, and they are about 30 seconds behind Stage 1 Racing Green, who are the next team. And I believe they've just made an enforced, I don't know if that was, yeah, well, Kia got into the car. So I would presume that is a scheduled stop for them, which means they've still got to take that stop and go penalty. So that is a double whammy for Sakanya.
Oh, indeed. I think it might also be the case they thought about swapping the drivers out as soon as possible, because it does seem as though that having a new driver in the car, that may settle things down a little bit for Sakanya. But as you say, it really has taken them out of the race, and particularly when they have to serve that stop and go 15-second penalty. But it's a race, I think, for them to learn from today with that GT3 AM class, and not to see the mistake of today recur again in round number 6 and onwards in this season. But meanwhile, we focus here on James Carr, who the GT3 AM leader right now for Track Limit Racing, being very patient with regards to the way he's approaching getting through the traffic here. Of course, he doesn't have the challenge of a GT3 AM driver behind him breathing down his neck, but still showing a lot of respect for the TCR and the GT4 class drivers. When you say it's one of those situations whereby he's really, I think, using the fact he's in the lead to practice working his way around the slower classes.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, but also let's not forget that the GT3 AMs will score points in the overall GT3 classification, so he is racing the GT3 Pros as well. Also, of course, he's slightly out of sync on his strategy. They're certainly seeming to run a bit longer. Like James Armstrong, they pitted under that first of the 2 or 3 safety cars we had in a row, so I think James Carr is really going to be the barometer of just how good of a decision it was to make that pit stop at that point as Armstrong gets past the Effect Esports car. I don't know if Paul Busby is entirely happy with the way that is done, but this is the trouble with the headlight flash. You don't always know exactly what it means. That could have just been a go on James, because maybe Paul loves James. I don't know. I know they've raced together a fair amount. I know they know each other reasonably well. And you know, he's not flashing the follow-up from the next GT3 along. That was, let's see who that was. Didn't catch the car number in time, but James Carr now promoted up to 2nd place thanks to the pit of Alpine Stars Geodesic. Eric Molinatti now behind the car there. So it's interesting to see exactly where James Carr is going to finish up. This is obviously a fantastic GT3 AM points haul for the Track Limit Racing Porsche. But it's going to be a fantastic GT3 Pro points haul the way this is going. We'll just have to see how that works out when everyone else comes into the pit. And of course, it'd be lovely for Armstrong and Carr if we could get a pit stop, a safety car rather now. But let's not curse it. We want to see as much racing on track as possible.
Oh, 100%, Chris. And whilst you were saying about the flashing lights, I did quickly get my little book of Morse code out to try and translate the flashes as dibs and dabs, but unfortunately we cut away before I could get those last dibs and dabs in. But still, joking aside and whatnot, is of course the very tricky Morse code that is the flashing lights in motorsport. And well, as we focus here on Ben Kelly McCauley, who continues to lead in the GT4 class, is the case, still only leading by about half a second to 6/10 ahead of Sven Demmel from Hugh Jas. These two right now now really pushing it in terms of the strategy and also that overall race pace. And as they come charging across that timing line this time to really go on to the final lap that will conclude that opening 2 hours of this race, and we still have 2 hours to go, of course, it is the case. I think Kelly McCauley now starting to just inch the lead open a little bit. Well, he goes a little bit deep there. It is the Andretti hairpin, so that's going to cost him about 2 tenths when all is said and done. But I think now Kelly McCauley starting to put the hammer down a little bit. That last lap, by comparison, was the best part of 4 tenths of a second quicker. I think there may be a pit stop in the works in the near future, and now it's hammer time for the Irishman, but we'll wait and see. But these two have really dropped the rest of the GT4 class field for the time being. P3 driver Munoz, who is the best part of 9.5 seconds behind them. But now Kenny McCauley will have the tricky situation of a TCR coming out of turn 5 up towards 6, but doesn't cost him too much time in actuality as they make the way into the tricky left-hander. They roll the way on through, and all is safe and said and done for another round of that tricky left-hander, which has caught so many out as they come rip-roaring on down in towards the braking zone for the corkscrew once again. But as they come on in here, I think it's the case that Sven Demmel is recognising that Kelly McCoy is now turning the pace up a wick, and he's doing so as well.
Yep, and let's not forget just how much pressure Sven Demmel is putting on Ben Kelly McCauley here. Now, we've seen how high quality Kelly McCauley is as a driver, but hey, if this carries on the way it is, 2 hours of being this under pressure, most people will crack at some point. It's difficult to drive a completely flawless race when you're under this much pressure for the win. And they're an equal machinery as well, let's not forget that. So it really does come down entirely to driver skill. So I think as well, it's going to be, let's see, there's Hugh Jass, do let that BMW GT3 through. Possibly the sensible thing to do, the 94 there, it's James Armstrong. Not a driver you want behind you for too long, but Hugh Jass again there, we saw that a few laps ago. So not particularly the beneficiary of good luck when it comes to other cars getting through. So is that luck, or is that skill, or is that a little bit of forward planning? Maybe just saying, well, hang on, if I don't let James Armstrong through here, is it going to compromise me more? Or is it just a case of I just need to get round, let people through as and when I need to, but it's not really the end of the world. So again, we're only at the halfway point now, Paul. Maybe it's worth just us quickly running through the current standings for all 4 classes.
Well, indeed, and as we give you that run through, ladies and gentlemen, we start off, of course, with the GT3 Pro class in short order, and it is James Armstrong who currently leads by a huge margin by comparison with the rest of the pursuing field. It is the case he's leading ahead of James Richards and the Brabham eSports driver here in a class of his own. But then we come to our P2 driver in the GT3 class, and that's our GT3 AM leader of what is there was James Carr, but we cut over to James Richards from Atlantic Motorsport. He's P2 in the GT3 Pro class here and putting in a solid performance. It's then James Carr who leads in what is the GT3 AM class, and the Canadian driver doing very well for track limit racing as he rolls his way on through, and as he comes charging on around right now, we then look to what is our P4 driver overall in the GT3 class. He's P3 in the GT3 Pro class, and that is Brett Crouch from RPM Racing. He's taken over the car quite recently and has been building up that momentum once again, currently in a battle for the podium steps for P2 and P3 with his peers in the class, and he's got Eric Molinati not too far behind him, and we can see Eric Molinati from the Alpine Stars GT6 Racing. He's taken over from Evan Peichel, who was behind the helm of the car for the opening 1 hour and 50 minutes of the race, and Molinati has got big boots to fill as he goes charging on here with quite a long stop, to be fair. So it's the case we're expecting him now to try and recover his way back onto the podium. Behind him we have RD Simsports Steve Melo from France, the driver here, as he charges in towards turn 6 in the BMW M4, looking good so far. Really has been battling for the top 5, and then behind him is Stefan Jones from the Backmarker Racing yellow outfit, who took over the car a little while earlier from Seb Boscher Williams. He's taken over the Lamborghini Huracan, and now really having to go into the recovery zone, this team, after what was a very difficult start to the race. The open now, one not for them to remember, and they are fighting their way back on. We then have in P8 overall in the GT3s, and that is P2 in the GT3 AM class. We have Chase Small, the American driver here for Track Limit Racing, rolling his way on through, and right now Chase Small trying to deliver a strong result, and indeed running very well, and in a bit of a lonely state at the moment. The fact that James Carr is a long way up the road, and Roxy Gibson by comparison is quite a way behind. So right now going hunting after the GT3 Pros. For behind him we have Jens de Roo from Stage 1 Racing here in the Porsche 911 GT3, who right now the Dutchman really pushing on P7 in the the GT3 Pro class. It's then Thomas Mocek from JD Sim Racing 76, who is in P8 of the class, as he rolls his way on through, and he has Anthony Tuaminen right behind him from 49 Motorsports Maroon, and that 49 Motorsports car has come from the ashes. It's risen from the ashes. It is like a phoenix to the fire right now, and the Finn is trying to get that car to charge through the order, and he's running very quickly, so keep your eyes on him, folks. He's trying to get into P8, if not higher, over the course of the remainder of this race. Then we have Roxy Gibson behind them, who is technically P12 overall, but P3 in the GT3 AM class here, and rolling with their way. Oh, goodness me, we can't put the commentator's curse on Roxy Gibson, who gets it wrong there at turn 6, and that is going to be some momentum, very heavily curved, but it looks like they're able to get back out and stirk it. Whether that's going to be a jump to the pits or not, we'll have to wait and see, as here comes through Garrett De Alessandro, the FTR Esports GT3 driver, in a car that has really been in the thick of it for the majority of the race. They now roll their way on through. They are P12 in the GT3 Pro class, and then we have behind them what is their Hans Blankwert from the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT outfit, as they head on through here. In fact, might have some of the positions slightly wrong, but they roll their way on through, and they're currently P11 in the GT3 Pro class and P14 overall in the GT3s. The Belgian here having a difficult day of racing. That car has been involved in a number of incidents, not of their own doing, it should be said. And then we have Cass Silliman, who from Prismatic Motorsports Athena, the American driver here, really battling against the elements and has had a difficult race indeed. The Athena outfit from Prismatic Motorsports have had a tricky race to contend with, but now they seem to be back on a firm footing and trying to bring this one to the close with half the race distance still to go. We then have the Dutchman of Timothy van der Broek from Stage 1 Racing Green, ran P16 in the GT3's overall, P4 in the GT3 AM class, and the Dutchman here really having to contend with a number of incidents, and the stewards have sometimes sided with them, sometimes sided against them, but not a happy race for Van der Broek. And then last but not least of our running GT3s, it is Roberto Chia, and the Italian driver here from Sicania Endurance Motorsport, taking over a car which has really been involved in the majority of our GT3 incidents from the start, and currently running last of our GT3 AM class drivers and our GT3s overall, and really trying now to recover this race with the time remaining. So that is the GT3 class covered, and then we come to our GT4s in a very close battle for lead at the moment. Sven Demel from Huge Us is your leader, only leading, however, and would you not believe it, after 2 hours, well, you're going to have to believe it, leading by less than half a second from what is Ben Kenny McCauley there from Deutsche Payment Devoman right behind us. We've got 5 wide coming down the start finish straight here, and it is the case. We've got traffic upon traffic trying to navigate its way through. 2 GT3s coming from the inside, but Who Just is going to have to cover off the middle of the road here, as it looks like the FTR Esports BMW M4 is going to have to play the game of patience as they roll and through, and Sven Demel really has been the master of traffic, whereas it's the case that Ben Kenny McCauley, this has not worked out for, but everything now calms down, thankfully, as it is the case Ben Kelly McCauley has been hanging on to the back of our leader in the GT4 class, and as we shortly cut over to them, this battle is only going to continue as time goes on, as they roll their way up towards turn number 5. But these two have been nose to tail for so long in the race, you'd think they were together with super glue. We then have a sizable gap of what is 12 seconds to a third place man in the class. That's 49 Motorsports Magenta's Daniel Munoz, as they make their way up towards turn 5 right now. And really has been the best of the rest. However, do not count out the fact they do have a fast charging RD Simsport machine behind them of Callum Brandt, and we see the Briton here running in P4. And Callum Brandt earlier on was up in second place, but some misfortune has seen them drop down to P4, plus 2 safety cars which have really thrown the strategy to the wind. But the Briton charge it on, and then in P5 we have Paul Busby from the Effect Esports. And do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this was the car that after 15 minutes of racing had severe damage to the front left suspension and still stayed in the battle for the top 5 then. The Effect Esports outfit are delivering an absolutely sensational drive here in P5, and are continuing to push on, and do not forget them, they may be hunting for the podium later on in this race. We then have in P6 what is Brabham Esports' Blues, Janis Hilbert here from Germany, who running in P6 has been involved in a couple of incidents, hasn't really worked out for the German driver so far, and indeed for the team today, and they're really right now looking to try and hold on to that P6 and go hunting after the top 5 should any of the top 5 fall victim to an instant or an extended pit stop. But right now Janis Hilbert having to deal with a lot of GT3 traffic instead as it all comes on through. through. And then we do have James Hall in P7 of the class, who right now from Vulcan Sim Racing, the Britain. That car has been in a number of instances, and the fact the car is in its condition as it is now is due to him having to do a lot of repair work. I think the hammers were broken in the pit lane. That's how much repair work they've had to do to the car as the Britain rolls his way through turn number 3, but still staying strong here, and he is ahead of P8 driver Gareth Messam, as we see the Orbit Motorsport Venus driver here right now really having to press on in what is the last of our grouped positions in the GT4 class before we then come to backmarker Racing Orange's Robbie McAfee, who has been involved in a number of flare-ups and I think has been driving a little bit angry. Indeed, the team have been driving a bit angry. I don't think it's actually Robbie himself. I think it was the face Pearson, who he took over the car from, had to drive a bit angry earlier on, but definitely not a happy race for the backmarker Racing Orange team today. And then the last driver who was retired, unfortunately, is Tyler Langenberg from D-Line Racing. Then we come to our TCR drivers, meanwhile, and our leader in the TCR class currently is Neil Ferrier from RD Simsport 3, the Briton, who right now pressed it on and has been delivering a strong race. But keep in mind, right behind him there is Harold Stadler from Bram eSports Hissing Sid, who has dropped away and then caught back up to the RD Simsport driver more times than I've got fingers on my right hand as they make the way through the right hander here of turn 3. And these two have been in a back and forth battle, a bit of a tug of war, if you will, and we're waiting to see how the strategy plays out between the two of them. And then you've got a sizable gap to what is Daniel Martin from RD Simsport 2, who's a bit further back right in the P3 position. You can see how much of a gap we have there, in fact, as Daniel Martin here giving way to our race leader overall. But right now, Daniel Martin in a bit of a no man's land in that P3, but I think in a happy no man's land, been putting in a very solid performance so far. And then we do have Ethan Bass from Orbit Motorsport Mars running in P4 in the class. That's P30 overall, and the Orbit Motorsport Mars driver here has been in a few little scuffles with other drivers, but otherwise it's been going well for the Orbit Motorsport Mars outfit and looking to bring home that P4 at the rate of closure they're going for. And then we have Jason Fryer from Driveline Simsport, who's in P5 in the TCR class and has had a couple of off-tracks and very nasty off-tracks at particularly turn 6, one to remember. And right now the American driver has settled down and is really delivering a consistent race from this point onwards and is doing quite nicely with a sizable advantage over Lilac Zia as the Prismatic Motorsports Academy driver who's in P6. You can see Lilac here not too far behind, but that gap enough right now to give Jason Fryer the comfort room needed, and Zia trying to get back into the race for what is that potential top 5 come the end of this race when the checker flag falls. We then have Ryan Chevalier, who from FTR Esports TCR, running in a lonely P7 right now, and really has had a difficult race as the American, but looking to soldier on and try and bring home some key points in the championship standings. And then the last of our TCRs still running out that I do believe, in fact not running, my apologies, we've had a retirement, is Jonathan Carty from Sim Party Racing, involved in a major incident earlier on, and I think the car had to be taken to the pits and they've not been able to get the car back out on circuits. We have had 2 retirements on circuit so far. That's Tyler Langenberg and also Jonathan Carty for the D-Line Racing and the Sim Party Racing drivers respectively. And we also had the pre-race retirement of the FTR Esports GT4 Yellow, and that was Alex Marsh King, who was meant to be behind the wheel, but they didn't make it to the grid. But that's how your standings stand with 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining.
Thank you for that, Paul. That was it's quite arduous. The trouble is we've only had the 2 retirements, so you've got a very long list of cars to have to go through. And I must admit, 2 hours into the race, I didn't expect to only have 2 retirements on what is, I think, along with Brands Hatch, the biggest challenge for a multi-class event of this calendar so far. Now, of course, let's not forget we've got 2 more races left in this series after today. We've got, at the end of July, we're going for the 6 hours of Imola, which should again be a really fun challenge for the drivers. And then later on in August, we are off for the final round of this championship. I cannot believe just how quickly it's gone. And we will, of course, be coming to you live from the 4 hours of Watkins Glen. So we've got some slightly more conventional multi-class circuits for you coming up, but we've still got just a shade under 2 hours left at this wonderful circuit. And with Deutsche Payment pitting, Daniel Muth has given the keys to the car back, and we know how quick he is. Can he catch up with his German rival Sven Demmel in the Huge Ass team? They have been having a really wonderful battle. And of course, the other thing this does, as you're saying, Paul Busby has been driving very well today, promotes him up to 3rd, but of course that is on track, but it's not in line with the pit stops. But as we've seen before, anything can happen at very short notice. there is a very good chance that the track position Paul Busby has now could translate to a better race finish. And of course, he's only 16 seconds behind the lead. That is a catch-upable distance, as I just coin a new phrase there. Paul Busby quite happily tell you how much he loves Laguna Seca. I suspect before today he loved Laguna Seca more when it was a single class track for him. It's one of his best circuits, so we do expect to see some pretty strong lap times from him. He is, I believe, the fastest GT4 on the track as it stands. Actually, Sven Demmel's no, sorry, I was looking at Sven Demmel's fastest lap. Yes, Paul Busby by about 0.2 of a second is the fastest car on the circuit right now, but he may well be pitting in the next few laps as Hugh Jass, it appears, have come in for their scheduled stop. Let's see where they come out in relation to Daniel Muth and Deutsche Payment. Now, Deutsche Payment was stopped for just under 46 seconds. Sven Demmel, that's an interesting one. Oh no, they've changed cars, that's what it is, sorry. That's our timing tower, not liking when you change cars. Giovanni Romano getting into that car, so let's see how long their pit stop is by comparison. Are we going to resume this incredible two-way battle as we see Driveline Simsport, who've had quite a spicy race? Jason Freer there, just going off track on what looks to me like the ascent to the corkscrew. So I suspect what we've got here is another driver either catching the inside curb or catching the sand on the outside exit and just spinning round. But they have still got FTR eSports, TCR and Sim Party Racing behind them. So, you know, they are not without their positions to still defend, so it's worth Jason Freer getting that car recovered, and they are going again now. As Romano for Hugh Jass was stopped for 44.8 seconds, but are they going to be able to get back out in front of Daniel Muth? They are pretty much neck and neck, and I believe Daniel Muth might be about to go past him. In fact, no, I think Hugh Jass have managed to get out just in front. I believe they're now neck and neck, which is... it's nice to resume these old battles, isn't it? But the important thing for Hugh Jass is they have retained track position there. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch, because there is still quite a long time left in this race. And also, Brandt, Busby and Albert ahead of them are all very quick drivers in their own right. I believe we are going to say goodbye to Paul Walsh now. Paul, it's been lovely to have you with us today. I hope you've enjoyed the race. And I believe that also means we can then bring in Tim.
Well, indeed, I think Tim's coming back from his scheduled pit stop. We had to step out of the room. Yep, he's back. But it's been a pleasure covering this, and I'll hand over to Tim and yourself, Chris, for the final 2 hours. Do enjoy. Fantastic racing ahead and plenty to come. All the best.
Cheers, Paul. Take care of yourself. Wow. So, Chris, I just disappear off, and all hell breaks loose. Literally, I just caught it as I was just about to leave the commentary booth. Yellow flag, safety car comes out, and then you've had another one since then as well. Just, you know, why not? It's spicing up here at Laguna Seca.
Oh, indeed it is. It's been, honestly, it's been a really fun race, and these two drivers on screen right now, major part of why it's been fun. This has been such a, and actually it looks like we're going to have a move for the potential lead here. They're alongside now, Muth and Romano, but Hugh Jass have got the advantage on the inside coming through into turn 4, and they've managed to retain that. But yes, I don't think Daniel Muth wants to stick behind the Hugh Jass vehicle like Hugh Jass were fine sticking behind Deutsche Payment earlier in the race. They are looking very racy indeed now, Tim, but you're right, we have had safety cars beget safety cars, and that has also very nicely given us some alternate strategies, in particular in the GT3 field. So James Armstrong currently the major beneficiary of this, but I think it's also worth looking out for James Carr, the current GT3 GT3 amateur leader for track limit racing GT3, and they're in the the 911 team. They're in Porsche, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how much track position you get. As you can see, he's actually involved, as we're talking about. I didn't plan this, but he's actually involved in the other battle we're watching now. But this is problematic for all three of them. James Carr will desperately want to get past, but these three are all, you know, the two GT4s. They're fighting for position, Tim. They'll just want James Carr to get past as quickly as possible. This is of benefit to Hugh Jass a bit more, I think. Quite a lot of sand there, though. Hopefully that's not compromised him too much, but Carr getting past RPM Racing as they're in the pit stop. So, again, that's part of that being out of sync. that has benefited them. Let's just compare the lap times of Hugh Jass and Deutsche Payment over the last lap. They were separated by just 600ths of a second. So I suspect unless there's an incident, we've got another 100 minutes of these two fighting each other, Tim. I can't wait.
I can't either, Chris. It's, well, what you might say, standard FTR. Because it's drama, excitement from the checker flag, right, well, from the green, my flag's the wrong way around there, the green flag, right through to the checkered. And you never quite know what's going to happen in between. It's always mixed up, and then, lo and behold, you get a safety car, or two in this case, just to throw an extra conundrum in there, throw in some strategy, alternate pit strategies and pit stops. So we've got drivers running deeper than others, and I, for one, absolutely love it. I mean, what's been interesting as well for me is the biblical, performance by Armstrong out in front. 47 seconds, and it's had two safety cars to contend with as well in 2 hours. I mean, well, what can you say, Chris? What can you say?
He's a reasonably good driver, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, we won't give him any more credit than that because he's not finished the race just yet, but he's given himself every opportunity possible to get the win here. But actually, I think it's worth saying, Steve Mello in the RD Simsport car, they weren't really someone we were massively hyping earlier. He's done well to get that car up into third. And yeah, he's got Eric Molinatti, who we know is a good driver in the geodesic just behind. You can see him on screen there, the number 46. Are they both going to be able to clear this this TCR bit of traffic that is the leader, Harold Stadler, in the Brabham eSports Hissing Sid of the TCR? They both seemingly cleared him, but Mello just slowly eking out a bit more of a gap there. And they don't seem to have too many drivers to worry about behind them. So I'd like those two to catch up as well, so we can have another really good battle. And actually, looking down to the GT4s, the other cars have now all pitted, which brings Romano and Muth back into the lead, and they are about a quarter of a second separated. I think there's a reasonably strong chance we'll be following these two for most of the remaining time. They are having an incredible battle.
They are having an absolutely epic battle, aren't they, between the pair of them that's just loomed large right from the minute go. And, oh, they had to back out of it there. The Lamborghini sat behind them. That is the RPM machine. Couldn't quite find a lane, but this could allow just where Hugh Jass just heads on their throttle. We've seen them take that much deeper line so that they could defend from Deutsche Payment in front of them. But having said that, Deutsche Payment just, wow, hanging on for dear life right round the outside, Chris.
What a move.
We see, finally, Gannon manages to clear the pair of them and does it in one foul swoop. But this does mean, look, Move's going to be compromised in the exit of that Deutsche Payment, Aston Martin. And now they're going to have Hugh Jass on the attack, or are they? No, they decide to look to back out of it a little bit. It's fantastic, fascinating tactics how this is ebbing and flowing to stage one. Porsche just heads through there, and this is exactly what Deutsche Payment want. Is the car between them into a slow area that might compromise them a little bit, and they can put a bit of daylight between themselves and Hugh Jass. It's really, they couldn't have had so much better time, could you really?
No, you just saw on screen there, it's not been entirely plain sailing for James Armstrong. The Brabham eSports team, that number 94 car, just receiving a warning for hitting a car under the safety car. Now, I don't believe we saw who that was. Now, we did see James Armstrong very much exposing the fact that the iRacing safety car is in fact a ghost. So I'd like to think that's not what the warning's for, but ghosts may not have rights in iRacing, but yeah, just have to be a little bit careful because a few warnings can very rapidly develop into a time penalty. And if that safety car hits near the end of the race while he's still got an outstanding time penalty to take, that could cost him hugely. So again, this is why I've been saying let's not assume this race is done and dusted. But I do wonder last lap, did Romano in that huge S car, just hang back a bit, because the Stage 1 Racing GT3 looked like it wanted to overtake into the kink, and he was just thinking, I'd rather finish this race but finish in P2 than attack for the lead, get taken out with an hour and a half left to go. Because of course, you know, there's still a lot of racing to do. This is a lot of laps of Laguna Seca. We're just in the GT3 approaching lap 99. So there's plenty of opportunities left for these cars to make overtakes.
It's funny you say that, Chris, because I was wondering exactly the same thing there. It's almost like just play it safe, allow them through, or maybe they thought that the Porsche was coming through much quicker than what it actually was, so just almost compromise a little bit. Like you say, play the long game, play it a little bit safe. And another battle that's looming large as well is Alpine Stars knocking on the door of a podium finish. You see him just in the background there. Another one of the BMWs against RD Sim Sport, who holding on to that last place at the moment. Gap has extended out a little bit, 1.4 seconds at the moment, and the Brabham TCR there, that's going to be in between them. It's going to aid things even more so, especially for the fast cars. Well, they're lapping the slower cars as Alpine Stars just swooping across there. I didn't quite catch which of the TCRs it was in the background, but it really held up in the traffic. And since I said that, Chris, RD have managed to pull around about 6/10 of a second, sorry, over Alpine Stars, just in the space of those few corners. And well, at this point last lap, the gap between the pair of them was around about 9/10. It's now 2 seconds, and that just shows with a flash of the lights there from RD, just not necessarily doing it to try and force out the way the GT4, just to make sure that they know that they are there and that they're going to be coming through soon. Almost like a precursor to what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think Paul and I was talking earlier about how you don't always know what that headlights flash means. I think where I know Paul Busby reasonably well, to me it seemed like that headlight flash from the effect car under him was probably not a smile and a wave. But yeah, it doesn't, like you say, it could just be a little, look, I'm going to go for the move in a minute, so just be aware. We need different coloured headlights. Oh, that would be the day if we had different coloured headlights to convey different messages. Of course, we could have the red one for insert expletive here.
Would that not be blue though?
Oh, you've got your actual thinking hat on there. Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Blue language, yes.
Yes. Green for go. Just go. Go. Keep moving on, and don't get in my way. Ooh, this is going to be a bit closer. This is actually on for the track position here. TCR versus GT4. Now, the TCRs are quicker than the GT4s in the corners, but as you're going to see here, the GT4s are quicker in a straight line, Chris, and the Porsche, their back marker, is going to easily clear RD on the run down to turn 2. Andretti hairpin. It always feels like it should be turn 1, but it's not. So we were mentioning earlier in the show, turn 1 is the kink, just on the run up towards it. That's because the motorbikes have to take it as a turn. It's similar to Red Bull Ring, where people actually call turn 3 turn 2, but it's actually turn 3. Remus, the tight right-hander that goes uphill where you wouldn't just miss the apex because it doesn't bottom, you know, the car doesn't, you know, fling a wheel up in the air and it sends you spinning out of control. It's because they're on the motorbikes actually have to take it as a corner, and it's a similar thing here for why turn 1 is turn 1 and not turn 2 is turn 1 at Laguna Seca. And Chris, I'm a bit worried right now. Everything's calmed down. I'm not worried because it's calmed down, but if we know anything about the Sim 3D GT trophy, that there's always a calm before the storm. And what is brewing? Now, obviously, we don't have any weather in iRacing other than glorious sunshine. But, oh, wow, that was a big old twitch there for Backmarker Racing Orange. Cafe.
They're obviously listening to you.
Yeah, that was, wow. That was a big old twitch on the brakes, just catching the catching the, well, I was going to say the grass, but of course it's not around here. It's in the middle of a desert. It's sand and gravel and dirt on the outside there, and nearly unsettling the car, just holding on for dear life, and maybe new underwear required there for McAfee. But as I was saying, we know there's always a quiet before the storm. It calms down, and then all of a sudden something happens, and all hell I can't even get my words out here. All hell let loose breaks out, and we're off again. There's a safety car. Everyone comes back together, and we go again. Or an incident just causes a few people to close up.
Well, yes, and we've talked almost every round about driver fatigue, and that's both physical and mental. I think for me, the one to look out for is if two or three classes catch each other around turn 6, so the kink before the hill up to the corkscrew. And we've seen in the last hour or so a couple of cars get caught out either on the inside curb or the outside sand. I think we're going to see an incident there, just where someone gets put under a little bit too much pressure, or someone makes a rash decision to try and overtake a slower class. So that's my prediction for where it goes. Just where we're while we're complaining about turn numbers here, I know this conversation's dropped. It really upsets me that the Andretti hairpin is considered one turn, because for me, if a hairpin has two separate bits of curbing on the inside, because I believe that curbing is separate between the first apex, because it's a double apex hairpin, to me, that should be two different turns in terms of the numbering, or at the very least, 2A, 2B. So I get very frustrated, because what is officially turn 3, which is the first of the right-handers, that to me feels like turn 4.
I see where you're going here, Chris. I see where you're going here, and I as much as it is one continuation of a curve, it does almost feel like two separate corners where you're double apexing it, and it actually feels like, you know, it's a left turn and then it's straight, albeit a very incredibly short one, but then there's a left turn yet again, and I think I might go for that one. Also, you then turn right, which is actually not actually classified as a corner, and before you get to turn 3.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think one person needs to be in charge of naming and numbering all corners on the entire motorsport world, and that way we can have a consistent approach to it.
Naming I would disagree with, because you wouldn't throw up absolute crackers like my favourite corner name.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
You know exactly what is coming. For those that are unaware, my favourite corner name in the world is Alton Park, Knickerbrook. Like, absolutely
you can't possibly
amazing.
Tell the anecdote now. That's
well, I've started.
It.
So
our viewers have heard it on this here before.
They have, yes. But yes, named because of a gentleman called Blaster Bates, a local demolition expert that was brought in to blow up an oak tree. No, 2 oak trees to be precise. And down that's where the corner now sits. And obviously blew up the first tree. And then there was a second explosion, and they saw 2 people get up from the nearby long grass and run away. Well, when they went down to investigate, there was a pair of knickers in the river, or the brook to be precise, a small type of a river. And, well, we can leave your imagination to what they were exactly up to, but that is how the corner got his name. And I've still, Chris, yet to this day, could find a better reason to name a corner or a story behind it than Knickerbrook at Alton Park. I just can't. I've tried. Trust me, I've tried.
To get to a more geographically closer circuit, although America is a vast country, so it's not that close. Virginia International Raceway, the big configuration, has got a corner that I'm not sure I can use the language that describes it on this broadcast. I encourage people to look it up. It is the hairpin on the big configuration after the tree hairpin. I'll leave it there. Give you some homework for after the race, because right now we've got a race going on. But like you say, we're still in the calm before the storm. But James Armstrong, let's have a look at his lap times. He's just done a 21.81. So just to really emphasise how much this track has slowed down in the heat, that is 2.5 seconds slower than his fastest time of the race. So. And he's lapping around he's still lapping quicker, and he's just done a 22.64, so he's actually gone even slower than his fastest time. and in fact he's not the quickest GT3 on the track. That is by their last lap time. Currently third place RD Simsport, driven by Steve Mello, who is only actually a second and a bit off their fastest time. So perhaps James is just realising he doesn't need to go absolute ham, and if anything, now is not the time to be taking risks, as Steve Mello does the thing I'm too scared to do, which is to overtake someone into the corkscrew.
That's probably because I know your main speciality is Formula Renault 3.5. Your first love, as it were, in terms of iRacing. Well, actually, no, that's technically Formula Renault 2.0. But being an open wheeler driver, you know, doing side by side into the corkscrew normally ends in disaster for, if not one of you, the pair of you, and also suspension damage. Whereas you'd be a bit more roughy tufty with GT cars. But interesting, you talk about that track temperature, Chris. Currently at 50 degrees Celsius, which is... I don't particularly complain when it's in the low 30s. At 50, I think driving on ice would have more grip than what the drivers are experiencing out here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Just it's in terms of what it's like being inside the cockpit right now, especially for these drivers where, yes, they do have downforce, but they're not a high downforce car, like a Formula car, for example. What are they currently experiencing out there? Oh, no, that was contact there for Mello with, I think, was that Daniel Taylor there in the Orbit? Let's take a look. Got a replay coming in. It was, wasn't it? The Orbit Motorsport Aston Martin GT4 all turned in, was not expecting the GT3 to be on his inside, and it all ends in a bump and a bang. And are the stewards going to be looking at that one, Chris? I get the feeling maybe, just maybe, they might do.
That is exactly the kind of decision I would not want to be a steward for, because I don't think there is an answer that is satisfying for everyone to that. Because, you know, some incidents, I think only the most obtuse of drivers will say, look, that most of the time you can say, look, that someone's definitely at fault there. Steve Mello pulled out so early there. Just, you know, the car body language was perfect in terms of, look, I'm going for the overtake here. So that's really just a case of a tired... I don't want to criticise any drivers, but I suspect Daniel Taylor wasn't checking his rearview mirror because he assumed it wouldn't happen. And you know, this is the kind of thing you can't expect every driver to remain completely on the ball for 4 hours in a row. It is exhausting. But I think we can just be grateful, or at least Daniel Taylor and Orbit Motorsport Venus can be grateful, that at least there wasn't more damage done to that car. Because that could have gone so much worse. We saw a similar kind of incident not that long ago, probably about an hour ago, coming into turn 5, where I believe it was a TCR, turned into the GT3 that was overtaking it and just ended up going straight on into the barrier. If you're going to choose an incident to be the victim of, I think you choose Daniel Taylor's accident just there. And yeah, it's. I mean, we've still got just under an hour and a half to go. At least one more pit stop for the GT3s, but probably 2 for some of them. And actually, I think probably 2 for nearly all of them, because we're still 2 stints away from the end of their race. But
talking about obviously that multi-class overtake, Chris, just on this onboard camera, I think it's probably good, you know, a good time to, we're on board with leader Armstrong for Brabham eSports. To just, it's going to be coming around a bit of traffic up ahead. Just talk us through how he's dealing with it and things that he's doing. You're talking about the positioning of the car that obviously led to the incident we saw not that long ago. Just take us through what's currently going through his mind and why he's positioning the car where he is currently.
So, where we've got 2 different classes in front here, that's worked out very nicely with the TCR. Nothing to really think about there. Armstrong will already be thinking about where he's going to overtake these cars and how. So you can see he's slowed down in the apex there, because if he went at his normal acceleration point, he'd be going into the back of that TCR and having to lift off. So he's thinking ahead to how exactly he has to do that. So again, lifting off here, because it's not really a sensible time to be going through the corkscrew. Save a bit of fuel, give a bit of space, because it means this is what separates the top drivers from the merely good drivers, because he can now get, when it's, you know, this is again not a sensible place to do it, focus on getting the best possible exit for the situation where you're going to make the overtakes. Of course, we can see now we've got some TCRs approaching, so this is another thing he'll be thinking of. He didn't go for the move there. We'll have to see how early. Yeah, you see, very early on, so he can get a quick exit out. And again, this is what's helpful there. You've got the other GT3 just getting out to one side early, so he's not had to make a decision as to how to get past them. If anything, he can use that GT3 as a battering ram in a sense to get through, although they do just wiggle under braking. And we've got another, I believe, GT4 just coming up, and there was someone coming out of the pit lane. I think that looks like a GT3. Nope, I think that's another GT4 just up ahead. But again, you see, he's slow. I mean, slow in, fast out is the advice any racing coach will give you anyway. And then slightly unpredictable behaviour there. You're never going to get it perfect. You can't predict everything. But again, quick reactions, right on those brakes. Took the inside line nice and early, so everyone knows where he's going. Now he can hit the apex here. He's not having to think about traffic around this turn, so he can just drive normally now. Switch your mind off just that little bit. Just recover and prepare for the next one. But you're still looking ahead. Like you can see, you've got another GT3 overtaking a GT4. That's something to keep in mind. That GT3 he will eventually catch up with and need to overtake. And this is good driving from the GT3 in front of him as well, actually, because they're not panicking about the fact that James Armstrong's there. They're again, early signal as to what they're doing. James Armstrong maybe trying to follow through, but again, pretty sanguine about it. A little bit of a love tap, but that's not going to have done any damage. Leaving a bit of space on the inside just in case that TCR overshoots it. And again, he can just now concentrate on driving because those GT3s, yes, they might be a second or so a lap slower than him, but he's got a minute's gap. He doesn't need to worry about them so much unless they start actively holding him up. But so just to give some credit where it's due, just who, let's have a look. Who is that?
Chris, sorry, gosh, that is the drive light. Well, as you credited the Lamborghini in front of Armstrong with dealing with the traffic so well, then makes contact with Robinette in for Driveline Sim Sport into the Andretti hairpin, and it nearly ended in disaster for all concerned, but got away with it. But I mean, we just got Driveline right onto the back of orbit. They were within about half a second, and in the blink of an eye, all undone, 1.9 seconds down the road.
It just goes to show you these small incidents, and this is why it's such a difficult balance for multi-class drivers to think between driving aggressively and thinking ahead. You can't really do both for too long because the amount of brain power it takes. Maybe I'm just especially dim, I don't know, but I certainly can't manage it. And yeah, you've both got to think ahead. You've got to think about potential incidents that could happen in front of you. You saw how quickly James Armstrong was able to respond. Another off track just up there. I think it's Justin Naya in the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT. So we saw 2 laps of very good driving from him, and then it just goes to show you one small incident and it undoes all that good work.
The incident we saw earlier between the RD SimSport BMW, currently 4th with Mellows. I think they're into the pits at the moment. Yes, they are. There you go. They're just heading out, where they had a bit of a lunge up at turn 6. Well, I say a lunge, and made contact with the. It was the Brabham GT4, wasn't it? From memory. Well, they've been given. No, apologies. It's the Orbit GT4, wasn't it? They have been giving a drive-through penalty, that is RD SimSport, for an unsuccessful, quote-unquote, optimistic overtake. Well, I don't think I've heard that language used for optimistic overtake. I mean, aren't they all optimistic in some ways, Chris?
You can see the thought process there. I'm not going to make a comment on the decision because I don't have the rule book's actual wording to hand. B, it's not my league. It's not for me to say how it should be policed. But that kink is not a traditional overtaking spot, except in, you'd have to say that car should really be fully alongside. So I can completely understand the line of thinking for giving a drive through for that, because Ethan Bass hasn't done much wrong there. I mean, yeah, you could say he could have perhaps been a bit more aware of it happening, but yeah, I can understand the decision making there. It's frustrating for the slower class, and I think one of the things I do like about the Sim 3D series is that they're very clear in the driver's briefing that all 3 classes have an equally valid right to the racing line. And I think that's entirely the right way to do this because, yeah, they might be slower cars, but they're just as much in a race as any other car in this series. So, yeah, I think it's worth protecting the TCRs by making decisions like that, even if maybe I could certainly understand the frustration for the RD SimSport team about being given that drive-through. But, I mean, no one welcomes being given a drive-through, regardless of how guilty they may or may not be.
I'll tell you what, we just saw a change of position there between RD SimSport and Orbit, with Orbit getting ahead in GT4. But look at her back in line, drive line, in gear. Wow, look at the queue that is forming behind them here, Chris. Take your pick, really, because there is an absolute mass as they come across the top of the corkscrew of traffic, all forming in, well, I would say all the queue. There's flashing of lights, there's contacts as well in the background. As everyone just about makes it through the corkscrew, and a few elbows out here.
That could so easily have been a sliding doors moment of that's where our safety car could have come from, but just a few love taps. These cars are made of stern stuff. They'll survive those little love taps. It's the full-on spins we don't want to see that might trigger the safety car. But again, this is all it's going to take is a small bunch up of cars. And again, we've only had, I think we're now up to 3 retirements, but that's really not many for the size of the grid today. We started with 35 cars, so to have only lost 10% of them, considering how technical and how small this track is, it speaks volumes about the skill of our drivers today. But again, that's not the last time we're going to have a big bunch up of cars. There'll be others. These drivers have still got an hour and a quarter of racing to do. And just think about what a safety car in the last 20 minutes will do to the complexion of this race.
Well, we saw it. I'm now doubting my memory back. Was it last season or the season before at Spa, where we had a very, very late safety car there? It was within, I want to say, that was the last 20 minutes as well. And it really, really shook things up, because I remember it was the Prismatic GT3 Pro who had, the driver's name escapes me right now. It will come back to me in a second, Chris. But elected to take Emily Howe. That's who it was. Had elected to take tyres and go for it. Came back out. It was an absolute epic battle between herself and Daniel Muth from Deutsche Payment, who were running in GT3. So it was last season. Obviously, this season they made the transition across to GT4. Bit of a interesting one, that then. It's GT4 incredibly competitive in this league, and it really, really spiced things up right at the end. I mean, not that this league really needs it at times. The drivers and the teams do a great job of that themselves, but again, these alternate pit strategies and things that people are electing to do in terms of how they run their strategy, and whether they went for tyres or not, it really creates so many different variables, rather than just the, everyone runs to the end of the hour, then all pets within 1 or 2 laps of one another, and then go again, copy, paste, rinse and repeat, all the way up until the finish, where you might have a few laps difference, but nothing too dramatic in terms of your pit strategy. Whereas here we can see drivers that are on completely and utterly different strategies, and it's so hard to work out whether they're going to come into play or who's going to end up taking the victory, because all it can take is another safety car, let's say late on, or just to flip the strategies around, as we see the Orbit TCR there getting through, and clearly impressed by that move that Chase Small had made by giving a little flash of the lights to say, off you go, I'll see you in a bit when you can run to lap me next time.
Again, another sliding doors moment. That could have gone very badly wrong. But yeah, there's so much to love about multi-class racing, and I love the different strategies, but I think I'm someone who would very much fall victim to this if I was in a team and racing, is that you can overthink your strategy. I mean, broadly speaking, let's look at, in particular, let's look at the GT3
Chris,
and GT4 classes.
we've got a bit of a battle on here because there is 49 Motorsports trying to squeeze their way around the outside there of JD, who are clinging holder to 11th place overall right now. So come on to the brakes, into the corkscrew, hunkering down. There's one of the prismatic cars behind him. That is the 83. So there's Athena Bree Widener currently in the driving seat of that car. Just seeing the Porsche behind the Lamborghini and even the Ferrari. It seems to stand so much taller and look a little bit more dainty compared to these cars too. Especially the Lamborghini that's very squat and flat almost. As they head across the brow of the hill down towards the Andretti hairpin. Settled down a little bit for now between these two.
That's three different makes of car in three different positions. I know that Widner's not fighting for position here, but she'll be hoping these two can cooperate because it's just going to compromise her lap time. And this is the overtake, or the attempted overtake from Tuominen. So coming round the outside is very brave. Kontos, I think, dealt with that very well. Again, slow in, fast out, always better. Having the inside line, not always for the best, but he's got so much of his car in front. And again, slow in, they've left each other the space, a little bit of a wiggle on exit for Tuominen. Although, I think, going back to it live, 49 Motorsports are now ahead. So he's got it done in the same place on the next lap. So Tuominen clearly a bit stronger coming out turn 3 and 4. And Kontos not able to make that inside line pay the second time around. So let's see if Tuominen's got the pace to manage it. And Tim, let's have a look at how exactly he did it.
Let's see, onto the brake. Ooh. Kontos for JD really leaving the door open there. Just presented to the opportunity to 49 Motorsports. He said, thank you very much. I've been trying to find a way past for the last few laps. And off they've got it already, Chris. Already. I've pulled out a gap of 1.3 seconds. Make that even nearly 1.4. So I'm going to... is not hanging around whatsoever here at Laguna Seca since passing JD. Work cuts out because the gap. FTR, who are the next car ahead of them in terms of the standings in the BMW, 22.4 seconds up the road. So that is a tall order, isn't it? Because we're approaching the last hour. Not quite there yet, but it's getting close, Chris. And that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of time to make up. We'll keep you up to date in terms of what the lap times are now. 49 have cleared and are in a bit of fresh air. JD Sim Racing, because they've got nicely effects simulation. So effects eSports GT4 with Darracott now in that one. It's supposed to be handed over to Darracott, and so a little bit of turn in, then spotted that the Lamborghini was just heading through there. Let's find out what the difference is in terms of lap times between Tuominen and D'Alessandro, who's for the BMW of FTR across the line. So a 1:23 from FTR and a 1:22.6 from 49 Motorsports. So 1:23.2 versus a 1:22.6, Chris. That's 0.6 of a second. That is going to be around about 30 laps time by rough calculation in my head.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Trouble being, of course, that we can't predict what's going to happen over the next 30 laps. It could be a safety car. I mean, they'll probably pit, and we'll see if they, I mean, they're on different strategies as well. So that might factor into why there's such a pace differential. But you know, like we were sort of touching on earlier, I think to a certain extent you just have to shut up, stop thinking, and just drive as quick as you can, because it's certainly working for James Armstrong and Daniel Muth.
And let's not forget Leo Ferrier as well in CCR.
Yes, of course, yes.
Because he never
for him, I think.
Yes, he's having an absolute cracker in CCR, leading the way by even quicker than, albeit a bit of contact, albeit have been in the wars a little bit, but they are ahead on the road and overall and one of the GT4s. So that is an absolute blinding one from them. And also, let's talk about GT3 Am. We've sort of touched on it, but haven't. James' car is absolutely flying right now. A massive advantage in terms of not just overall standings, but time. I mean, just looking at it, Chris, I mean, he's got there's a big bounce across the curbs there. 1 minute, 46 seconds is the advantage that he has. So that is a lap and a bit over second place in class, which is currently the Chase Small for track limit in the Ferrari. I mean, if you want to lead, to be a lap and some change ahead, that's exactly what you want, really.
Not just that, but on the same pitch strategy as well, because at least with James Armstrong having a minute 40, about a minute 40 gap, I think he has at the moment, to Richards in the Atlantic Motorsport car. Richards pitted 10 laps ago, and Armstrong pitted 30 laps ago, so that's why Armstrong's got that gap. But no, Carr and Small are on the same strategy, and he still has that gap. You've got to think he's running the risk of being asked to join the ranks of the pro teams with this pace. Because again, because of his pit strategy, it's not unreasonable to look at an overall GT3 podium for him.
No, it's really not, is it?
But yeah, I think that just goes to show some of these teams are more willing to take strategy risks or have a spotter that's more on the ball with these things. And you know I've bragged about this repeatedly. I very nearly won a Mazda MX-5 hour-long race thanks to pit shenanigans, and how I regret not fully committing to that strategy of doing one less pit stop. But again, it's these margins can make a huge difference time-wise, because the overall pit lane time for the GT3s is over a minute. They're stopped for 30 seconds, so any advantage you can gain there is worth so much time. So it's worth looking at. You know, you can have all the raw pace in the world, but if you can't translate it into good traffic management and good strategy, you won't win a race.
You won't, and that would. Let's just say that strategy we've got a big queue of traffic and well, they're at it again, these two. Orbit in the GT4, RD SimSport 3 in TCR. Scrapping away over overall position. They got some. There's back marquee yellow Lamborghini just having to sieve their way through. But wow, Chris, this again. I tell you what, between these lot that are ahead of them, so look down for the chopper. It's tight and some more because they're having to pick their way through here, like what I hope to be the perennial hot butter through knife. Stephen Jones being the battering ram there to get his way through against Atlantic, who are currently second, and they've had an absolutely cracking race.
This is probably not the most. Always have a spin there.
Oh no!
Tim, I do hope you don't heat your butter up and then push it through your knife, because that's not how that works. But perhaps that spin is more important right now. It's not seemingly brought out a safety car, but again, it probably wouldn't have been far away. That corkscrew is really messing with our drivers today. But yeah, James Richards, I think, is quite lucky to have avoided most of the shenanigans there, because of course, I don't know how many of us picked up on that, but one of those GT4s there got very close to the back panel of the GT3. It was overtaking it coming into turn 4, so we did well to avoid a full incident there, I'd say.
Oh, we did, didn't we? It was incredibly close. And it's one of those heart-in-mouth type moments, isn't it, where we've got everyone moving around and trying to, well, be in their own race, whether they're battling with someone directly in front or whatever it may be. And it gets a bit hairy at a tight track like Laguna Seca, because there's no room for error. Well, you would say that it's a bit more forgiving than compared to Belle Isle, where we visited last season, a street circuit. But close either way. Oh no, that's the back marker. Yellow car gone. something has happened to them, Chris. I just looked straight to the timing sheet, looked up again, and saw them. Let's head off to the right. They've gone there. This is Stephen Jones. He's taken over from Boscher Williams.
It looks like they've lost it on their own. Quite an unusual place to be going off wide there.
They were coming around the back of one of the TCRs, wasn't it? I can't remember who it was. It might have been Drive Line potentially, but here we go. This might give us some answers. No, it wasn't. Chris, you're smack. Oh, snap oversteer. Just lost the rear end. Went to correct it, and it just went from Jones.
That will be track temperatures and tyres to blame. Although actually, it's cooled down. It's now a nice breezy 49 degrees Celsius on the track. So that's come down one degree in the last half an hour or so. So there should be the grippiest circuit in the world compared to before. But you sort of see there, Jones was ever so slightly offline, more on the inside, trying to get past that TCR. And it was obviously correct of him to be leaving the room. It was also sensible of him to go for it there, because you don't want to compromise too much time. But these are the risks that you sometimes have to take.
Chris, would it be, because we haven't seen many overtakes around that corner, especially in these latter stages of the race, because it is pretty much a one-line corner. Do you think it's going to go out onto the marbles a bit? It's just seeing, oh, huge ass just doing a bit of a lunge up the inside in the background. I just caught them there as they're trying to make their way past some of the traffic, but obviously got out onto the marbles, and obviously that would have caused maybe a little bit of the initial slide, but I'm guessing that when you go to correct it, it just exaggerates the inputs that you're putting, especially around the rear end, and that's why Jones, for batter marker yellow, so heavily lost it of what looked to be a rookie mistake.
Yeah, it's. I think you're right about it being the marbles, and we saw earlier while we were following James Armstrong, he elected not to make a move round that corner. It cost himself maybe half a second, but I think half a second every few laps is probably a better thing to lose than take the risk that Stephen Jones decided to take there, where not only has he lost more than half a second, he has also lost quite a lot of future time in the damage that he has done to the car, and they have not elected to pit. So they obviously feel like there's not that much damage to the car that it's worth waiting until their next pit stop, because of course if they pit now, they are not going to make that tank of fuel last to the end. And actually it's worth looking at, we were saying earlier about Simon Ball in the track limit racing car with that huge advantage, but they've had to pit now because of the situation we're in. They're going to have to pit again, so the advantage they have from being an alternative strategy, potentially not fully there. But I think as with James Armstrong in the Brabham eSports car, the gap they have in the lead of their class is so high that it pretty much doesn't matter. Although for Track Limit Racing's situation, they have lost some places within the overall GT3 standings, which of course they do still get points for, but they're still well on their way to the current provisional victory in the GT3 AMS, and I don't think anyone's going to turn down a victory regardless of what class it's in.
Let's not forget about Armstrong. He's one of the drivers that's done this all by himself. Yes, we do have, a few drivers that do are lone wolves, as it were, take on a race alone, and it's an amazing effort that they put in. It's hard enough as a team of 3, let alone a team of 2, and then to do it by yourself, well, it makes it all the more challenging. Well, I suppose you could argue, Chris, it might actually make it a little bit easier, because you don't have to worry about second opinions. There's no, well, should we, shouldn't we? You live by the sword, you dive by the sword.
Yep, and we've said before, I don't think we can compare ourselves to these drivers because we are but humble commentators. No, but
we are.
We're much less aggressive drivers, and I think it'd be interesting to see how we do in this field. I mean, I think we'd embarrass ourselves. I think we'd also provide a nice context to just how good these drivers actually are. Because you can be a considerate, you can be a careful, you can be an unaggressive driver all race long, but you're never going to win a race if you're just that placid. You need to have that aggression, because you just won't get the lap time from being placid. and also you won't make the overtakes like, you know, well, Simon and Ball overtaking the Hugh Jass car here. If he'd waited until the main straight, that's another half second he's lost. Does that every time he comes across the GT4. That could add up to about 30, 40, 50 seconds over the whole race. So again, that's why James Armstrong is in the lead, because it's not just the lap time advantage he's got. We saw on board for 2 laps with him. That's a driver who now knows how to lap traffic, and that's why he keeps developing that gap. It's not the raw pace he's got. I mean, obviously it helps. It's the ability to manage traffic, and that comes from being an aggressive driver.
Let's have a little bit of a rundown through your standings. So Brabham eSports, they lead the way currently. As we've mentioned, 26 seconds is the gap now, but that is because they've just come into the pits, which has brought it down. And the fact that you can come into the pits and still maintain a 26-second gap over your competitors. Wow, hats off to you. Atlantic Motorsport, they've had a topsy-turvy race, but they find themselves in second place and a comfortable second place too. Great drive from the Lamborghini outfit. Then we've got another BMW. The BMWs have, in waves, have looked slightly stronger than the Lamborghinis here today, at least Laguna Seca, and nothing more showing than Alpine Stars. They are currently in the last podium position, GT3 Pro and overall. RD Simsport, well, they've been the walls a little bit. They have picked up a penalty, obviously, recently, that contact they had. But ambitious overtake. And now they find themselves in 4th place for BMW. And then we've got a pair of Lamborghinis. Backmarker Racing Yellow. Well, all things considered, I mean, they had their own drive-through early on in the race, within hour 1. Actually, within the first half an hour it was. To find themselves now in 5th place, it's a brilliant effort from them. And also, I know Bosch and Williams, who was in the car first, was suffering from COVID. So even more impressive for them to hold themselves back in the contention. Then we've got the RPM Racing Lamborghini in 6th place. 7th, well, as Chris mentioned numerous times, goes to Track Limit Racing. They're your leader in GT3 AM. They look strong in qualifying. They've carried it across into the race. And it's going to take a lot and a lot of luck to shift them out of that place. And to be fair to them, they're knocking on the door of 6th place with the RPM. Then it's back to GT3 Pro, because we've got 8th is FTR Esports in the BMW. Then the first of our, well, it's technically second are Porsche's. First in Pro is Stage 1 Racing. They've got a 9 seconds advantage over 10th overall JD Sim Racing. They've got 49 Motorsports currently in the pits. They're 11th overall, 10th in GT3 Pro. Then we've got the next two that are in GT3 AM in the 12th and 13th overall. Well, I made that 11th and 13th overall now. The 2nd and 3rd in class, it is Track Limit Racing, and Sicania in the Lamborghini. Stage 1 Racing Senior. Another Lamborghini outfits here. They're at 14th overall. And then 15th is Prismatic Motorsport Athena. 16th. And in and 4th in class is Prismatic Motorsports Minerva Machine. Now let's head down into GT4, because that's where it gets a bit interesting. Well, I say interesting. Not that GT3's been quiet by any stretch of the imagination. Deutsche Payments, you've just looked absolutely on fire and really pulled out an advantage over Hugh Jass. So now 9 seconds. Canadian Romano currently on board for Hugh Jass in 2nd place. And then we've got RD Simsport, who have had a, well, little bit of topsy-turvy race. They're currently occupying that last podium position, but not as much as what Effect eSports have. They've fallen right back. They've carried damage, and they've hauled the car back up into contention. 4th overall. I say 4th in class right now. 20th overall. Following the result, Darricott, he's into the car. See how they get on. Then it is in 21st, Brabham eSports Blue at 4 places in class. Solid result for them right now. Bit of drift, 30 seconds in front of them to catch up with Effect. 7 seconds clear and 49 Motorsports. Then we've got Vulcan Sim Racing, 7th in class. And then it is the Backmarker Racing Orange Porsche, the lone Porsche in GT4. They have, well, they've been in the wars a ridiculous amount. Had so much, well, if they didn't have any bad luck, they wouldn't have had any luck at all. I think it's safe to say it's been one of those days for Martin Pearson in the car now. The team that we saw last season and has continued on with the Porsche this season. In terms of retirements, Orbit Motorsport Venus, they've been in the pits for the last 3.5 minutes. That's not looking good for the Aston Martin outfit. And then D-Line Racing, we lost them on lap 56. We're currently on lap 129. Give you some perspective, so that was a long time ago. It's TCR, but you can see them there. RD Sim Sport 3 have been flawless from start to finish. Since they took control over Brabham Esports early on in hour 1, they've just kept it going. So there are Brabham Esports, currently third in class, behind RD Sim Sport 2, who are second. A little bit of jumping around there, but RD Sim Sport, they can pull off a 1-2 here at Laguna Seca. Could you ask for a much more better day for them? Well, it remains to be seen. Driveline Sim Sport, we've seen they've had a bit of bad luck go their way. For an end of that Hyundai, I was going to call it Toyota then. We're on Asian make. Hyundai Elantra has been in the wars. You see a bit of a graze and battle damage there as traffic clearing them. They currently find themselves 4th in class, up 6 places. They've had a good, solid race. Then it's Orbit Motorsport Mars. Another car that's not had the best of luck. Ethan Bass currently on board for them. 29th overall right now. And then we've got the last of the runners is Prismatic rounding things out. George McKay currently at the helm of that Elantra. And then we've got the Orbit Motorsport Venus machine, which is in the pits, but actually, sorry, apologies, that's from GT4. It's FTR eSports in the TCR. They are going, but well done after pace. They're 2 laps behind Mackay, who's only just at the road from them. You can see them visually, but as I said, 2 laps that mile. That might even be just 1 lap down now. Can they make the move around the outside? It'd be interesting to say with this one. Yeah, they're going to get that done. So they're now 1 lap down, but work cut out and need to dig deep inside this last hour to make that one happen. Then we're into the retirements. Stage 1 green, we lost on lap 87. See, Sim Party Racing, we lost lap 58. And D-Line, who we mentioned earlier, on lap 56. Wow, Chris. Wow. So I think coming into this one, I know with the high track temperatures, the nature of the track, interestingly, the track temperature is on its way down. We've dropped another degree. It's only 48 now, but it is on the way down. I think that's going to come as a welcomed sigh of relief to the drivers. And that's only going to continue to cool off. But I'm surprised between the track temperatures, short track, it's narrow as well, similar to what we had at Brands earlier in the season for the season opener. And to have only 3 retirements, I think that's a good result, isn't it?
It speaks volumes to the quality of the grid. And just while we're talking about tyres, while we were doing the standing summary, James Armstrong, bless him, has posted in the FTR Events Discord channel the remaining tyre life on his last set of tyres. It makes for interesting reading, and it might go some way to explaining why he was 2 to 3 seconds a lap slower than his peak, because his right front on the inside had just 3% left.
Wow.
Which is... Now, I don't think I could do a single lap of Laguna Seca with just 3% of the tyre left on the inside right front, only 7% in the middle. The best any tyre had on its inside was the left rear had 45% left. That's not great. I know you can't compare across classes, but if I tried to drive one of the F1 cars with 45% of the tyre left, I'd be in the wall on turn 1. So he's finding the new tyre way better. He's now doing a Sean Campbell special and replying on Discord while driving. But this is what you can showboat when you've got a little bit of a gap out the lead. But what we wouldn't want to see, for James Armstrong's sake, is we wouldn't want to see him crash. As a result of that, as we talk about crashing, that is quite close there. But luckily the 148 and the Deutsche Payment car both get out of the way quite well. That could have been utterly terrifying, and also probably the most prescient example of the commentator's curse we'll ever see.
I think, Chris, I just heard your heart move into your mouth there, because it was close, and I could hear the panic setting in of, oh, breathe in, everyone. So, you know, when you go through a tight gap in the car and you sort of move in from the outside of the car. I don't know why, because it doesn't make the car any thinner, but I think she's doing that for the drivers there. But they all managed to make it through unscathed. They don't know what they're doing, don't they? Of course they do. And, wow. As you said, Chris, the amount of time that Armstrong's got in the bag, he can afford to be just a bit more cautious with it. And interesting what you're saying about the tyre life that he had left. I mean, I struggle at times with 20, 30% to have it down to that low. That is some skill. That is absolutely incredible, really, to be able to hold on to the car.
It's fair to say that James Armstrong has demonstrated that he's a talented driver over the season, but I think it really, you need the full context of just how well he's driving, and it's nice that he's provided that tyre info, because yes, it's a bit of a humble brag, but I think you've earned it if you're driving this well with that much wear. It must be incredibly demoralising for some of the other drivers to see that, knowing that, oh, hang on, I've got like double the tyre life left and he's still lapping way quicker than I am. But you know, some of us are more suited to cars than others. Let's just say maybe James is phenomenally good in the BMW, although I seem to remember him being at least a second quicker than me in the former Radical SR8 back when we would have raced together in a league coming up 2 years ago now, and he'd only got quicker in these 2 years.
I remember doing a fun race on a Friday night. It was what is now the old Radical, and we're on a dirt oval, and everyone's struggling like mad. I was pleased as punch because I was relatively new to iRacing. I was in second place, and James just came sailing back like the car had. It was like the new F1 car on a cool track with tons of grip, and to make me look distinctly average. That is James Armstrong for you in a nutshell. The Bradman eSports driver lead by 36 seconds and has stopped much later. In fact, some 13 laps later than Atlantic Motorsports, who currently occupies second place.
I think we just saw in the background there a very slow-moving Prismatic Motorsports Athena car piloted by Brie Widner, who had just done a 33-lap stint. So no wonder that car is struggling to make it to the pit box. They'll be hoping, I don't know where their pit box is within the pit lane, they'll be hoping it's closer to the entrance than it is the exit, especially as they start going uphill. They appear to have made it to the number 83, but sometimes it's not worth... Oh, that's a driver change, I believe. Cass Silliman just going in now. I wonder if they were doing that, thinking that there's 44 minutes left. Can they eke that be that? Maybe it's worth taking the sort of 15-20 seconds time loss to avoid doing another pit stop, although even doing 44 minutes is going to be a pretty incredible fuel saving adventure for a GT3. But you know, it's a nice challenge to set. They've not had the smoothest of races, so this is a good time as any to work out. Oh, actually, I say that nope, sorry, I thought they may have had to have towed to the pit lane from in the pit lane, as there's another bit of potential contact there between a GT3 and a TCR, but notably the 148 didn't go into the back. Simon Ball trying to protect that potential GT3 win.
Well, also, Chris, that is our leader in TCR.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
And I tell you what, Chris, interestingly, sister car behind them, but RD Sim Sport 2, who've been behind for basically, you know, behind their team most races, they've been second, third, fourth at one point early on. They're a second behind them now. But, and this is the crucial thing, Chris, they stopped 11 laps later than the car in front of them. So, when it comes to stopping again, they will have to, which they're going to have to take on more fuel. TCRs on average, you're going to get about an hour's worth of running out of the tank. So this, I think, we could start to see a change to the league. Well, even so, Chris, without taking pit strategy into account, they are RD Sim Sport 2 are catching the number 3 machine far quicker. They're taking, I mean, the gap originally when we first cut to them was around about 1.2, 1.3 seconds. It's now 6 seconds. Well, you can see visually on screen just how much it's closed up across the course of the last lap and a half. They're an absolute flyer. The two machine. Wow, there you go. That seems, yes, I was going to say, Chris, that seemed to be a little bit of, look, we're teammates. I can see you coming through a lot quicker than me. We're on different pit strategies. Let's let you through. I'm going to let you tow me along. And let's work together to get even further away from Brabham eSports, who are currently in third, in some 14.3 seconds down the road from these two. That is the track limit, 488. Probably second in Class Chase Small, currently on board for them. But some way off. I mean, 1.2 laps. 1 minute 37 seconds behind the leader that's been absolutely flawless in GT3 AM. Wow. We've got terms of getting closer as well, but won't be a change in position. Sicania currently third in GT3 AM. They are being hunted down by the Stage 1 Racing Senior. So we should see our leader coming past the Pro Prismatic team. That is Athena. Currently 15th overall there. It's all about just trying to pick your way through the traffic as cleanly as possible to lose the minimum amount of time. And I mean, it was intriguing listening to your lap earlier, Chris, where we were on board with Armstrong as he was picking his way through the traffic, and just what goes through the driver's mind in terms of understanding and looking not just at the car that's in front of you that you may be chasing and how do you catch up to them, but also 2, 3, 4 cars ahead of you. That is Atlantic into the pits. We knew they were overdue, and they are in. James Richards brings that Lamborghini. That's what the Gallardo. They've not been a Gallardo for a while. Huracan into the pits, and where this could be a little bit close because they haven't even stopped yet, and RD Sim Sport are catching up, and I think we could see a change for second place here. I think RD could go ahead of them, Chris.
Yeah, I think that would stand to reason. Atlantic will be putting a full tank's worth of fuel into that car. They've stopped at a pretty nice time because that is going to be 40 minutes to the end of the race. So unlike the Prismatic Athena, who are really going to have to fuel save to try and make that tank last, I don't think Atlantic are going to have the same struggle. And looking at the cars around them in terms of their most recent pit times, I mean, RD Sim Sport will have to pit again, so that's kind of no worries for them, although a safety car could throw that out the window. Evan Pickle in the geodesic car, they pitted just 2.5 laps ago, so around about the same proportion as Prismatic Athena. Again, they'll be hoping they can make it to the end. A safety car would really help them, but they'll be, yeah, sort of, they're in a bit of a tricky position. Backmarker Racing will still have to pit, RPM Racing will still have to pit, so I think Atlantic are pretty comfortable in that P2, but they are at risk of getting lapped by James Armstrong, who is not that far behind them. You might just be able to see them on the occasional shot from behind, just coming through here. Yep, through the corkscrew. He looks so tidy and so confident through there, and I mean, you would expect that of our race leader. But yeah, in terms of sort of pretending we're James Armstrong and how he's dealing with the traffic, I'm speaking for all of us amateur sim racers who maybe don't put a huge amount of thought into how we can improve our driving. But one thing I can bet you the top drivers do that a lot of us don't do is they look further ahead on the racetrack. So a lot of us, I think, will make the mistake of focusing on the apex and looking almost down. So if you pretend your head's in real life, this is obviously easy to visualise for those of you who drive in VR, but I can guarantee you most of us who aren't the top level of sim racers, we are looking too near where we are on the circuit, and we're too focused on the car in front. You almost want to ignore the car in front and focus on your own driving line. It is a tricky skill to develop. I'm not going to deny that. I'm still not good at it myself. But it's amazing how much better you can actually drive if you've got that awareness of where they're going. And what is David Contos doing there? He's letting slower cars through. So that's... you wonder if something's going on there. He's 31 laps into his stint, Tim, so he might be low on fuel perhaps, or maybe it's just a trick of where they were, but that's not what we were expecting to see, I would say.
No, I concur with that one, Chris. I concur. It's a little bit strange. I mean, they've been out there the longest of all the current drivers in GT3, both Pro and Am. So they are overdue a pit stop. Next close to them is back marker Yellow, who stopped on lap 108. Into JD Sim Racing stopped on lap 106. Everyone else more recent. So they are overdue. Team there, but it's going to be close. It's RD Simsport with pedal to the metal. It'll be interesting to see what they can do. Using low fuel to get away from Atlantic Motorsport, who are currently third in class. It's hard to know where this one's going to go, Chris, because I get the feeling we're not done yet here. It's might be a little bit calmer and quieter, but something's going to
Oh, here's something.
Free wide. Breathe in a bit, but Gannon, so Crouch even now, who's into the car. RPM Racing in that Lamborghini, making it look a little bit like Charles Play. But this is where it's absolutely cracking, because that is the leader in GT3 AM who is battling away for position overall with one of the pro teams. Ooh, interesting. Oh no, there's contact, Chris. You could see, I was about to say, it's interesting to see the different lines there. But it's almost like RPM just ran it in a little bit too deep. They were slow off the corner because that compromised line, whereas the Porsche, you saw them slow up a lot more and come in from a lot wider angle, open up the corner and get the move done.
I mean, Simon Paul is having a very good race, but that just, again, that shows you the different levels, because we saw how quickly James Armstrong reacted to a slower car in an Apex. Compare that to Ball not being able to react in time and having that contact. We'll be hoping for the Track Limit Racing team's sake that he's not picked up any damage from that. Kontos, I'm guessing, not actually run out of fuel, but not having a very good lap or two. As yeah, his approach to the apex of the final corner, not ideal, I think it's fair to say. And oh yeah, something has happened there. He's actually pulled up and towed to the pit lane, so a bit confused about what's going on there. Perhaps maybe a hardware failure or something, or hopefully all is well at the JD Sim Racing team. We'll have to say, I mean, this is a roundabout of pit stop time, and something has happened to the Aston Martin of Daniel Munoz here.
For the gravel.
Yeah, a bit greedy on the curb. And this is such an awkward place to have to try and recover a car from, and he's in the pits as well. So perhaps that was a, well, maybe not a scheduled stop time, but if you've got some damage and you know you've got one pit stop left to do now, it's no harm in doing the splash and dash now and sorting the damage out as soon as possible. Look at the, I mean, Simon Ball's already pulled more than the second out over the RPM racing car behind him. Now, this is probably the best he can hope for, because Evan Pickle up ahead is about a minute ahead. So barring safety car shenanigans, I think 5th place is the best Track Limit Racing's amateur outfit can hope for, but I don't think we should turn our noses up at that. That is a solid result if it's what comes to pass in the next half hour. But let's, you know, he's got 2 extra laps since his last pit stop compared to RPM behind. So it's far from over now. What's happened? Oh dear, other Track Limit car not having as good of a time.
Wow, the wing screen wiper coming on. Oh no, that's wedged in the tyre barrier. Oh no, it's out.
Oh, lucky boy.
Oh, I'm not sure. Is that broken suspension there, Chris? Or so? No, it's just where it's caught. Where the gravel is so aggressive due to the nature and the way the track drops off. I mean, it descends. just in that one section there, 5.5 stories. It is that steep. And then by the time you reach the next corner here, you've dropped 10 stories. So clearly, where you're on such a slant, it's tricky to get the car going there, and that's what Chase Small has found. Oh, it's a bit of bruise. It's war scarred, isn't it? That's Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did quite well to get that car back on the track considering where he'd gone off, but you can see the damage it's done. But if you're going to have the damage done, do it in the last half hour of the race, because it's going to have far less of an impact than if he'd done that 3 hours ago. But it was good of him to have the awareness to know, A, reversing back onto the track was going to be the easiest way of getting it sorted, and B, to actually wait for other cars to get past. And I'm sure the other cars will also be very grateful for that as well. And that gap that Ball is pulling out over Crouch is really rapidly developing. It's now 3 seconds, so Ball is showing he's got really phenomenal pace this evening.
He has got absolutely exceptional pace, and for me, Chris, it's reminiscent of what we saw last season from another of the GT3 AMs in a Porsche. It was the 11 Temps team who were at Atlanta, put it on pole. We saw that epic battle. We saw epic battles from them as well, and also from their sister team, actually, to be fair, in the Porsche Cup class. Obviously, Porsche Cup was replaced by touring car for this season. Don't forget the battle of Belle Isle, which was separated by under a second going into the last 3 minutes before there was a mistake by themselves and they hit the barriers. It was absolutely epic racing all the way up until that point. So it's like history almost repeated. It seems to be something about the GT3 AM and Porsche that just seems to go together, and it's like a combination that brings out an OP mode, an overpower mode, and they just work really well together. And I tell you what, they're really making hay while the sun shines here in Laguna Seca. And talking the sun shining as well, guess what's happened, Chris? We've dropped another degree or two on the track temperatures, down to 47. Definitely cooling off. I mean, I wouldn't imagine at those sort of temperatures anyway, Chris, that a drop of 3 degrees isn't going to really make that much difference to the feel that the drivers are going to have.
Yeah, oh, there was a car off in the background there, I think, wasn't there? Also, Steve Mello for RD Simsport has pitted. So let's see if this is a replay of what's happened there. This is Simon Bull. Oh, so he was going so well. And
oh no, Chris, if I curse the commentator onto him. Oh no!
That's so unfortunate. And again, I bet you, that is a driver looking at the car in front and not at where they want their car to point. And perhaps, oh, that's a very damaged
with a bonnet on as well, Chris.
That's rate reduction. That's for speed. They will be fine.
Well, it's unfortunately, as much as I love your logic, I know with the GT3s it kills off your top speed. As Castleman loses the rear. Wow. Oh, evasive action from everyone. Wow, that could have been disastrous, not just for Prismatic Athena, but also for the people around them. The RD Simsport, they've come into the pits from in GT3 from second place, although we're looking here at the RD Simsport 2 TCR. There is RD Simsport. They are out of the pits, down into 4th, promoting obviously Atlantic, who they had got past, and Alpine Stars Geodesic back up into the podium positions, 2nd and 3rd for those two respectively. RPD down to 4th, 18 seconds down the road. Chris, we've got about half an hour remaining. I'm not sure about this one. I think this is going to be a tall order for Steve Mello. I don't know if there's a man who can, it's Steve Mello, but even so, this is an incredibly tall order for him to try and drag himself up. But you never quite know. We're starting to see a few instances. Tiredness, fatigue starting to creep in. And maybe Do you think they're almost a little bit overconfident where those track temperatures are starting to drop off a little bit now? Where they've got a little bit more grip available to them?
I think unless their spotters are actively telling them about the changes in temperature, I don't think they'll be noticing a few degrees when the temps have been as high as 50. I think it's more a case of if you go slightly off, like we saw earlier with, I believe it was Stephen Jones going slightly offline just after the corkscrew and losing it. That was probably down to the marbling and just the different levels of grip on the racing line versus off the racing line. Same with last lap on with Cass Silliman. Probably a bit too much speed coming down into the Andretti hairpin, and I think, like you say, probably a bit of mental fatigue for Simon Ball just now. But this is the crunch time in an endurance race. I think we really don't appreciate how long 3.5 hours actually is, and they've still got, think about most iRacing official sessions. Most races that you can do on iRacing would only have just started if they're going to finish at the same time. This, I believe, is for position between Driveline Simsport and Orbit Motorsport Mars. Who's going to be Alex Zanardi? Ethan Bass, although unlike Zanardi, he kept it on track, so he's obviously better.
I mean, I personally, Chris, I will never forget that move. I used to love staying up and watching karts, as it was back then when it was called the split between IndyCar and karts. We created 2 separate series for a while. As a small boy, mid-teenagers, staying up. Channel 5 in the UK had the rights to IndyCar, and I remember seeing that. It was spectacular move, and just enshrined Zanardi in IndyCar folklore and history, and was from that moment on, instantly loved. Not that he was unloved anyway, but instantly loved by the American fans, and well, even young boys sat at home with their TV on quiet because they didn't want their parents to know they were still up watching the IndyCars at like 1 AM in his bedroom.
I'll be honest, it's not normally IndyCar that kids are trying to hide from their parents at 1 AM in their bedroom. Do you want to hear something really upsetting? I was 4 years old when that overtake happened. It's 1996.
Cheers, Chris.
Make me feel old.
Thank you for that, Chris. And yes, and well, maybe I was just different. If what I was trying to, keep the TV turned down for, so my parents didn't hear. Well, there we go. Orbit up into 4th. They're in a bit of a cracker, but it's wow, big gaps starting to emerge. To be fair to them as well, they are actually a lap and a half down on RD Simsport in TCR. Talking of RD Simsport, Alpine Stars are currently on board with the moment. Back up into the podium positions. And I believe, Chris, I don't think they... Oh, we've dropped off another degree on the temperatures. You see that up in the top right, you're scoring at top centre bar. On the right-hand side, you'll see that 46 degrees. It is coming down here. 3:05 local time here. And looking at the Seca. It's on the Monterey Peninsula. It's the highest part of the circuit. And let's just drop down 5.5 stories in the blink of an eye, and then drop 10 stories by the time in there. I know I've said it a few times, but it's just astounding, the elevation change. Chris, just while we're in a bit of a quiet moment here, could you imagine trying to do the corkscrew in reverse? That has got to be a ridiculous challenge where you're heading uphill, and surely all you're going to see is sky, not your turning point.
I can barely do the corkscrew the right way round, so I'm probably not the best person to ask on that front.
Well, I agree with you on that one. I struggle with it as well.
I mean, it's one of those... Now, I can't blame being on a single monitor for everything, and I think with the corkscrew, and actually it's one of the really fun challenges for those of us not in VR, is that, none of us have got our camera... Well, very few of us, I imagine, have got our camera position set up so that we can actually see where our car is on the track as we go through it, because it's such a steep hill. It's one of those tracks... Oh, this is brave and assertive driving from Garrett D'Alessandro. But he seems to have got it done. But, that's the name of the game. He's only got Stage 1 Racing's Jens de Roy 10 seconds down the road. So he needs to make decisions like that just to maintain his 8th place. With Simon Ball having had to pit for damage earlier, there's still potential position in that for him as well. But no, I mean, let's look at it on board here from a huge assist Giovanni Romano's perspective. And bear in mind this isn't the driver's seat, but roughly the same height. You can barely tell where your wheels are. Now we've seen in particular, I think James Armstrong, the way he takes that corkscrew when we're looking at it from the TV cameras, he looks so confident. But that's all down to practice, because you can't know exactly where your car is. You just need to put the laps in practice and just know the track well enough to know, right, if I have this much gap, I know where the curve is. And I mean, again, it's frustrating. It would be lovely if we could all just be great without having to practice, but unfortunately it does just boil down to you need to practice. And let's see what happens here. Oh, dearie me. That's the importance of making sure that your car is positioned correctly, because the fact that Castelliman kept that car pointed on the inside meant that when Romano looked round in his huge ass vehicle, he was able to not turn in, because that could have cost himself his podium. RD Sim Sport and Effect eSports are not that far behind, so an unscheduled pit stop now could cost you quite a few positions. And again, like we were saying, these guys have been racing for 3.5 hours plus. They've still got 20 plus minutes to go. Plenty of time for a mistake to ruin everything for you.
Atlantic just nipping through there into turn 10. They moved done nicely. They were a back marker. Giovanni Romano, who is, I would say, the way his name just rolls off the tongue, is my favourite name in sim racing, but not my favourite name in racing as a whole. That lies with Baston Baguette. Real life GT driver, Frenchman. What a name. What a name. Also like Ranga van der Zande.
It does roll off the tongue quite nicely.
They do, don't they? It's Giovanni Romano well up there with them. On board now with M. Pikel of Alpine Stars, geodesic. And you see there. I tell you what, Chris, almost seems to be weird. It was like, I don't know if you quite caught it there, or maybe it's just my eyes, but. Or maybe it's the rear end sliding around that made it look like it. But it looked like the front end was sliding around, like the rear does, where it was just losing grip and squirreling around a bit. I suppose that's got to be down to the high track temperatures there.
Yes, I mean that, and well, we have James Armstrong's tyre data. It wouldn't surprise me if Evan Pickle is also struggling on that front as well. So we have a replay here of Stage 1 racing, just able to get past without incident there, but that was very close to incident with what I think would have been JD Sim Racing's David Contos, who is back out. They had a 3-minute stop earlier, so that'll be very frustrating for them. But no, I didn't quite catch the squirrel, because like all good technical analysts, I was trying to find my fight. I was Googling my favourite name in racing, because it is Ferdinand Habsburg.
Yes.
I love the fact that a former Austrian emperor, in terms of his genealogy, is now a racing driver. It kind of fits. But would you like to know his full name? Now, I've not memorised this. I've just had to Google it. Ferdinand Zvonimir Maria Balthus Keith Michael Otto Antal Banham Leonard von Habsburg Lothringen. Now, I know our producer Sean Cranley Swash has struggled to get his name on timing towers accurately before, but I think he's going to be grateful that Ferdinand Habsburg has stuck with real life racing and not iRacing.
He's this kind of guy who puts Jan Vennegoor of Hesselink, the Dutch footballer, to shame really on surname size.
Well, I believe, because I googled this when I first heard him, because he signed for I want to say Celtic in Scotland, and apparently the or is the of is actually in Dutch is basically or, so it's effectively the equivalent of a British double-barreled surname. It just sounds a bit funny translated into English. Now, this is teenage me googling it, so I'm not an authority, except on the Formula Renault 3.5. I think we should probably get back to the racing, Tim. I think while we've been on board with Steve Mello here, I think, like we're saying how tricky it is to drive at the moment. You can see the amount of micro corrections he's having to make, but the actual car itself does look like it's actually quite a smooth drive at the moment, which I think that shows you, again, that's a driver who has practiced enough. But again, the conditions are tricky enough that he is having to make all of these micro corrections constantly.
Just run it in a bit deep there, and that's allowed the RD SimSport machine through there. That's not for position though, so that may well have been intentional. It's Steve Mello, currently fourth, trying to close the gap up. I mean, Chris, we said it was going to be a tall order to catch up to Alpine Stars, but a gap stagnating at around about 30 seconds. So looking at what we've got left on the clock here, Chris, feeling that is not going to happen at all. Some 18 minutes left remaining. I mean, can you believe it? 3.5 hours of racing. So look back from Contos, and well, who doesn't love a dirty race car? The front end covered in bugs, dirt, grime, marbles, maybe even a bit of bodywork damage as well for good measure. These cars have been battling like gladiators.
Yeah, and I think that this is the jeopardy for James Armstrong as he's gone into the pit for, I imagine, his final scheduled pit stop and not some damage. I see, so dirty race cars, that huge ass car looks absolutely pristine. I don't know how they've managed that, although we're just seeing the front, maybe a bit less, but certainly it's lovely. And yeah, let's look at the Deutsche payment, very clean, too suspiciously clean.
Well, no, I think it's partly to do with the paintwork, Chris, because Huge Ass is quite textured, whereas our Deutsche payment, the top part is white. The front bumper of the front bumper is black, so it's a little bit deceptive from both teams. There's definitely some dirt on the bonnet.
Actually, one thing that's just been pointed out in chat is that Geodesic and Evan Pickle are actually catching Harry Foster.
They are.
By
a bit. It's slowly, Chris. It's having said that. I mean, last time around, actually, oh no, apologies. It was the second on the last lap alone. 3.1. Oh, was that? I'm trying to catch who that was. Was that Huge Ass? Maybe.
It might have been Gareth Measham, I think.
I think it was, wasn't it, Chris?
Venus, so already had a tricky race. You can tell by the car they've had a tricky race, and again, just a tyre on a bit of sand, and bang. And just reversing off in shame, perhaps. Certainly not in any danger of hitting anyone, but yeah, I mean, sometimes we have bad races, it happens, and I think they're going into the pit lane to repair that, and yes, they are now in the pits, but not losing out on any time. The one consideration they might have to make is they want to finish within 10% of the, well, 90% of the laps that the leader of their class does to get points. They are currently 19 laps down on Deutsche Payment, so I think that means they are going to be not scoring any points if my maths is correct, which based on my level results don't assume.
Well, let's break out the calculator. So Deutsche Payment's currently on they're on 147 laps, 147. So 90% of that is currently lap 132. Now, they are 5 laps down on that already, so it's not looking good for them, is it? I don't think. I mean, obviously, as those numbers increase, that amount of laps will decrease. Percentages work, but I mean, with so little time left, it's not looking good for them. But sometimes it's about getting through the endurance race and being there at the end.
And every lap is an extra lap of practice for next time out. Imola, which is our next round, off the top of my head, I want to say 30th of July. I'm just getting back. Yep, it will be, I think. 6-hour race though, so I hope that we don't have as many solo drivers because that's going to be exhausting for them. But Track temperature-wise, obviously, let's hope it's not very similar, because if we're getting 50 degrees in Italy, something's gone wrong. But it's, it's a very similar track in that you don't have much gravel on the way out, so you get very well. You don't have the nice easy runoff, so it's another tricky one. But just to get back to this race, Evan Pickle, look at the amount of traffic in front of here. If he can clear this conveniently, Harry Foster is now only 2.5 seconds up the road. There's only one car in between Pickle and Foster now, and that is the one you see in front of you. We're going to clear that from Geodesic's perspective before the next corner, so that's lovely for him. That's the RD Simsport car there. It's the team. Actually, sorry, that is the 258 GT4, and obviously Foster's got some more traffic ahead of him. This, we've just got 12 minutes plus whatever's left after that for James Armstrong to go. I think we're going to see Pickle get within draft range, and it's all well and good. So, earlier where we saw Deutsche Payment and Hugh Jass absorbing the pressure from each other really quite calmly and collectively, that's because they had 2 hours of racing left to go, and track position doesn't matter that much. Whereas I think it's fair to say track position matters quite a lot with 10 minutes of the race left to go.
It most certainly does indeed. And wow. With a lap advantage, Armstrong Brabham Esports looking incredibly clear, strong right now as it's on board with the 49 Motorsports car. Currently 9th overall, sorry, 9th in class, 10th overall. Due to the standing efforts of the track limit Porsche in GT3 AM that's been absolutely astounding over a lap up over a whole field in AM. As this race is getting closer and closer, bit by bit. And you can see the lap time differences there.
Oh,
and wow, and when Foster loses out, Chris, he loses out on a big way against the traffic. For me, what this is telling me is Pickle is far, far better at dealing with the traffic, or maybe he's just getting the rub of the green, the luck, more than what Foster is. As we've got a replay here. So Jens Leroy of Stage 1 Racing finds the gravel on, just dips part of the wheel onto it. That is enough to rotate the car. That's the way for everyone to come through. That's out of turn 11 there. Definitely, it seems to be it's almost like it's either rags or riches here, where you've either had all the rotten luck or everything's been going towards you and it's been a cracking race, as this gap is stagnating a little. Last time around, Atlantic, where 121.6, Alpine Stars 121.7, so Alpine Stars slower by a 10th there.
Yeah, I think they were slightly caught, and I think it was turn 5
they were
by one of the GT4s, but I think you're right in that his overall pace does seem to be quicker, but he is running out of time. We're now down to just 9 minutes left. It's about just over 120 per lap here, so that's going to be 6, maybe 7 laps left.
Do you think it's not, Chris, and do you think it's almost a little bit of residing here to the fact that maybe as try as you want, you just can't catch him? It's not mathematically impossible, but it's definitely a difficult challenge, and is it worth fighting for? You're going to come home third. It's on the podium. Yes, one step higher would be better, but I mean, the gap's extended out now to 3 seconds. Last time around, lap times in fact, Atlantic were slightly slower, but only by 0.04 of a second, not even tenths, hundredths. So, may as well call it exactly the same lap time.
Yeah, very true. Close. But also, let's not forget, Atlantic Motorsport are in second in class, and first of the human drivers. For a reason. Harry Foster has been driving really well today. So it's not just a case of can Pickle catch him up. Pickle's a great driver too. But you've then got to get past him. And Laguna Seca, not the easiest track on the circuit. on the race series, it's not that easy to overtake on. Certainly within class, obviously we've seen in terms of multi-class lapping, there's places you can do it, but in equal machinery or thereabouts, that's an even bigger challenge. So it's all well and good if Pickle can catch him up, but does he even have enough time to make the move?
As the late great Murray Walker said, Chris, catching people is one thing, but getting past them is something completely different altogether.
You see a replay here of Fitzpatrick in the prismatic Minerva car. Another victim of too much curb on that kink, and I must admit, it does look quite good to see these cars rally crossing their way back on. So I would say that was worth doing, personally.
Well, historically, oh, it's on the grass there.
Oh!
Foster, he's pushing, and that is the Porsche GT4, the back marker orange car. And
They've given no quarter today, have they?
No, they haven't. It's looking a bit bruised and battered at the front. It's a Lamborghini Huracan. But I tell you what, it's really pushing hard, and he, despite growing the gap over Pickle to now, Chris, it's out to nearly 4 seconds. He's not taking any risks, is he? No, not resting on his laurels. He's pushing hard to ensure that he holds on to this second place overall.
Well, and that's why it's worth it for Geodesic to carry on pushing, because if you can fluster Atlantic Motorsport into making a mistake, that's how I make a lot of my moves. I'm not particularly good overtaker, but I'm very good at stressing people out into making a mistake, and it's a completely valid way, and in some ways more satisfying way of getting past people. But what's potentially not going to help, and that's not happening here, this is actually a battle for position, but if they catch any GT3 traffic, is that going to cause trouble for them there? As I believe Brabham eSports Blue in the GT4s have had to do a splash and dash from 5th place. So will Vulcan Sim Racing? Probably not, they're a lap down. But this is one thing to look out for, is anyone having to do a late splash and dash, or anyone trying to make a fuel tank last a little bit too long. That's another thing that could mix up the order with just 5 minutes to go.
I'm just having a bit of a look through, Chris, in terms of, obviously, like you said, we've got the Brabham eSports GT4. They've popped in for a splash and dash to get themselves home. It's not what you're going to want, which is the length of the pit lane here, Laguna Seca. But I'm just having a bit of a look of who potentially might or have to pop in. I don't think there's going to be anyone really, Chris. I mean, maybe the Prismatic Athena. They stopped on lap 131 currently on lap 158, but I think realistically they should be home safe and dry with what they've got left in the tank. And other than that, actually, Orbit maybe in TCR, it's up to the last 97 currently on 146. So, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. Actually right for something there. There is some statistical and analytical knowledge that does go into our commentary, and there we go, proved right. They're in for a splash. I mean, how getting Chris so close to the end, just couldn't quite make it on the fuel, and just requiring a little top up to get themselves home. But they've got enough advantage realistically over Driveline, who are 5th in class. As there they are, Driveline, Jason Fryer, Ethan Bass in orbit. We can sort of rejoin. I mean, you've got to feel for these guys. They've had an eventful race, to say the least.
They're doing all right to be in 4th, though. I think it's the other Orbit car's the one that's had the very stressful race, the Orbit Venus GT4. And to their credit, they're still going. I think they'd need to be within 16 laps of Deutsche Payment to score points, and they're currently, I believe, 19 laps down. So unless Ben Kelly McCauley can somehow do another 30 laps in the next 3 minutes, I suspect they're not going to be scoring points today. But it's worth driving for the experience. I mean, I said this in the last round, it's actually quite worthwhile going out with a damaged car and just learning how it behaves, because how often do any of us actually actively practice what it's like to drive a damaged GT car? And then when it comes to race day, how often are we actually driving a damaged car? So, you know, it's worthwhile data to try and collect. Now, I'm not saying that's why they're doing it, but it will make them better drivers for the next race. So, you know, maybe I subscribe to the Dave Brailsford School of Marginal Gains.
Well, there's definitely not. And I think let's have a look at where the leader is. Brabham eSports, Armstrong, just coming around to complete now. Now that is, as he comes across the line, he could effectively afford to pretty much throw out the anchor, stop, sit there, and not do another lap. Now, whether that would be in sporting nature, that's another point. But I think it's a 1 minute 21, so he's got this lap. It's going to be white flag next lap, Chris. That'll be 1 lap left to go. And the flash of the lights there from, what's the effect? eSports machine, that's Busby, sending on his compatriot Armstrong. Those two have raced many times over the years with and against one another. I'm sure that was what the flash was about. I'm sure of it.
No, this is why we need colour-coded flashes, because who knows?
Exactly, Chris. It was sort of things out, and heading up the hill now towards the corkscrew, onto the brakes, and full commitment. And wow, I say full commitment and bravery. It was nearly real. Oh, there was a spinner up there, Chris. That was that Crouch of RPM?
I think it might be. The timing tower certainly says he's had an incident. Not the best of rejoins. Goodness me.
That was, Chris, the Brabham eSports machine they made contact with as they rejoined. This could be a post-race penalty. Oh, there you go. There wasn't just one car, there was two. Two Lamborghinis.
Surprised that hasn't triggered a safety car, but I suspect the stewards will be delighted it hasn't, because that's not the ending to a race that we want. But yeah, if that is the Brabham eSports TCR involved, they're still happily in the lead. But oh dear, that's yeah, not what you want if you're leading a class. Let's be honest. Or well, anywhere. James, this is going to be the white flag lap because we've hit 0 and he is halfway round for the final lap. He now physically cannot lose this race because he's already lapped the field, so he can do what he likes now. He could finish. We could find out if you can do the corkscrew in reverse, although be interested to see what the stewards say about that if he tried it.
Wow, what a way to lose a race, be dominant, 2 safety cars and still finish a race a lap against the whole field, and then lose it because you decide to try and do the corkscrew in reverse on the final lap for giggles. But 1 corner left remaining of the 4 hours of Laguna Seca, and Brabham eSports, James Armstrong take about with a weave, and I'm sure there's going to be a flash of the lights. There they are to secure the victory here in the 4 hours of Laguna Seca and the Sim 3D GT Trophy. Take a bow, and I'm sure, are we going to see some donuts? Well, maybe. Just trying to fire the car up. Atlantic, they're going to hold on to second place overall. Alpine Stars, well, and a teammate, Argy Bargy, rubbing shoulders there. Alpine Stars, they're going to secure third place overall. Congratulations to them. GT4 not done and dusted. Top 3 yet to cross the line. That's Deutsche Payment, Hugh Jass, and RD Sim Sports. Brabham eSports, another Brabham eSports car in TCR. They've taken the victory after what RD Sim Sport looked so dominant for so much of the race, both for the cars. But that makes it 2 victories here for Brabham eSports. And then we've got, let's have a look if they crossed the line. Yes, they have. As there is Vulcan Sim Racing come across the line with a prismatic TCR. There is RD Sim Sport picking up that second place. Let's say RD Sim Sport 2 finishes second, and RD Sim Sport 3, well, they finished third. for fans of OCD and patterns. That's an absolute nice little one there, but Brabham eSports taking the victory in TCR. Deutsche Payments, they've picked up the victory. There they are in GT4 with UJAS and RD Sim Sports. Rounding out your podium. And 3 podium positions in 2 classes for RD Sim Sport. Brabham with 2 victories in 2 classes. GT3 AM, we haven't mentioned them. Track Limit Racing, Simon Ball, Take a Bow. Amazing stuff. 2 laps clear of 2nd place. I don't think you can say much more than that, really. Flawless, start to finish, total control over the Ferrari. And then Sicania, the Italian outfit in the Lamborghini, picking up 3rd place in class. Absolutely epic stuff from them. Well, we'll just wait for the last few drivers to head across the line before we can take you through some classified results here from Laguna Seca. Just having a little bit of a look, Chris, just to see if we haven't got any post-race stewards announcements.
Well, there is one quite funny one where poor James Rivet has had to tag all registered drivers to say, can we please not stop on circuit after you've finished? Leave the racing service to reset the car. I don't think they want to have to put through any very last minute decision making, and I think they've been given enough of that in the last few laps where we had those couple of incidents. So a quiet last hour, but it's good for the drivers to keep the stewards on their toes at least for a little bit longer.
So here are your classified results in GT3. Brabham eSports taking the victory. Atlantic Motorsports 2nd, and Alpine Stars Geodesic even racing for securing the last place on the podium. 2 BMWs and 1 Lamborghini. It's been the fight between the 2 manufacturers all race long. Various teams vying for that. 4th was RD Sim Sports, and then 2 laps down, Backmarker Racing Yellow. Fairly on penalty hadn't have come their way. You do have to wonder what could they have done here today. 5th in the end, this is what they had to sell for, and then he's our winner in GT3 AM Track Limit Racing in the Porsche 911. 7th was RPM. 8th FTR Esports in the BMW, another Lamborghini and 49 Motorsports Maroon, and then the Stage 1 Racing Porsche rounding out your top 10. 11th and 2nd in GT3 AM was Track Limit Racing in the Ferrari 488 GT3. The Jedi Sim Racing, another Ferrari, but from Pro, finishing 12th overall. Sicania in the Lamborghini, well, they picked up 3rd in class, 13th overall. Prismatics Motorsports Minerva were 14th and 4th in class in, of course, the GT3 AM category. Their sister team in the FINA, the Pro Car, actually finished behind them in 15th overall with Stage 1 Racing Senior 7 laps behind, lap 16, and then we lost 81 laps to go, and therefore finishing in 17th place. Stage 1 Racing Green, that was on lap 87. They retired the car. Let's have a look at GT3 as well. We've sort of covered them, but let's just cover them again, show up the points that they will be occurring here. So Track Limit Racing Porsche, Track Limit Racing Ferrari, 1-2 for them. Dominant display from them, especially the Porsche winning outfit, with Sicania picking up 3rd place in the podium in GT3 AM. Then there's Prismatic Sports Minerva and a Stage 1 Racing Green, who retired the car, but pick up obviously that 5th place, lost them at lap 87. Let's have a little look down to GT4, where it was all about the Astons. Of course, we only have the one Porsche anyway, but Deutsche Payments, wow, great win for them in the end. 20 seconds clear of Hugh Jass with RD Sim Sport. Only 6 seconds down the road from Hugh Jass near the end. Trying to come from behind, but couldn't quite make it, but picked up that last podium place. FTR Esports, well, another team that maybe if I'd have kept it out of the wars a little bit, where could they have come? 4th in the end, 1 lap down. I think a good result considering with Brabham Esports Blue, 5th place. Then Vulcan Sim Racing was 6th. Backmarker Racing Orange alone, Porsche in GT4, 7th. They were 3 laps down. And then getting into retirement territory here, 20 laps down. 8th position in class on lap 137 were Orbit Motorsport Venus. We've then got 49 Motorsports, who we lost on lap 131. With D-Line Racing, unfortunately retiring the car on all the way back on lap 56. Unfortunately, FTR Esports GT4 didn't make the grid. Let's head down into TCR now. Well, Brabham Esports, another victory in a different class for them. Obviously, the win overall in GT3 Pro, also in TCR. Congratulations to them. With RD Simsport 2 finishing second, RD Simsport 3 finishing third, and rounding out those podium positions. Of intriguing battle between those three teams the whole race long. Then 3 laps down apiece were Orbit Motorsport Mars, Driveline Simsport, Prismatic Motorsport Academy. They were 4 laps down. FTR Esports TCR finishing 7th and 5 laps down. And unfortunately, Sim Party Racing running out the field. They retired the car all the way back on lap 58. But just waiting for a bit of a chat. Everyone queuing up nicely. Let's have a chat first of all to your, well, not only winner in GT3, but also overall lapping the whole field. Considering there was a safety car halfway through the race, James Armstrong, could you have asked for a much better result?
I don't really think I could, no.
It looked like a bit of a walk in the park for you there, but I suppose once you get that far ahead of the pack, I mean, we saw it early on where you built up, I think it was something like about a 20-second gap, that you can afford to be more cautious with a little bit with traffic. You don't have to be taking big lunges to get past them because you know that you've got the car behind you breathing down your neck and looking to take every little opportunity when they can.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought that if I was so far in the lead, I could take it easy, but obviously my 39 incident points doesn't really show for that. There was quite a lot of understeer and got lots of 1Xs despite perusing so far in the lead.
Well, you shared, and Chris picked it out in commentary as well. The screenshot of your tyre wear, 3% the tyres were down to on the front right. I mean, literally, there must have felt like there was literally no wheel on that corner with that level of tyre left on the car.
Oh yeah, no, that was horrendous to drive. I really was not enjoying it. Every time I came to a left-hander, I would turn in, and the front would the car went straight on. As soon as I changed tires, I was going like 3 seconds quicker. Just yeah, insane. And I think next time it's 50 degrees, I won't double stint my tires.
I can't say I blame you that one at all. Before we let you go, James, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
I'd like to thank Brabham, obviously, for coming on board now that we're Brabham Esports. It's really an honour, to be honest, to drive under such a legendary brand. And then obviously Sim3D, still with the amazing rumble kits and base shakers. And just everyone in the team and my family, I think. That's it.
Excellent. That's James Armstrong of Brabham Esports. Victor in GT3 Pro and overall here today at Laguna Seca. Now, Chris, I understand you're standing by with another one of our winning teams here today.
Yes, we can. Hopefully, we can talk to our GT4 class winners now. We've got both Ben Kelly McCauley and Daniel Muth of Deutsche Payment Death Omen. Firstly, congratulations to the two of you. Wasn't the easiest win of your careers, was it? You had a very good battle going on with Hugh Jass. Did you welcome the battle, or would you prefer to have a nice simple win like James did?
Oh, it was a fantastic battle. Really enjoyed it with Sven there in my middle stint. Yeah, the traffic was quite difficult to deal with. I think Sven caught up with me because of traffic and got past me, and then I got past him, and it was really good fun. Enjoyed it. It was nice and close. I think I don't know if the other guys ran out of fuel at the end, but yeah, it was a really good fun close race.
And I was going to say as well, with this being the middle class, did you find the traffic particularly difficult at Laguna Seca compared to some of the other races, or is it always just a bit tricky where you sort of sit in that awkward middle period where you're not massively quicker or slower than anyone?
It was a bit of a nightmare, I won't lie. I think I have a few TCR fellas to apologise to because I had to pull off some pretty ignorant moves. But yeah, you just have to kind of keep an eye out behind and in front of you at all times. And if you kind of lapse your concentration for even 1 second, you'll end up in the wall. So yeah, it was good fun, very stressful, and yeah, sorry to the TCR fellas.
Is Laguna a circuit that you were looking forward to, or are you sort of more where we've got Imola in 4 weeks, which is a more conventional circuit? Are you more looking forward to something like that, or was it a nice, unique challenge today?
Oh, I liked it. Yeah. I love Brands Hatch, so it kind of reminded me a lot of that. I'm not as used to Laguna because yeah, I just haven't done as many laps here, but it was good fun, and I'm definitely looking forward to Imola. I think there are definitely a couple of terrifying corners there as well that we can have some crashes at, but hopefully we can keep it clean. I don't know. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, same. I'm always looking forward to the next track. It's always a nice challenge, and yeah, it's uh, yeah, always a different challenge with the multi-class here. And yeah, Laguna was more on the difficult side, but yeah, let's see how Imola goes.
Well, thank you for joining us, and yeah, good luck, and we'll see you next time out at Imola.
Thanks very much,
Yeah,
lads.
thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Cheers. I believe that Tim Cox, you have to go. So it was lovely working with you this evening.
Absolute pleasure as always. Unfortunately, I need to run off and do another broadcast. It's all good fun, but I'm sure it's not going to be as much fun as this, as much as Formula Renault 3.5 is normally an entertainment fest. I love it. It struggles to challenge me this thing, but yes, we will.
Why am I here? We should swap places. You should stay and I should go.
Well, I know it sounds like that, but no, I'm very much looking forward to next round, Chris, and it's going to be another absolute barnstormer, I'm sure. But congratulations to all our winners, and well, I'll see you next month when FTR returns. But I'll leave you with the rest of the winners, Chris, and enjoy.
Thank you very much, Tim. We'll see you soon. And now let's have a chat with another one of our class winners. This is our TCR winners. We've got Brabham Esports Hissing Sid. We've got Harold Stadler and Jordan Backmeyer with us. Well done, lads. At one point, to me, it looked like it was going to be an RD Sim Sport 1-2. So you've done very well to pull that out of the bag. And I would say it looks like quite comfortably in the end. So how did you find today?
Yeah, today was fun. We felt good at the end there because we pitted to, so if there was a safety car came out or anything like that, we wouldn't have to stop again. So we relinquished the lead to them, let them take over for a bit, just cruised along and tried to keep it safe and manage traffic, knowing that they still had to stop once again. So it was good.
It seems like there was a lot of trouble for the TCRs today, especially into that kink where the faster cars were using, especially that corner, as an overtaking opportunity. Was it for you guys as well? Did today feel like it was a particularly tricky day to drive a TCR?
Yeah. Oh, okay, Jordan.
You can go, Harold.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky, but usually the GT3s made, especially the GT3s made clear ahead of the kink that they will go. So I mean, it is a difficult place to pass, but with a bit of thinking of both sides, it worked, at least for me. I haven't seen any trouble for Jordan, so I guess it was the same for him. We had some other trouble at other places where some late dives came in, but yeah, all good so far.
Good. I noticed as well that your last stint on the tyres, or at least on the pit stop, you did a 47-lap stint at the end. Was it always the plan to try and do 3 stops, and did the safety cars help, or did you have to change your strategy on the fly, or was this always the plan?
The plan was waiting for the safety cars and go to the close the last hour and look how it turns out. That was our plan. So to be fair, it turned out our way.
Oh, good stuff. And are you guys looking forward to Imola in 4 weeks? Do you think that's going to suit the two of you, or was Laguna Seca sort of a good one for you both?
Basically, any
yeah.
track is better than Laguna for me. So I don't know about Harold. How do you feel, Harold?
Yeah, well, it was lovely to hear from you. Well, thank you both for coming into the booth today, and congratulations again on your win. And yeah, we'll look forward to watching you guys hopefully smash it out the park next week as well. So yeah, we'll see you soon.
See you
Thank you,
next
guys.
time. Thanks.
That was Harold and Jordan from the Brabham Esports Hissing Sid team. Now, unfortunately, we've not been able to talk to Simon Ball of Track Limit Racing GT3, but congratulations to him as well for his win in the GT3 Pro Series. As we've said, 4 weeks' time, we will be back starting at the same time, but for a 6-hour race at Imola. That is surely going to be a good one. But for this evening, I've been Chris Rowlands. Thank you so much for watching. We have been produced expertly by Sean Cranley-Swash as always. Let's not, of course, forget the talents of both Tim Cox and Paul Walsh, who we had for the start of the race. And yeah, we shall see you all in 4 weeks' time. Have a lovely weekend. Goodbye.